few things I want to point out here is that when I talked to Donald Trump's campaign about this language that he is using, they argue that they think it could help him. There's no signs that he's going to move away from it. If anything, they're going to ramp this up even more. They tell me that they think it helped him, propel him to the White House in 2016, and they believe it could help him again this cycle. And so I don't think you're going to see Donald Trump tamping any of this.
All right, let's see. Let's see.
It was the right time to really play on this fear-mongering and stoke fears with voters about
good.
In this country.
Seal Beater, what's up, brother? How you been? Good to see you. Good to see you. Tap, tap, tap the screen, guys. Let's do it.
That's right. He actually rolled out something we haven't heard from him yet. So this is new. He called up a bunch of Border Patrol agents on stage in the middle of his rally. He also touted an endorsement from the Border Patrol Council. That is the first official endorsement this cycle for Donald Trump, although I will say they have really long supported the former president in the past. But Donald Trump said that if he is elected in November, he plans to announce a goal of hiring 10,000 new Border Patrol agents.
Let's do it. How's everybody doing out there today? Let's go, let's go, let's go. 22 days till we go to the polls. 22 days. Deuce, deuce, as they say. Deuce, deuce. Let's go. Let's tap the screen. Let's get off to a good start by tapping the screen, pushing this out to the For You page. Let's go. Push it out. Push it out. Let's go. Let's do it. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see those red hearts. Pump, pump. Bump, 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 bump. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Don't forget to share it out to 5, 10, 15 of your favorite people. Let's get some people up in this building. Let's get on the For You page. Let's go. You know, we've been fighting a little bit of a shadow ban. Let's see if we can push through it. Let's go. 22 days until we go to the polls and elect the next president of these great United States. Good to see everybody. How is everybody doing out there today? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's go. 22 days. What a topsy-turvy election cycle this has been. Welcome, David. Welcome, Shy. Everybody in the building. Let's go. 22 days. Wow. What an election cycle it has been. The question that we've been asking for the last couple days. Let's see. Where is it? Here it is. Why isn't VP Harris up by more, considering that she is going up against a convicted felon? 34 felonies. Shouldn't she be up by more? Shouldn't she be running away with it? What's going on? Why is that not happening? Who has an idea why that's not happening? Why isn't VP Harris up by more? She's been doing a media blitz, and she's still not running away with it. What's going on to all my Trump supporters and Harris supporters? Why isn't Harris up by more? Why is Donald Trump even in the race, considering what's going on? What say you? Let's go. 34 convicted felon. He says all kind of crazy things, and she can't seem to close the deal, according to the polls. Now, we know that Trump underpolled by up to 3% because a lot of people don't want to say that they're voting for him. We know that. That's already been proven. And he's, like I said, 34-time convicted felon. Why isn't she up by more? VP Harris, why isn't she up by more? I don't know. Kim L., my good friend in Chicago, Chi-Town, is in the building. Good to see you, Kim L. Good to see you. Michelle is in the building. Ian is in the building. Mary's in the building. Let's go. Why isn't VP Harris up by more? She's been on a media blitz going everywhere. She'll be on the Breakfast Club tomorrow with Charlamagne the Guy. Not my favorite person, but okay, let's see what she has to say. And I heard that she's going to take live phone calls. Live phone calls, rapid fire. Okay, let's go. Maybe hey, what's going on, Kim? Maybe she should do a press conference. She hasn't done a press conference since she got the nomination. I think it's 78 days and counting, and still no press conference. That's what she should be doing the press conference, rapid fire questions and answering the tough questions. That's what I think. Because there are so many people misinformed. What does that mean, Miss Pamela? What do you mean? Oh, is that why she's not up by? Okay, got you. You think it's a misinformation campaign being waged by Mr. Donald J. Trump? Is that what you think, Miss Pamela? Good to see you. What state are you in, Miss Pamela? Let me hear. I'm interested in that comment. What state are you in, ma'am? What state are you in, Miss Pamela? Let's see. Let's go. Why isn't she up by more? Thank you so much, Miss Kim. Trump lies a lot. Indianapolis, okay. Midwest young lady, okay. Like it, okay, okay. Any other reason other than misinformation? What do you think? Now, he's a 34 convicted felon. He says all kind of crazy things. Shouldn't she be running away with it? Isn't she, I'm assuming according to you, she's the better candidate. She's better, she's more qualified. Why isn't she running away with it? I mean, like, what's going on? We got 22 days left until we go to the polls, and she's not running away with it. What's the deal? Why isn't she running away with it? Let's go. I want to hear from the people. Tap, tap, tap that screen. I want to see those red hearts pumping. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go. Miss My Dear is in the building. Good to see you, Miss My Dear. Good to see you, good to see you, good to see you. Let's go. Yo-Yo's in the building. Let's go. Why isn't she up by more? That is an honest question. I'd like to have a real honest conversation about why isn't she up by more? Shouldn't she be up by 5, 6 points, considering what Donald Trump presents? What's going on? Why can't she close the deal? Why isn't she up by 3, 5, 7 points? Why is she can't seem to put him away? She's got everything going for her. She's got all the money. She raised almost $1 billion. What's going on? I want to know what you think out there. I think a lot of people don't want a woman and one of color. Okay, someone says not qualified. You think it's some chauvinism going on, Miss Pamela? Do you think people are not voting for VP Harris because she is a woman, Pamela? Is that what you're thinking? Let's see if Miss Pamela will answer. I'm interested in that comment that she made, and I'm interested in having a conversation with Miss Pamela. That's what you think because she's a woman. That's why she's being held down a little bit, Miss Pamela? Is that what you're thinking? No, not qualified. Lady Bay says she is not qualified. Oh, my goodness. Not qualified. Miss Lady Bay, she says she's not qualified. Dogfather is in the building. Come on up here, Dogfather. I haven't spoken to you in a good little while. Christopher is in the building. Let's go. CMB is in the building. My good friend down in Florida. Pamela, come on up here. Let me talk to you for a second. I like your comment. I want to have a conversation with you, Miss Pamela. Let's go. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's get let's go. Miss My Dear, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing great. What's going on? What you got to say? What is happening with you?
Okay, I got some on my heart.
Okay, what's on your heart?
You're something else, Denali. You are something
I am?
else. You
What I
are
do?
something else. I saw your I just stayed down. I didn't go up on the panel yesterday. I just wanted had other things to do plus I was elevating my leg. So I
Okay.
just stayed down and coming. But I saw the Charisse, and you
Okay,
finally
somebody
met.
tapping the screen on the Pamela, is that you tapping the screen? Pamela? Or see who's that? Pamela? Oh, sure.
I'm tapping the hearts up here right now over your head, right there.
All right. Well, don't tap the screen while you're in the box, because sometimes it shadow bans a lot. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
What's on your heart, dear? Well, tell me.
Yeah.
You saw the video.
Yeah, the Sherry and you finally connected your friendship, a long distance friendship, in person yesterday, and she's absolutely gorgeous. And I already knew she was intelligent from listening to her the last 2 or 3 months I've been on your panel.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm happy for you because I know you've always had a little eye for her, a big eye for her. You know what I'm saying?
Did?
Yes, you did. Come, we're not gonna go
Yeah, I
there.
don't know what are you talking about?
The panel knows that. Okay, you always had an eye for her. You know that. Be honest, Demal. You're honest, man. But anyways, so I'm happy for you that you connected your friendship because that's where it starts. If it builds from this person to person, meeting friendship, who knows what will go on from there. You're amazing young man. And
Thank you.
she's an amazing young woman, very pretty,
Thank you.
with a lot of sense. So I'm happy for you.
Okay.
And, is she there now, or she left town
Is she where?
with you? I mean, is she in Atlanta, or did she? I know
No,
she's
she
from.
lives. She lives in Atlanta area.
Oh, really? But
Yeah.
she not. You think she'll be up on the panel later today?
Possibly. Possibly.
Okay, I wanted to ask her advice on something.
Okay. What
So,
what was the question?
well, I already know your answer, but
Oh, really? Is it
yeah.
on politics?
Well, it's on leadership. I don't know.
Leadership. Okay.
Yeah. Well, okay. Let me spill it out there.
Okay.
I prayed on this before I even would approach you or Sharice about it.
Okay.
I know EK mentioned something two weeks ago about people contacting different networks, asking, getting your name out there, okay, to work for some of the major networks.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's been on my heart ever since. But I've been so wrapped up trying to get with this elevating
Physical
this
therapy.
credit,
Right.
and stuff. Well, I had to stop the therapy. The doctor took me off on antibiotics for 7 days
Okay.
and off my feet. So I had to cancel my therapy for this week. So anyway, I'm
Okay.
gonna set up in prayer too. But anyway, so and I know you were very excited when EK announced that on the panel. And
Well, yeah,
so-
EK is a good guy, and he
yeah, absolutely. He thinks you're amazing, like I think you're amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, but he put it on my heart. What can I do? I'm laid up here with my leg, with not doing elevated, not doing much of anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been on my heart. Said, how could I help this young man, this amazing young man? And I started to do a letter, but I talked to a couple of people that said no. Because you know local news in Las Vegas. Well, when I was active young in the community, the media was familiar with me. Locally, they said no. He needs to get someone that is knows a network producer or owner.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, I don't know. I never did go national in my community work. So I canceled the letter out. It was really a super professional letter too, but if it's not going to do you any good, it's not going to do me. I don't want to be out there. I'm not interested in being interviewed for national news. So anyway,
Yes, ma'am.
so Sherry, I know it came to my mind yesterday. I said, well, this young lady is very, from listening to her, she's out there in professional, access to professional people.
Right.
And I remember she said she was either affiliate or actually a member of the National Black Caucus. Did I remember that right?
I think so.
It's similar to that or something like that. I know there was some discussion about the pronunciation, but basically she's up there with some power people, either affiliated or a member of.
Okay.
And I was going to ask her, and now I don't have to ask her now. You could ask yourself. I'll put it on your heart to do it because you're always helping other people.
Yes, ma'am.
You're so busy helping other people, like Mr. Montgomery. That was a beautiful thing you did for him from your heart.
Yes.
And then also, Jerusha. Oh my God. You're so busy trying to think about helping other people. You got to help yourself. And I'm wondering if she knows someone, if it's a National Black Caucus, there might be someone in there that knows a network owner, a producer. At least maybe in Atlanta. Atlanta, I understand, is a strong media thing. But you need someone that can connect you in there to get the door open. And what I would suggest, now this is just me suggested now, you know what I'm saying? On my heart, the best thing I could come up for you is to get someone, Sherry or anybody she knows or anybody you know, that could contact, or you could do it yourself too tomorrow. You're smart enough to do this. I just think you haven't taken the time to help yourself. You're so busy helping everybody else. I mean, that's just my opinion, okay? But anyway, you ask for an internship
Internship. Okay.
Interns, get your foot in the door.
Right. That sounds like a good strategy.
It is. Because don't go through a reporter.
Okay.
No, go directly to a producer or owner
Okay.
and ask that you would be, and you won't get paid. Most internships are volunteer.
Right.
You don't get paid, but you get the experience, and you go out with another reporter that may assign you, I don't know, with another reporter to go out, under them and learn, or they
Right.
might give you a small little story that don't mean much and let you do it and see how you handle it. But the internship would get your foot in the door, Jamal.
Okay. I think that sounds like a great idea. I thank Mr. EK for mentioning it and putting it on your heart.
Absolutely.
And then you started working and thinking, what can you do? And I like that. Wow, that is appreciative, Miss My Dear, because you're absolutely.
I think a lot of you, Denali. You're an amazing young man. I think a lot of you.
Thank you.
And I pray so. You mentioned that, not weigh that out yourself. I won't even have to come on later and say that. Now that you know, that will get you in the door.
Right.
And they'll see how amazing you are about investigating, and you love doing it. People don't do it for the money. It's from your heart. People can tell that you love doing this.
I do love doing it.
They can see your investigative skills and your setting up debates, disputes, and issues, how you handle it. And you know how to handle it so well. Well, till somebody makes you mad, or disrespect.
Well, I do yell sometimes.
Yeah, but that's all right. You wouldn't do that on internship.
I think I'll be able to.
Well, I'm not going to take up any more time. I'm going to be listening the rest of the day.
There it is, the gold necklace. Let's go. Light up the screen. Let's do it.
Did you get my Cash App yesterday?
Yes, I did. Thank you so very much. You weren't up here yesterday.
No, I said I just wanted to just chill, and I was down. I was listening, but I wasn't. I didn't say anything.
You come up. Listen, I definitely appreciate you putting some meat on the bone. As I tell everybody, thoughts and prayers are great, but that doesn't keep the Wi-Fi on. So anybody who does help to put a little something in the kitty, help to keep the Wi-Fi and the lights on and all that great stuff like that as we continue to, build and get more people involved in the show. But you
can parachute me down tomorrow. I'm just gonna be listening as long as I can. Okay.
Okay. All right, Miss My Dear. And if Cherie comes in, I'll summon you. How about that?
Okay. If you don't feel comfortable, I'll do it.
Yeah,
man.
Absolutely. I'll get you back up.
All right then. Okay.
All right.
God bless. Bye-bye.
All right. Miss My Dear, always coming through. Mr. Christopher, you're up here. What's up with you, brother?
Man, big time, Denali. How you feel today?
I'm doing well. What's up? With you, I got to be careful. What's going on?
I just want to answer the question real quick. Hey, you remember, the dollar store, they got brooms, and then, they start running them ads on TV. They came out with them mother sucker brooms. I'm talking about them lifetime warranty brooms. And any broom that you ever got is sweet well when you first get it. Oh, it's sweet good. But you mess around and let it settle in. And that's what's happening with Kamala. Reality is setting in.
Okay.
And she's not holding up to what they thought she was. She did better when she had no policies up there. Nobody can look and say, hey, how many failed policies she really had.
Okay.
That 25,000 first-time home buyer and first generation and all that, that's a failed policy. $100 billion in the first year because 4 million Americans are going to qualify. Failed policy. We know it's a failed policy.
Well, it's a little redundant. They already have a lot of first-time home buyer situations going on. So
why is it failing? Out of curiosity, what's the failure?
What? Voltron? Is that you, Voltron? Is that Voltron?
It's me.
Yeah. Christopher, you wanna go with Voltron? He asked you what's failing about it.
The failing part about it.
I'm curious how he knows it's a failing policy before it's been implemented.
With giving out 25,000 in the form of a credit, right?
Yeah.
That means that their taxes is going to be all over the place. Number one.
What do you mean the taxes? What does that mean? Taxes all over the place?
Because it's a credit. The way I read it, and I could have read it wrong, and you correct me on it. the way that you receive this money back, or it's not like it's a big old loan office waiting downtown to give everybody a $25,000 loan. Or
The
do we
tax
both agree on
credit,
that?
just like the $50,000 new business is a tax credit.
Yeah.
So that means that you
No,
have to have $50,000 in tax liability to be able to access that 50,000. It's not a loan.
that's what I was saying. But I don't think the $50,000 startup thing. I think that's more of a deduction.
Whatever
I
no, it's a
Well,
tax credit.
so a credit, if
both
I
of them are
understanding, a
credits.
credit is money they give you. A deduction is money they take away from your
No, I
taxes.
think a tax credit means that if you have tax liability, that 50,000 will eat away at it.
No, you got it backwards.
I got it backwards.
Yes. Credit is they give you money. That's why they would do it this way. It's why it's like the child tax credit gives you money. There's not a because the tax credit goes to poor people, right? You give credits to poor people because they
How
don't
do you
normally
access the
pay taxes.
$50,000 for a new business?
Huh?
How? Well, okay, tell me. I have a business and they're going to give me a tax credit.
Correct.
How does that work?
So when you file your taxes
Yeah.
and you qualify, they give you $50,000 on your return.
No, they don't.
It's a deduction. It's a
That's what I'm
deduction.
saying. You got to have
So
tax
the question
liability
of a
to access
deduction
it.
versus credit is important. It's not
But
a
it's
deduction.
off
They
the
would call
top
it a
of your
deduction.
taxes. It's off the top of your taxes.
The
You have to have
That's a
the, hold
deduction.
on 1 second. Everybody, give me a second. You have to have tax liability to access it. Is that correct, CMB?
Yes, sir. Exactly.
That's what I thought.
No,
No.
because you
They're
guys
not
are
just
talking.
handing you
You're talking
50,000.
about a deduction versus a credit. Like they're two different things.
I know, sir, but I think you have the situation mixed up.
In what way?
One of them
They're
is
not
a
just
credit,
handing
which
you
is the
50,000.
start. The
Yes.
startup is a deduction, a $50,000 deduction. The
Right.
other
That
one
may
was
be for the business. I'm not talking about the business. I was talking about the home thing, which says credit.
Well, I'm interested in the $50,000 for new business. I thought that's how it worked.
that,
Misty,
that,
That might be a
am I right
deduction.
about
I
that?
don't
Give me
know
1
about that.
second,
That might be a
Voltron.
deduction.
Give me a second, Voltron.
that's a deduction. So
Christopher,
what
give
you
me a
would
second,
necessarily,
sir. Christopher, give me a second. Misty, am I right about that?
You're very right about that.
Okay.
For
That's
an
right.
example, since I pay a lot of taxes, when I did solar panels, they gave me a $13,600 tax credit, which lowered what I owed, but it didn't
Right.
give it to me back.
Right.
Now, if you're a person, let's say, you paid 9,000 for the whole year in tax credit or in taxes. Again, you might get something back because a part of that will get, it's like 10,000 per year, so it gets spread between 5 years. You understand? So they might get a little bit back. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, Mr.
Saying
Voltron
the
is saying
same
no.
thing I am. You know that, right?
Would you
Because
say
you're saying the same thing I am.
I am? No, I think I
Yes.
was saying something smarter than what you were saying.
No. Listen to what she said. She said that because she owed more than the credit, she didn't get the money. That's because she owes more than the credit.
Right,
If
it's a
you
tax
owe-
liability.
Listen
But
to me.
sir,
Let me finish.
but
Can I finish? Can I finish?
go ahead and then I'll tell you what
Yes.
I know
If
what you're
you
going
had
to think.
owed less than the credit, you would have gotten what you owed plus the credit. You see
No,
what I'm
you
saying?
don't
Incorrect.
get money
No.
back. It's a
That's-
credit.
That's different
You
between
Incorrect.
a
have to have
deduction and a
tax liability
credit.
to access it.
Incorrect. So, like for example, right? So, my friend, she got solar as well. She paid about 25,000 to federal last year in her taxes. Okay, she had a $9,000 solar credit. They only allowed her 4,000 of that 9,000 to roll onto her taxes, so she can claim it within 3 years. Now, she normally gets about $2,500 back, anyways, at the end of the day, because she has kids and things like that. You know what I'm saying? But they don't actually give you the money; it just lowers your tax liability.
Right. Why do people tell me if I'm wrong when I be knowing I'm right? Who is that got the picture on? Who is that? Christopher? What do you take that off? I don't what just tell me. I'm not reading that. Just tell me what you're talking about. Christopher, you're so problematic. This is the guy that wants to debate me. He thinks I'm
So-
gonna get him. He ring with him.
The
So
startup thing. The only thing I'm simply saying, the startup thing is a $50,000 deduction, way different from a credit.
So I think isn't that what we're saying? You have to have tax liability to access it. If you don't have tax liability as a business, then you can't access the $50,000. Am I going wrong there, Christopher?
I ultimately thought you were saying it was a credit, and
No, I said it. Ultimately, you have to have tax liability to be able to access it.
That is correct. Just like the solar, like my solar guy even said, hey, Misty, if you know someone that needs it, you're better off giving it because you're not going to get anything from it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
You know what I mean? It'll lower you a
Voltron is
little bit,
saying
but
no.
I have so many write-offs that, it really didn't matter which way, right? But for
Voltron is
someone that
saying
owes
no.
credit, yeah, if you don't owe credit, if you don't have any income, then it does absolutely nothing for you.
You have to have tax liability, and to have 50 grand, that's a big business.
So
hello.
she's not saying anything wrong, but what you guys are missing is that if you have a credit and the credit is refundable, they will give you the money over top. Let's say you owe $3,500 and you have a $1,500 credit, right? The $1,500 credit reduces what you owe to $2,000. Let's say you owe nothing and you have a $1,500 credit. If it's the type of credit that is refundable, you will get the money. I believe this is how the child
you do
tax
not
credit
get
works.
a check. It stays on your taxes, and you can use it with the next 3 years.
I don't.
That's why I said some of them are refundable, some of them are not. No, I'm asking. Some of them are refundable, some of them are not.
Yeah, no, it's not refundable.
You don't get it. You gotta have
Just
tax liability.
Correct. Just like solar isn't refundable. So for like my friend, even though she only had 3,000 something towards, the credit for last year, she's able now to use 3,000 the next year. Next year, solar allows 3 years. Miss Harris is allowing 5 year, but you don't actually physically get the money back just because she got money back due to the dependent and other things, if that makes sense.
To me, it makes sense. The Voltron says no. Yes.
What I'm saying is,
Are you at
anything that
55%?
ends with credit, you get it back in amount of a refund. Whether it's the child tax credit, the earned income tax credit, the school credit, anything that ends with credit, you get it in the amount of a refund. Anything ends with deduction, they subtract it away.
No, you're not going to tell people that they're going to get a check. It's not.
That's not how taxes work. Sorry.
Oh my
If
God.
it ends with a credit, you get that money back.
No, you don't.
No,
Sir, you do not.
No. What taxes are you talking about?
Taxes, Stacy. Go ahead and tell them.
It's not for all taxes, but some of them you do get as a refund. That's the child tax credit being an example.
What is your question about taxes?
No, we're talking about Harris's $50,000 tax credit. And if I'm not mistaken, you have to have liability in taxes to be able to access it. People are thinking they're going to get a check.
Well, the 50,000 is for business. That has nothing to do with the housing.
But you
You're
have to have
talking about
tax
the
liability to
25,000?
be. Huh?
Are you talking about the 25,000 credit
No,
or the
not
50,000
for the
business?
first-time home buyer, first generation. We're talking about the $50,000 tax credit for new businesses. Some people thought it was
new
a
business.
I know, but some people thought it was a loan. I'm saying that you have to have tax liability to be able to access it.
Yeah, they don't. It's not a grant that they're going to give you money so you can open up a new company. No, it's a startup tax write-off on your business. If you open a company and you, like, say you made $100,000 that year, you'll be able to write off that 50,000. I'm not quite sure how many years she posted, but I think
it's 5.
Yeah, through the 5 years. So it's a tax write-off on your tax business.
And Christopher or Voltron said that he's going to refund it.
No, they don't give you money back.
I wasn't talking about the 50,000.
No, we weren't.
I want to clarify that. I
We're
was
talking about the housing credit.
certain credits can be
Okay, so
refunded.
the housing credit is different, right?
Anything that ends with credit, you'll get it in the fund of a refund amount
not
if you
get
don't
any
owe
money.
anything.
Listen,
Sir,
you
if
guys
that
do
was
not
true,
get money. You guys don't understand how when the Congress says that they're going to give you something, they don't give you money. First of all, that's not how it
It
works.
comes off your liability.
Yeah, so the 25,000 credit is when you go for a home loan, right? And you're a first-time generational buyer, you'll get the 25,000 credit, like off of the FHA. Like say you go through FHA loan or something, they'll give you the credit for that. So
Everybody thinks it's free money. There is
yeah,
no
there's
free money.
I don't
free
mean no
money.
harm, but I'm willing to bet my next 3 months of paychecks to somebody one what you call a part-time job paycheck. Anytime, 9 times out of 10, when it ends in credit, that means it goes towards your refund if you do not owe any taxes in. If you
You
owe
want to
any
bet
taxes
somebody
in,
something?
that's how sure I am of it. That's
No,
what
sir.
the
It
EIC
stays on
is.
your tax. Sir, it stays on your taxes, and you utilize it for
What
the next
what
3 years.
That's a deduction, sir. EIC.
It's off the top. You don't get money back.
What's the EIC, sir?
That bird of his is trying to attack him, I think.
That was his bird. Oh
The
my God.
EIC is an earned income tax credit where most people get their refund. Another way is the child tax credit where people
This
also
is
get a refund from. Even though it says because they get school credits, those range from 1,000 to 4,000. And by being a school credit, it goes towards your refund if you do not owe any taxes in. Now, deduction is something totally different. If
See why
you
him
got
talking about taxes, Stacey, is so boring. Oh my God. Please.
Let me just say this. Let's make this very simple and
I
easier.
thought I was.
So the way that Harris's plan is written is spending money, right? And that's not what we want in our government to do. We'd never ever want our government to spend more of the taxpayer money. Her plan is, well, if I could give you something, you will vote for me because you think that the government's going to give you something. That's not how it
Wow.
works, right?
What a take.
So
What a take.
so the government doesn't give anybody anything for free because what they'll do is now raise your taxes or raise inflation. And that's what happened when Joe Biden got into office. When all of that legislation started going through, we printed trillions of dollars of money and the inflation went through the roof. So now when you say you're going to give a $25,000 credit on a home, your home expense will go up because then they'll just drop it down to the homeowner. So our government never gives you anything for free. I'll tell you, that's why we're $35 trillion in debt.
Can I
So if you
respond to
think
this?
that you're voting for
Can I
Ms.
respond to
Harris
this?
because
Yeah,
you're going
once
to
you
get
land the
something
plane,
for
Voltron.
free, if you think you're
This
voting
is
for Ms. Harris because you're going to get something for free, you are sadly mistaken.
All right. Okay. Who's got the echo? Nitro, what's going on, brother? Voltron, what do you want to respond to Stacey
That's
quickly?
really funny. When the administration before Harrison Biden spent double what Harrison Biden did.
That's true.
Like it's really funny when every time a
They spent
Democrat
more than
proposes-
Biden?
I'm not done. Stacey, give me a second. It's really funny how every time a Democratic proposes to do something for the American people, credit, break on your taxes, it's somehow free stuff to get your vote. But when Trump literally did a tax cut for businesses, it wasn't free stuff to get their support. It's hilarious. But yes, Trump spent double what
You
Harrison.
sure about that?
Yes. I am
Let's talk
100% sure
about
wanna
that
bet on
because
it?
Stacey has some numbers that she can tell
Yes. Yeah, sure. I've seen the numbers. I know
So-
very
so
confidently what I'm saying.
they
So
did.
when was the last time you were on the BLS report?
Oh boy. Here we go.
Yeah, that's what I
That'll
wasn't.
make me fall
No,
asleep.
enlighten me.
you. Hey,
Please tell
these
me.
guys want to claim that they know stuff. Now we have a brain in the room.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me.
No,
go
if I'm not mistaken, the last time I fact checked this, it was 8 trillion, or was it 8 trillion?
8.7
No.
trillion.
8.4
to about
trillion and
4.6.
4.8 or something?
Yep,
No.
yep, that's the correct
Yeah.
numbers.
No.
You can go to
Look at-
You can go to the
So-
Treasury,
Well,
treasury.gov.
you can go to treasury.gov, absolutely. Look at what the debt was when Donald Trump got into office. It's very
Jojo,
simple
how you
now.
doing, brother? No, I'm saying
You can't do it that way, Stacey. You
You
can't do it that way.
absolutely can.
You can't, because some of the stuff that Obama put in place is actually he
Yes.
actually reduced the deficit by 2.8 trillion. So you
No
can't
wonder
look
your
at it that
numbers
way.
are off.
Yeah.
You
Your
got to
numbers
look at
are no
you got to
wonder
look
are
at
off.
spending.
Yeah, but you can also look at the spending, the deficit, and the debt. You
No,
add
no,
all
ma'am.
three.
Yeah, the
No,
last
ma'am.
time
Yes,
we did
you
it though, it
do.
was like
No,
No,
because
ma'am.
8.4
the
to
fiscal year of the
4.2, something
president
like
doesn't
that.
start when they take office, Stacey.
Right.
The
So, like,
fiscal
if you
year
look
starts
at
I
like 8
get
months
it.
after they take
if
office.
you
Listen,
look
I get
if you
that Obama had a budget for 2020 for when
no.
Trump got into office, correct?
Yes, ma'am. But like, for example, if Trump had like a $4.6 trillion annual budget, right, from our tax revenues, he overspent every year, and the overspendage by trillions added to his total of almost 8.8. You cannot look at the deficit being dropped because there's reductions from previous presidents, and we also tried to do a deficit reduction by 10% annually. So you can't look at that. You have to look at what they actually spent. It's like balancing a budget, a book. Like just, it's
Absolutely.
pretty cut and dry.
Absolutely. So you're getting your numbers from where, Misty?
I
Then we
look
looked at
at
Treasury from. I know we
yeah.
did this, and Trump. I mean, it was 8.4 to 4.2, something like that, but it was almost double what Trump spent versus.
Yeah.
It was double.
Now, here's the thing with Biden, though, what people don't realize, a couple things that he did is going to increase the deficit by about 2.4 trillion, which is not counted in his numbers in the next 6 years. You understand? Because we have to make payments and everything else on projected spending. So there's a lot of people that won't look at that. So to be honest, at the end of the day, when you cut his numbers, I guarantee a lot of people aren't going to add that on top. You understand? So that's why you kind of got to look at annual budget spending per year, per quarter to get real numbers.
If you want to
And
be,
so
if that's the case, Missy,
per
which
the
is a good point,
OMB, so
then we
per
have
the
to add Trump's tax
OMB
cuts, which are still active.
hold
That
on.
would be true, which is 1.9 trillion if you wanted to do it that way. That's why I rather do cut and dry. His tax cut thus far is close to 2 trillion costing us. Okay. So, and no, that's not added into his numbers, but it's best to just look at what a person spends over the budget yearly. That's the fairest way.
Double.
I'm interested in
But he
hearing
did get a
what
bigger
Miss
hit.
Stacy says.
He got a bigger hit.
She's
with
not going to
C19.
interrupt you, but I am.
Well, hang on, CMB. We did it, and it came out to that Trump has spent double what Biden did.
That's absolutely false.
Yes,
What?
can you please let her
100%
talk?
False.
No, it's not.
No, man.
Listen, you
Listen, guys, listen.
Listen, Denali.
Mute
you
up
don't
and listen
want
to
me
this.
to get my computer out and get my screen going.
I don't.
I'm telling you right now, you are absolutely false.
I don't think
Joe Biden is on the trajectory to spend
You-
three
you can
times
say-
more
you can say
than
the
Donald
truth.
Trump.
You're just making
you
things
can
up,
say.
Stacey. I'm
you
sorry.
can
You're
say.
making
Give me a
things
second,
up.
Voltron.
Stacy doesn't make things up, so
CMB,
don't
give me a
accuse
second.
people of
Give me a
shit.
second.
Just make that up.
Hang on. She said the trajectory, meaning at the end of the day, but the numbers, the raw numbers, are that Trump spent at this
No.
point. What,
Correct. Kind of like
No,
Denali,
it's
Obama,
not
right?
true.
Do you know Obama, Denali? You know how he had to do that big bailout, right?
right?
A lot of people, yeah, exactly. So a lot of people say, look how much money he spent on that bailout. What most people don't know, do you know that we made actually almost close to 700 billion? Because that was a loan. So not only did all that money get paid back that Obama spent, but we made money off of that deal. Yeah, but people don't care to look at that stuff.
Misty, how much was the Inflation Reduction Act?
Oh, it was up there.
How much?
Oh,
How much was
7.9
the
trillion.
infrastructure
It was a
bill?
lot.
It was
How
about
much was the
1.9
CHIPS
trillion.
Act? How
No,
much was
but-
the American Rescue
lot.
Plan?
no, I understand, but you understand we're
I'm
getting
speaking.
revenue. We're getting
Hello?
revenue back from
Hold
that,
on.
ma'am.
Yes.
I want
Yo,
you,
you guys
listen to
can.
me for
Is there
2
any way we
seconds.
could let Stacy talk for a
CMB,
minute so I can
need-
hear what she's saying?
But CMB, she's wrong with the end game
I am
numbers.
not
Regardless,
wrong.
give her a
Trust
chance to
you me.
talk.
I know it.
Okay, this is my question, State. When you say trajectory, what do you mean?
He's on the path of spending more money. He spent more money than Donald Trump. You can look
is
at the
that money gonna
numbers
take
to
shape?
Treasury.
When is that money going to take shape?
When is what?
When is that money going to take shape? Meaning, when is it going to be on his record?
Well, each year he has a deficit. So this year, 2024 hasn't come out yet, but each year he has surpassed Donald Trump.
No, ma'am,
And
because
so,
here's
Gotta go get it.
Misty,
Oh,
Misty, again,
Stacey. With
I'm
all due
asking
respect,
you all
those
of the
those
bills that I just told
ma'am.
you, how much are each one of them?
Why are
If
you
we
adding
did that,
individual bills without looking at revenue,
well,
Stacey?
not
That's
only
not how
that,
it
yeah.
works.
For example, Stacey,
Obviously, you
I
have to
look at.
look at the revenue that you bring in as well.
But for example, you said trajectory, right? So example
I'm not
again,
talking about
Trump's
the
tax.
revenue. I'm talking about
Trump,
spending.
I
We are
understand, but
talking about spending.
we have an annual budget of almost 4.7
Yes,
trillion. Do you understand?
we have
So Trump's
mandatory
tax
spending.
plan, if we added the 2 trillion, that would make him at over 10 trillion in spending if you wanted to
Yes.
play it that way, right? So we don't do it that way. But his influence, the different acts that Biden's doing is creating and generating jobs, which therefore will give us tax revenue. So you can't, you have to slice and dice that number, but you cannot foresee nor
We're,
project.
so
You can't do it
again,
that way.
Is the
all right, listen to
revenue
me very
minus
clearly.
spending. That's what the deficit
Listen,
is.
listen, I know what all of this is. I do this every single day on this app. I debate economics every single day. For 2 years, I've been doing this. I do base
where's
it on
JoJo
supply.
Coco? Let's get JoJo Coco up here. Where is he at?
So I do supply
JoJo Coco,
economics
come on up.
every single day on this app. And we go back and forth on who spent more
Well,
under
what are the
their
numbers?
presidency.
I'm gonna
Right?
open a calculator. Tell me the numbers, Stacey. You got them then. Let's find out the numbers because instead of arguing back and forth, Missy, let her get the numbers out. I want to hear this.
Coco? Are you introducing Coco?
No. He said he said he's got. Voltron says he has his numbers. I guess he wants you to get your computer. I guess we're going to have a number.
Mr. Denali, you want me to get my computer out for you? I
Mr.
know it's bored the shit out of
Mr.
you.
Voltron is challenging you to get the
Stacey, that's
numbers.
great.
Yeah, Stacey,
I've
you're
never
going to
heard
need
before.
to because until
I
they
wanna see
see
the
it,
numbers.
they're not going to believe it.
Okay, hold on. Let me get my computer.
Hey, Denali,
Mr.
Yeah.
Are you
can
up
you
for
hook
this,
me up with
Mr.
a
Denali?
parachute
I'm
real quick and I'll be
absolutely up for
back?
this. What's that?
Okay, hold on.
Can you hook me up with a parachute and I'll be back?
All right, sir. Tell that bird to be
Thanks.
quiet. Joe,
Denali,
hey, Misty, she's in the pool. How you doing?
yeah,
Dear?
I'm gonna
Looking good,
get off
Misty.
because I'm just gonna go in my spa, all right? And
Okay.
I have my earbuds on. I'll listen
All
down
right.
below for a little bit, okay?
Hey,
Okay.
Misty.
Thank
All right.
you.
I'll
Hey,
see you
Misty.
later.
Thanks. Hey,
Bye.
I'll see you. Bye.
Stacy, this is JoJo. The only reason Denali brought me up, because I was under the impression that fiscal year 24 ended last month and we're spending 2025 money now.
I don't know if she's listening. Is she listening? Because she went to get a computer.
Okay.
How about you? Because you're good. I gotta dig through it. I mean, I mean, usually I don't like to dive deep like this, but we'll do it because Stacy and Voltron seem to be wanting to have the numbers off. So Voltron's got his computer and his calculator. Stacy's getting her computer. So we'll just go ahead and do it one final time. And then
All right.
we'll get
Add up her
it.
numbers and check them. She says she's got numbers. I'm willing to listen.
Yeah,
She
I know
sounds
you are.
very intelligent, so let's listen to what she has to say.
I know you. I know you're chomping at the bit, Mr. Voltron. I should
So,
tell.
Mr. D,
I should sell tickets to this. What's that, Mr. Coco?
We need to have an offline conversation about you bringing me in as one of your producers.
Okay, all right, that's not a problem. We need some good fact checkers, and your voice is amazing on the show.
You know that's what I do.
Yes, I do. You came up with the you got that Proposition 2 in California like that, and we debunked that lady when she came up talking about that. So we
Hey,
definitely
yo.
will. Absolutely.
Hey Jojo, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good to see
Yo,
you.
how you doing?
Hey Christopher, I'm good.
Good to see you.
Hey, beautiful. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for my necklace.
Yeah, thank you, Christopher, for giving Miss Yo-Yo a beautiful necklace.
I heard something so extra.
My
in your-
computer's going to take a hot minute here.
We got plenty time. Not
What you
plenty
say,
time.
Christopher?
Where did a Misty go?
Misty's listening. She was getting out of her pool and going into her spa.
Okay.
She's listening. What did you hear my voice, Christopher?
Nothing.
Don't start, okay?
I'm not.
Good.
I'm like Eddie Murphy and Coming to America. I'm just happy to be here.
Did you say that? I'm just happy to be here. Is that a line in Coming to America? Is that a line in Coming to? I don't remember that line. I'm happy to be here. He said that in Coming to America, Christopher? Christopher?
I paraphrase, but yes.
You paraphrase a movie line?
Say what now? Say that
Did
again.
you say you paraphrase a movie line?
It had cussing in it. I mean, you know,
What state are you in again, Christopher?
I'm in the deep south. I'm in Mississippi. You my homeboy, Denali.
I'm not from the South, so I'm not your homeboy.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you was.
No. Do I sound like I'm from Mississippi?
Nah, you sound geeky like you from Georgia.
Excuse me?
Like a Georgia. Somebody from Georgia.
No, he doesn't.
Get out of here.
Mary Ash from Georgia.
Okay.
You saying I sound like I'm from Georgia. That's what you hear? See, that's why you don't deserve to even ask me to debate you, because it wouldn't
Now
be
you don't.
fair. That's what you get from me, is that I sound like I'm from Georgia? Are you kidding me right now?
Did you just hear her the way you just said Georgia?
Georgia. How do you say Georgia, country guy?
You heard me.
Mr. Denali's code switching on us.
So if I prove to the panel
Okay.
that
hang on
Joe
1 second,
Biden
Stacey.
has spent more than Donald Trump, who's voting for Trump?
Stacey, hang on 1 second. This is not horse trading. Voltron has his numbers. I assume he wants you to he's going to calculate the numbers.
Okay, Voltron, turn your screen on. I got mine on.
Well, he's got his calculator. Do you have the numbers that each of them spent?
Yeah, he needs to have his screen on.
Is there
No,
a
no,
badge?
I'm actually just
Is there
using a
badge?
calculator. I'm literally going to add up your numbers
No,
and see what
you're
you're
going
talking
to
about.
put your screen on and come on the same exact site that I'm on, the treasury.gov, and you're going to prove me wrong. So turn your screen on.
I don't think I've ever done that.
Hang on a second. Let me.
You've
Stacey,
never done that?
Stacey, this
No.
is JoJo. May I ask you a quick question now that you're back on?
Sure.
I was under the impression that fiscal year 24 ended last month, and we are now spending 2025 budget. Is that not correct?
That is correct. It ends in October.
I asked Stacey that.
Absolutely. Goes from October to the next year, correct?
Okay, so Biden's
that would be
spending
the
for
same
24
as
should be
Obama.
closed out, correct?
Say again?
Biden's spending for 24 should be closed out. I mean,
It
less
should
than
be,
reconciliation, and I
Right
understand that.
now, let's see if it's showing up on the BLS report. I could go to the OMB,
But okay,
the spending.
and I'm just asking for clarification. That's all. All right.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
don't think I have live
Okay.
access. So I just tried to hit the camera button and it said no. But I'm not challenging your numbers, Stacey. I want to add them up to see if you're adding the same thing I'm adding up.
Okay, so
Okay.
this is the spending numbers.
Yeah, I'm on the exact same page you're on.
Okay, so we're gonna go 2017,
Mm-hmm.
4.95.
That's the expenditures?
This is spending, total
Okay.
spending.
Right.
This is the whole fiscal year. Fiscal, I always say that name wrong. And then 2018 is 4.99.
Hold up. Give me 1 second.
This is trillion.
What was the
Yep,
first number?
This is trillion.
What was the first number?
2017,
Mm-hmm. How much was it?
18, 4.95.
And the second number?
4.99, 5.31, 7.72. Joe Biden, 7.62, 6.48, 6.13. 2024 will be probably roughly around 6, if not 6.5.
Okay.
So add those up. Who spent more?
Okay.
Joe Biden. Now
So
you can
Stacey-
go and you can vote for Trump.
Stacey, can I ask
But
you a
now,
question?
how about
Stacey,
this? This
Stacey,
is
can I ask you a
even
question?
more
Stacey,
concerning.
can you pause for a second,
is
Stacey?
this.
Can you pause for a second? I want to ask you a
Absolutely.
question. I want to ask you one question.
Go ahead. You can ask me as many questions as you want, honey.
So you know that almost every year the United States spends more money in general as we grow as a country with more people, right?
Absolutely.
So when you look at what a president quote unquote spends, way they do that calculation is they compare the expenditures plus the intake of money. Because the intake minus the expenditure is what's known as the deficit. And they compare the deficits between the two parties, the numbers.
Absolutely. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you on my screen right now, right?
Okay.
So this is through the years of all of our debt. Okay. This little dip that comes right down here was the Clinton years, right? We had a little bit of he
had a surplus for a couple years,
down,
yes,
right?
I understand. Okay.
So, and then this is, then Bush, and then, getting out of the house. And then we just went parabolic in spending.
Correct.
Right? But you look, this is what I look for. I look for who runs the purse in government, right? Because the only time that the president actually spends is the budget, right? So the president can, say that he wants to do certain policies, and then Congress has to enact those policies, correct?
Of course they do, yes.
All right. So under Donald Trump, he enacted, certain policies that, like he beefed up the military. He did his tax cuts. He did a couple of other bigger bills that cost us money, right? But those bills generated revenue, right? They didn't spend money that wasn't going to generate money. So
how does a tax cut generate money, Stacey?
Oh, it brought in billions of dollars. It absolutely
How does a tax cut
generate
money?
I'm going to explain it to you, right? So now you cut me off and I lost my train of thought. So you always want to pass legislation that's going to generate revenue, right? Like the infrastructure bill, like the CHIPS Act, like a bill that's going to generate employment, businesses, or employ more people. You never want to pass legislation that's not going to have a return on your money per se, right? I mean, I think we all know how to write checkbooks. So we never want to spend more of our debt that we can't pay off. And that's what our government does. So they spend these massive $1 trillion appropriation bills every year. And so Republicans say, hey, wait a second, we're not passing this because it's costing the taxpayer trillions of dollars. They're very conservative. Where the Democrats are like, wait, we want to spend all of this money because we need to fund, free schooling, we need to fund healthcare, we need to fund whatever, XYZ, right? So if you look at under every president, Republicans have held the purse. That's when the debt starts going down, because that's when they start being conservative and say, all right, we're not spending any more of this money, we're halting it. So now you can see right here through the entire years of spending, our government has gotten to $35 trillion.
Stacey,
so now,
in the first 2 years of Trump, who held the House and the Senate?
That was Republicans.
Okay.
And the last 2 years were Democrats. And the first 2 years of Joe Biden
in the last 2 years it's been divided.
Well, it was Pelosi, Democrat, ran House. And she ran shit. So
yeah, but the House can't pass the budget by itself. It needs the Senate too.
That entire
yeah, I get it, but I'm not. Let's not get into the Pelosi thing. My point is, it went Republican House and Senate, and then divided. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and in the first 2 years of Biden, was it divided?
It was Democrats.
It was Pelosi. Democrats have the House?
Pelosi ran the House for the first 2 years of Joe Biden.
And who ran the Senate?
Schumer.
You sure about that? Because I could have sworn the Senate was held by the Republicans in the first 2 years of Biden.
The Senate, I'm not sure. I have to look it up.
Yeah, I would double check that. But my point is,
I thought it was like 47, and then like 3 independents, wasn't it? And they voted.
Yeah, I mean the Senate makes bills, but they don't do
It was
the
47-3, I think.
House
And
does.
then what's the name was divide
Chuck,
the
Chuck
side.
Schumer took over the same time as Biden did.
But it
Okay,
was
so let me-
47 and it was 3 independents, I'm saying.
Okay, so there was a
Hang on
tiebreaker.
second, Voltron. What's going on with the numbers? Are we right, wrong?
Okay,
What's up?
so my question is, Stacey, how come you're not including the spending? You're just looking at the revenue.
No, this is the spending right here. I showed you the spending. Now this
you're
is
doing
the
it
debt.
in total debt. I'm talking about you did a year by year breakdown of their individual spending,
President.
but you didn't do the
Revenue.
the revenue that was coming in year by
Yeah,
year.
so the revenue, and you could see that the tax cuts went into effect when 2018, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the tax cuts started being implemented when we got out of we're still under the same tax plan, right? So now
Correct.
you can see the revenue that we brought in from the tax cuts alone, because you can look at the businesses that opened up in the past few years. I think the numbers were, the last time I think I looked was like 200,000 new companies opened up. So right here is the revenue, right? We don't bring in enough revenue, so we're always in a
Right.
deficit.
Right.
Cool.
Right?
Now, this is important,
Because-
Stacey. Stop, Stacey. That's all I wanted to ask you. Now I need you to do me a favor and tell me, when you compare the spending plus revenue for Trump's 4 years versus Biden's 4 years, who has a larger deficit in those 4 years?
Well, you have
That's
to
what
do
they're
the
talking about when they
numbers.
talk about deficit spending.
Yeah, so you look at the numbers. So in 2017, it was 4.12. 2018 was 4.48. 2019 was 4.44. 2020 was 4.3. And then
Correct.
Joe Biden, 4.52. This is when the tax cuts came into effect, and it started generating more revenue.
The tax
right?
cuts were in 18. Why are you including them for Biden's years? The tax cuts have been
Because
part
they
of the
don't
whole thing.
fully go in effect until after the years that it comes into. Then right here, when we got the pandemic, we were in a real bad situation because of the pandemic, right?
Correct.
So we weren't generating enough revenue in 2020 and 2021 because of the pandemic. So the taxes and everything else to bring in revenue started bumping up under Joe Biden, right?
Oh,
we
you
were
sure it's
at
not Joe Biden's
9%.
policy?
Yeah, we were at a 9% inflation in 2022.
I know that.
Okay.
Voltron,
it
may I
just-
ask to look at this
Let
another
me
way?
show you the number.
If you can,
Let me show you
Stacey.
the unemployment numbers.
What's
Well,
that?
hold on.
Jojo?
No,
I think I'm on
I'm
your
trying
side.
to
I
get to
said
the fact that
That's
one thing.
Jojo, what are you asking?
Yeah, go ahead, Jojo.
3 numbers I would like to see. What was the total deficit in 2016, 2020, and 2024? Okay, can you provide the total deficit at the end of each of those administrations?
The total deficit. Do you mean you add up the 4 years together?
No, I mean, the deficit's cumulative, correct, Stacey, in the numbers
the
that you're
debt
looking
is
at?
Cumulative. Stop. The debt is cumulative. The
That's what I mean.
The difference between what you
the
took
debt.
in
I'm sorry,
fiscal
not
years-
deficit. The debt.
The debt.
Okay.
Yes.
The debt in 2016, 20, and 24.
So per the BLS, and we can argue this, you can't really argue it, but they lost 800,000 jobs, right? Somehow, some way, the numbers weren't being calculated correctly.
That's a
And
revisement
this
down.
is-
Why are you?
yeah,
that's
this
not what he
falls-
asked, though.
Hold on, honey. This falls back on Yellen. And I have to say that Miss Yellen is 90 years old. She needs to retire because she's been under oath quite a few times asking about the numbers, and she don't kind of know what's going on. So we need definitely a new secretary.
Isn't Powell the current head of what? Why are you bringing up Yellen?
Powell is the Fed. He's the
Right.
printing of the money and the interest rates. Yellen is the Treasury of the United States. She does the books in the banking of our money. So she was just under oath, and they were questioning her to death, like, what is going on with the numbers? And she's just kind of like in the mix of nowhere. We lose billions and billions of dollars constantly because they can't keep track of the money. They do
What do you mean?
horrible with the accounting of the Treasury of the United
since
States.
2021, Janet Yellen.
Yes,
You mean
it's so bad.
What money are we losing? You talk about rounding errors?
Yes, we are losing billions and billions of dollars per the
Yeah,
Treasury.
we have a 4.6 trillion dollar budget. I'm surprised it's probably rounding errors, honestly.
Yeah, so
Billions could be
we
rounding errors
definitely
and that
need a
kind of
new
thing.
Treasury lady for sure.
Sure, but
So I mean, we're comparing, who had the greatest job numbers,
no,
and
we were still talking about the deficit spending. Like we haven't left that point.
oh,
All I'm
okay.
saying
Well,
to
I
you
thought you were
is,
talking about the
Stacey, all I'm
employment.
saying is, right? All you did was say that Joe Biden spent more money. Yes, he did. In fact, the next 4 years, whoever president is going to spend more money because that's the way our economy works. That's
No,
not the
that is
point.
not how the economy
Yes,
works,
it is
Voltron.
how the
That's the
economy
misnomer
works.
that you have. We spend mandatory and discretionary spending every
I know
single
that.
year. That's a given. That's
I know
Social
that.
Security, that's interest, that's military, that's the
Yep.
whole top of the board. We
Yep.
have to do that, right?
Yeah, we
Now,
do.
anything over that is extra. We should not be spending more than we generate. Now,
We
our
always
government
do.
knows,
We have done it
Tron,
for all but
listen
like
to me,
3
honey.
years.
Listen to me for a second. The government knows that we only generate a certain amount of money every single year. You
Correct.
saw it, right? You saw
Correct.
the numbers. It's roughly between $4 and $5 trillion.
You're right.
Now, if our government sits back and says, well, we just spent $18 trillion, we only brought in $8 trillion, you know that you're always going to be in debt. You will just keep going
Yes.
into debt.
It's designed
And
to work
that is
that way.
what our government keeps doing, and you
It's
keep missing
designed to
them.
work that way.
Huh?
That's on purpose.
No, it's not.
It is.
Do you know who owns most of our money?
We do, actually.
Yeah, and how much of the interest do we pay?
A lot.
Exactly,
It's
we're
actually
paying
the interest is larger than the
$98,000 a
the
minute
interest
in
is in
interest,
trillions right now. I know that.
right? And I'm going to show you where you
purpose,
can
Stacey.
actually find all of this information.
Stacey,
Right
I
here.
understand. I agree with you. You're not saying anything wrong. What I'm telling you is it's designed to work that way.
No, it is not.
Yes,
It is not supposed to work
Yes,
that
it
way.
is.
We are
In
not
fact, you know
allowed
how
to
I know, Stacey?
Voltron,
Stacey, you know
listen
why
to
I
me.
know
You
it's
are
designed to
not
work that way?
allowed to let the government spend more money. Why do you want the
Stacey,
government to overtax you to spend money? That is
Actually,
insane.
Stacey, the government has lowered taxes comparatively to what it was like in the 50s, 60s, and 30s and 40s. We actually tax less. Now that
So then
the-
it was a great thing that Donald Trump did the taxes?
no, actually, it's what created a lot of our issues when it comes to our
all
revenue.
right.
But that's not
Now
the point.
you're all over
Stacey,
the place, bro.
Stacey, I'm not over it. I'm trying to explain something to you.
You're
I'm-
trying to convince people that I don't know if you're a Harris supporter. I have no idea, but
Stacey,
I think
can
you're
I-
trying
can
to
I answer
convince
something? Can I say
something.
something without you
I
cutting
think
off for a
you're
second?
trying to convince people that you are correct when you
I'm-
are 100% wrong.
I'm not trying to convince people I'm correct. I'm trying to
Do
explain
you know
something to
what
you.
this is?
Can-
Do you know
Stacey, can
what
I say
this
something?
is? Voltron,
Stacey,
do
can I
you know
say
what
something?
this is right here?
Stacey, pause for a second. Can you just pause for a second?
Yes.
I'm trying to say nothing you said is wrong. We do run a deficit. We've run a deficit for all but I think 3 years of our history of having since we instituted the income tax. But what I'm trying to tell you is this monetary policy, known as Keynesian monetary policy, is on purpose. The reason that both parties do this, and if you notice, no matter who is president, our debt has gone up every single year except for Clinton, right? Is because both parties are okay
Thank
with
you
deficit
for the
spending.
heart. Follow and get the hearts up. Let's go.
Okay? Because the
Yeah.
way the United States economy works is as long as it keeps growing, it doesn't actually matter. That's what people don't understand. Now, you may disagree
So
with me.
wait. So now it's okay that he spent more?
I'm not, first of all, I never said
No,
that the
because
problem.
earlier
Stop.
it wasn't okay. And you said you didn't say more.
Listen to me carefully. I never
Exactly.
said
I'm trying to
that my
understand.
issue.
I'm not trying to be funny.
I'm responding, yes. I never said that my issue was that Trump spent money. My issue was
Yes, you did.
that Stacey
I had to
was
pull my
complaining
computer
about
out for this.
Harris's policies.
You made me pull my computer out for this, bro.
Yes, because
So
Trump
yes, you
spent
did.
more than Biden on deficit.
But he
He
didn't.
spent more
I proved
deficit
you
spending.
wrong.
He spent more than the
proved
revenue.
you wrong.
You did not prove me wrong.
Yes, she
That's
did.
not what you did. Stacey,
Oh my God,
we're
you
talking
better
about
drop out of the
deficit
box, bro.
spending.
Before,
You need
okay,
to take a
I don't
nap.
understand all of this, but before you said Biden, that Trump spent more, and now she
He
just
did
showed that
spend
Biden
more.
spent more. So
Compared
which
to
one
what
is
he
it?
took
Which
in
one is
revenue,
it, Voltron?
yes.
Who spent more? Explain to me. Who just spent more? I'm confused.
Okay.
Joe Biden. Joe Biden has spent way more money. He
Do you
printed
understand what deficit
trillions
spending
of
is?
dollars. He printed trillions of dollars.
And Wendy, I'm not lacking knowledge. He literally said that he spent more, and now he's saying he's not. So Wendy, you're lacking
That's
knowledge.
not. I've never said.
And
Oh my
like I
God.
said before, Wendy, shut up or come up.
Yo,
I'm tired of you talking smack in the
Could we
comments
calm for a
every day.
second? Listen what I'm trying to say. Stacey is looking at spending
Voltron
without
is
looking at
all
revenue.
over the place.
Stacey
Okay.
is looking at spending without looking at revenue. The way
I
you
showed
check,
you revenue and spending. I showed you the entire thing, Voltron. What are you talking about, bro?
okay, add up the
you
4
not
years of
understanding?
Trump spending minus
not
the revenue,
understanding
and
what
tell
I'm
me
putting
which is the
down?
bigger number. Which is the bigger number when you subtract the spending from the revenue? Which has a higher deficit? That's what we've been talking about. Deficit spending. That's what thing. That's how it's
I
calculated.
just showed you the revenue that came in, right? I showed you the revenue that came
And
in.
Clay Johnson, you can come up too. Whoever said, yo, shut up and listen, you can come up and get it too.
Right? What I've been trying to say is the spending, the whole spending argument starts because the Democrat tries to pass a policy that tries to have the government either give credit or spend money on people. And the word is we spend too much money. We spend too much money. But every single time a Republican is president, they spend more than they take in to a greater extent. They spend larger deficit spending. This has been the case. When you look at the deficit spending under Trump, he took in $8.4 trillion less than he spent. Biden has taken in $4.6 trillion less than he spent.
Voltron, why? We were in a pandemic. I showed you the pandemic numbers.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Wait a minute, stop. Biden also dealt with that same pandemic.
Oh my God.
The pandemic
For the
extended
love of
to
God.
Biden's presidency too.
Voltron, when did people start going back to work?
Around 2020, late 2020.
Exactly. So
But
when
you think the pandemic was
hold
over
on,
when people started
hold
going back
on,
to work?
Because I think you love hearing yourself talk.
Stacey, you think the pandemic was
I
over when
think
people
that
started
you
going
like
back to
to
work?
convince yourself that Donald Trump
was the
did something
pandemic
bad
over
instead
when
of
people started going back
understanding
to
what
work?
happened.
Stacey, was the
Voltron.
pandemic over when people started going back to
Voltron,
work?
listen to yourself.
Was the
When did you
pandemic
start
over
going
when
back
people
to
started
work?
going back to work?
Oh, you guys are putting me to sleep.
Yeah, because he's not trying to
Everybody, please
understand
tap the
anything.
screen. Everyone, please tap the screen. Thank
We
you.
only had one government shutdown. That was in 2020. We did not have it in 2021.
Let me show him the
Can I go
numbers
back to my
again.
original point real quick?
I don't know. I think I fell asleep in my own show.
Yeah. Stretch a
I
little
just
bit,
feel like the
Denali. Stretch a
goalpost
little
just
bit,
keeps
brother.
moving. That's just how I feel.
Because
Jojo Coco, who's right?
I think Voltron wants to think that he's
Okay,
correct.
Jojo, you can't follow either.
No, I know,
Well,
and I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something Voltron doesn't want to hear.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's what I'm saying. What?
Okay.
Say it.
So I listened to you, Voltron, and to Stacey, and to me, the real metric is debt to GDP ratio, and they calculate that every year. And during the Trump administration, much to my chagrin as a Democrat, it was lower, somewhere between 104 and 107%. All right. Now in 2020, it did balloon because of COVID up to 129, but Biden has consistently been 120, 119, and 122%. Stacey is correct. Biden has spent more.
Well,
I can even show you
At the end of it.
immigration bills.
Those are
I can
facts.
show
I
you-
don't
You're
like them, but those are
comparing-
facts.
You're comparing
Listen,
total
I can
debt
show
to
you the
GDP
actual
after another
bills.
person raised the debt on them. You just said it
Voltron.
ballooned in 2020, and that's the total debt. How can you give the total
This is the
debt
debt
to
to
GDP?
GDP ratio.
Right. But the
debt to
debt is
revenue
accumulated
ratio.
from all the presidents. It's not just Biden's debt. It's all of the debt.
It's calculated every year, sir.
It's every year.
But it's not
Voltron, just take the
right.
L
But the
and say
debt is
okay.
not. Yeah, it's calculated every year. But
Just
the
take the
debt
L.
isn't separate.
Voltron,
every
we
year.
got to take the L on this one, brother.
Just take the L, Voltron, and say okay.
He's not going to do it. He's very
Jesus
stubborn.
Christ.
All right.
Not only am I stubborn, I also understand what debt is.
Okay,
what
but
about
you
the
got two.
deficit to
Both of them are
GDP?
telling you you're wrong. Both of them.
What about the deficit to GDP? The deficit is a yearly count. The debt is
Voltron, do you want me to go to
Denali,
sleep?
make a call. Jeez.
Do you want me to go to sleep, Voltron?
Mr. D, drop me down for a bit. I got some stuff to do. I'll be back up later.
Okay, all right.
So,
Bye, JoJo.
So what I think he wants to say, and he's fighting it tooth and nail, he's really fighting it, that he thinks that Joe Biden has done better in the economy, right? I think he wants to project out to the people for some reason that because he wants to vote for Miss Harris to prove that she's done better. They have not done better in this economy. They did come out of a pandemic, we're going to say that. But the jobs and the inflation is not reflecting that, right? And that's why they keep fudging the numbers and they're losing job numbers and everything else because they want the American people.
They had a
Voltron,
revision.
hold
Do you know
on.
they have revisions every
Voltron,
year?
Hold on.
All right, okay, Voltron. I think.
Oh, come on.
I think. What I mean, what do you want me to say? You're losing.
It's
You don't
the
think-
statement about fudging the numbers. Like they control the numbers that are put out by the same agency that puts the numbers out every
Lost
year.
the numbers, Voltron. There
You
is no
think, so you think
denying
Biden's
it.
controlling the numbers?
No, the Treasury. What are you
Okay, so
talking about?
why is the Treasury fudging the numbers?
Oh my God.
This is so boring.
Yeah.
What do you want to
I
talk
yell
about?
at somebody.
You can move on.
Somebody
We can
think
move
you
on.
yell at them. That's exciting. This here is like watching
What do you want me
Patriots.
to? What do you want me to make it exciting for you, Denali?
Let's move on to something else.
Nothing. I mean, listen. Don't tell me that, okay? Don't tell me that, okay? Don't tell me that, all right? Let's not go there, Stacy. I'm trying to. Anyway, let's get off of
Let's
that.
just say that the Biden-Harris Bidenomics is not working, and
This
it
is
will
watching
not
paint
work
dry.
under the Harris
The
The
regime.
largest sustained job growth in history.
Okay.
We hit 3.4.
Oh
we
my
hit
God.
3.4,
Voltron.
5%
Okay,
unemployment.
Voltron.
I'm not going to
Take
argue it.
the
I'll let it go.
Voltron.
I'll
Do
let
you
it
know?
go.
How old are you, Voltron?
44.
So you know the word. You know when to say uncle, right?
I'm letting it go.
Okay, good.
Voltron, are you a Taurus? Voltron, are you a Taurus?
Now, he's an Aries.
I don't believe
No,
in any of that
Tauruses are
stuff.
stubborn.
It's not
Jesus.
about
First of
believing
all,
that
what.
too.
First of all, I'm a Libra, and I don't believe in any of that stuff.
Denali, this is boring. What do you
It's
want to
so
talk
boring. I
about?
was letting it go, and I was
So-
like, "What am
What
I
do you
doing?
wanna
Why am I
talk
sitting
about?
here?"
So
What
can
do
I
you
get the
talk
rest of my
about?
2 minutes that I was cut off from earlier?
No, because you're problematic because you want to debate me, and you don't have the guts, and you don't need to debate me. Be quiet.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the question that I was answering. that,
What's your
you know,
question? Because your question is so important. It was boring too. What is it?
No, I was answering that her
What's
policy
your
has
question?
failed.
You can't even get it out.
No, I was answering your question, sir. You had to post it in
Oh,
the
you're talking
back.
about why is it? Okay, Stacey, answer the question. Why isn't VP Harris up by more, considering she's going up against a 34-time convicted felon, a guy who says anything that comes to his head and all the stuff like that? Shouldn't she be up by more, considering that everybody says she's the most qualified ever?
No, because she has proven that she can't govern under VP Biden. So Biden has been half asleep his entire 4 years. So she's been trying to step it up. She's supposed to go to all these countries and find out what's going on with the migrant crisis. She failed at that. She was supposed to go to Ukraine and talk with Zelensky. She failed at that. She was supposed to talk to Netanyahu. She failed at that. So she has absolutely no foreign skills whatsoever. And the economy is shit, and we all know that, even though they like to tout that it's such a great economy. People are still feeling the struggle of, higher gas prices, higher electricity, higher food, all across the board, higher everything. So people are voting on the economy. People are voting on the border. People are voting on the safeness of our country, not going into a war 3. So she has not proven, along with Biden and the Democrat Party, to move our country into a better economic stability of safety. That's just
Voltron,
facts.
do you have a rebuttal to that?
The reason she's not up, in my opinion, is the same reason.
I think you got dog walked by Stacey.
Well, can I answer?
No. I'm saying on the previous debate, would you concede that?
No, not at all. She's wrong.
What do you mean?
Oh my God.
It's okay. It's fine.
I'm wrong.
It's really hard to have these conversations on TikTok because like people confuse terms. Like we're confusing deficit and debt quite often, but it's okay. We left that topic. To answer your question, honestly, I think the reason that Trump has so much success is because he appeals to the worst in people. He appeals to an anti-immigrant vibe. He singles out groups for, he tells people what's wrong, and anger is a much more powerful emotion than hope. So he is like an airing of grievances. So I think a lot of people like Trump because they're upset with something. And that's why there's a lot of positive. And also, I mean, the country's pretty misogynistic. So a lot of people aren't voting. I hear a lot of people.
You think a lot of men hate women?
No, I think a lot of men will say things like, I don't know if Harris can go talk to people in Saudi Arabia, which is nonsensical, but they believe things like that. It's not like people.
But I mean, how do we know she can do it?
How do you know that Trump can do it?
Well, he was
He
president
already
before.
did it for 4 years.
Right, and he was an awful president. He did terrible things. So this is my whole point. Like, Trump is literally one of the worst presidents of the 20th century. I, in fact, can't think of a worse president than Trump. But people give him a lot of credit because, he's happened to be
Voltron, name one policy that was bad under Trump.
Oh, the child separation policy was the worst thing he'd ever did.
Oh, for 3 months he separated children for sex trafficking. You want to
that's what he
complain
tells
about that
you.
one?
That's what he
let's
tells
talk
you.
about it.
What he actually did was he took the idea that you crossed the border and made it a misdemeanor, which it is, but he decided to enforce that misdemeanor. So any family that crossed over and tried to claim asylum, he took the family and separated from the children.
You
he did
sure
this
about that?
Some 6,500 children.
You sure about that?
Oh my God.
You don't want me to dog walk you on the border?
You're not going to dog walk me. You're going to lie.
You want to bet on it?
I've already done plenty of research on
You
it.
want to bet on it?
Voltron, the original question is why she's not up more in the polls.
I was answering the original question. Stacey interjected.
Well, I say it's a draw only because you don't have no president.
Anyway, like I said.
So Donald Trump was, they went after Donald Trump for 5,000 missing children, right?
About 6,500,
We're missing 360,000 children right now.
360,000 children.
Yes, we are.
No, we're
And
not.
prior to that, we were missing 85,000.
No, we're not. You don't know what you're talking about.
Really? So the guy under oath in DHS and Mayorkas are lying to you?
You're talking about encounters and people who haven't been returned for their thing. That's not what I'm talking about.
For their
I'm talking about specific children that were detained under the United States government that were actually being
How
under
many
custody.
people have come through the border? When was the last time you were on the Border Patrol website?
Stacey, again, to my point, I'm not talking about
Let's
people
talk
that
about the
are not
border.
under custody
I want to
of the
see how
United States.
knowledgeable you are at the border.
I'm not talking about people that were not under custody. I'm talking about people that were under our custody. Literally, we had them. We were detaining them. We took them and then we put the children in one place and we put the parents in another place and then we didn't recombine them later.
Are you sure about
It's been
that?
mentioned by tons of people.
Hey,
So is
Stacey.
that what AP
Hey,
News
Stacey.
told you? Yes.
Keep in mind, this is the guy who told me there isn't a crisis in Chicago.
Voltron's the one that said that? I thought that was
Remember
Sky
that night
Princess.
we were going at it because you tried to tell me there isn't a
There
crisis.
isn't a crisis in Chicago. There being immigrants in Chicago is not a crisis.
Stacey, there isn't a
What's going
crisis in
on?
Chicago.
What's going on in Chicago?
It's a
'Cause I
crisis
live
to you
in
people.
Chicago.
The
Everything's a
migrant
crisis.
issue, they're out of money and they can't afford the
Oh,
migrant
yes, they're out of
share.
money. Oh, no, they won't have any money.
Well, I'm saying, but Voltron, you got to.
We're not worried about if they have money?
They got a $250 million deficit, and it's supposed to balloon to $900 million next year.
And that's not a problem. That isn't a crisis, everybody.
They'll figure it out. I have faith.
Okay,
They'll
let's
figure
go.
it out.
Let's
Guys,
go
they don't
Chicago.
care.
Let's go to
No
Florida.
Wow.
Let's go to Florida.
So
Look at
you
that flood,
you don't
right?
care that the
Let's
migrants are
look.
sleeping out in
They'll
the street
figure
with
it
no place
out.
to
I
eat
got one
and no
better. I
food?
got one better. I got one better. Let's go to Florida. All those people flooded. You know what the government gave them? $700. They gave all the immigrants all that money,
Do
and
you
yet they people
do you
drowning
guys
out.
know
And
what
that's
an
on the
initial?
news.
Do you know what
That's
an
on the
initial
news.
payment is? Do you know what an initial payment is?
So let's talk about that. So how were
Do
they
you know that
supposed
Joe
to get
Biden
the
just
initial
spent
payment
$600
when they
million
didn't have a
to help
phone
rebuild Florida?
or house?
Hmm?
Where did they get to the bank?
Oh
The
my
people that
God!
were underwater, they were supposed to get to the bank to get
And this
$750.
this was the female
Do you
president.
guys not understand how anything works?
I absolutely understand how it works.
so you do
Why don't you tell me how
understand-
FEMA
You
works?
do understand that there's a process by which you get help. What do you want them to do?
But the people in
all the
Chicago
money
will
went
figure it out,
overseas.
right?
You know what
Like,
they
you
all
got
the water will
the
figure it out,
initial
right?
$750,
Let me
and
tell
they
you why all
did
the
go
money
door to
went
door to
overseas.
actually sign people up, is to help you in the emergency.
No,
Then
Eric
there's
Boyd,
funding for
people
home
underwater will
replacement.
figure it out.
Oh my God, Yo, why you keep cutting in to say something
Because
like
you
not
said
related to
something
what's talking?
stupid. You said they'll figure it
No,
out.
I said something because I like the fact that you guys suddenly give a crap about city budgets is really hilarious. It's like a joke.
I've always
What do
given
you
a crap
mean
What
you
about
most of the
got
city
it?
Illinois.
budget going to is going to
This
waste
is the
on
first time that
computers
you've
with
ever
top
met
AI.
me, Tron.
And do you
So
know
what do you
that she
mean,
worked with
guys?
China, he worked with Russia, so no matter how you look at it, we screwed because AI could take all our jobs by next year.
Who's taking all your jobs, sir?
Air high.
I'm telling you, don't matter whoever you voting for, they don't have your back. I'm telling you. That's why I'm
Anyway.
tricky to know who I vote
So
for.
the 750
Oh, you
was
want to
an
vote for
initial
Trump, my friend,
payment.
because he has your back.
No, he doesn't. The man just abandoned
Yes,
a bunch
he
of
does.
people in
And she with
Coachella.
China, and
He left those people in the desert.
Oh, here we go with such propaganda,
It's not
bro.
propaganda.
You
His own people were
must
writing,
live
posting
on
about it.
MSNBC.
No, I was watching. It was being posted by Trump supporters. This video, you know that, right?
Oh, so who paid for the buses to get there?
Probably
Trump?
him.
Oh, he did. Where's the proof of that?
Oh, okay. So he didn't do that. So who did pay for them?
okay, ask yourself this question.
You're
takes 4
you're
years to
asking
do
your
this.
own question. You are saying that Donald Trump paid for buses for them to get there, but then didn't pay for them to leave?
Well, I assume he paid for it. It's his event, but I could be
You're
wrong.
assuming.
I could
You
be wrong.
can't assume.
I could be wrong. No. You're right. You're right. Who paid for the buses?
Because you just said he got
Exactly.
rid of it.
Nobody knows who paid for the buses there or back. There was thousands and thousands of people. How do you blame Trump for people showing up to see a rally? Are you for real?
I mean, didn't he choose the venue and organize it?
What does that got to do with
Well, I mean,
people
if the
coming to
venue
the
requires,
venue?
Tracy, I'm just
If
asking a
you
question. Let me ask you a question.
pay
Let me ask you a
for
question.
yourself to get somewhere, that's
Let me ask
on
you
you,
a question.
boo.
Okay.
That
Let me
has
ask you a
nothing to
question.
do with
Stacey,
Trump.
can I ask you a question? If the venue says, and I know this about the venue because it's out in the desert, that you can't drive there because it's private property and you have to be bussed in and out, I just assume that the guy who set up the event arranged for his people to be bussed in and out because
You're
there were buses
assuming.
to get them in and
You
out.
shouldn't
Yeah, I'm
assume.
assuming that. But
You
I
shouldn't
could be
assume,
wrong.
bro. That's not how you work things.
Okay, so
there's
so
not
you're not
assumes
saying that
or
they weren't
opinions. It's
they weren't
facts.
stranded out there. You're just saying Trump is not responsible for them being stranded out there at his event. Okay, that's fair. That's fine. He's not responsible for people being stranded at his own event. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
you are.
you saying
You
you got
really
great
want to
point.
hate on Trump for something, don't
You
you?
made an excellent point. I'm not disagreeing with your point. You said that we don't know if he paid for it, which is correct. It is his event. It is his rally, but he may not have thought about how to get the people in and out of there. That was just being handled by somebody unrelated to him, most likely.
Again, so what did Donald Trump do to you that you think he was
Well,
a bad
he
president?
specifically attacked the country of my origin multiple times in crude and terrible ways.
He's talking
So
about
you just,
that's
so
not the
you just
biggest
don't
concern
like
for
him
me.
personally because you think you're going to sit down and have coffee with him.
Oh, I don't like him personally
You're
because he's a
attacking
douche.
people of this country.
Huh?
You're attacking people of this country. You said they need to figure it out.
I didn't attack anyone.
You said they need to figure it out. That's not
Yes,
nice.
Chicago will figure it out. Chicago is run
Chicago
by
will
the
figure it out.
What about the black people
I
that
live in
suffering?
Chicago. I live in Chicago. How are we going to figure it out?
Yeah,
What
what about
about-
people that are suffering in their neighborhoods? What about that? Figure it
Well,
out.
my assumption would be if I was Chicago, given that I'm housing asylum seekers, the federal government would appropriate money and pay me.
How they gonna do that when they took all the money and put it in the army and all these robots and stuff?
Oh my God! I don't know if you know this, but the U.S. government has a lot of money.
FEMA
It's
don't
okay.
have the money. Nobody got the money.
They got the money. It's okay.
Okay,
They
I
got the
got
money.
one for you. All the immigrants taking your money too, because they taking everybody taxpayer money to bring them here, including yours.
Oh wow, the immigrants
Yeah,
are taking all our
Voltron,
money.
do you know how much money that governments actually spend on immigration?
No, how much, Stacey?
Well, last quarter in the appropriations through the Homeland Security, $640 million.
Oh my
Is
goodness.
that a lot of money?
So that was just one quarter. So what
Is
was
that
the
a lot?
quarter prior to that?
Stop. What is that? The percentage? Can I ask you a question? So that's in our federal budget, right?
That's in appropriation bills.
In our federal budget. What is that a percentage of our total federal budget?
A lot over than our regular appropriated bills. Like
Okay.
probably since 2021, we've probably spent, I would have to say, roughly 900 billion, maybe almost to a million, because each sanctuary city has funded through the government billions of dollars.
Sure. Okay. Now,
So,
let me ask
and
you
we
another question,
haven't
Stacey.
generated the revenue back, and we
Stacey, how
won't
much
see the
taxes
generated.
do-
We will not see the generated wealth back unless they get jobs and they open up new businesses and so forth.
They do that
And we
all the time,
still in
Stacey.
debt with the
Stacey,
war
how much
that
Of course they
tax
do.
revenue did immigrants bring into the country last year?
How much
do-
tax revenue did the
Yeah.
immigrants bring in?
Because
So
Mr.
now he
Donnie knows
wants,
this
to, he
number.
wants to mix legal immigration with the undocumented.
No, I'm talking about undocumented.
Yeah,
You
because
know
of
they have
Bush and
estimates
all
for that,
the
right?
wars.
Because they pay like sales tax and things like that. Do you know how much that is? Have you ever looked at that number?
Yeah, they bring in a lot of money.
They're paying
Nobody's
They
sales
pay a
tax.
lot of money,
denying that.
correct? It's
They're
like
paying
it's like
sales tax with the money
estimated
that
at
you give
$90
them.
billion.
Make that make sense.
Huh? Say again, Yo-Yo?
They're paying sales tax with the checks that we give them.
What do you mean we gave them? What do you? They have jobs.
The migrants are getting money
Yo-Yo,
that
Yo-Yo,
that the
do
U.S.
you know
gives
the
them, and then they
difference-
pay
Yo-Yo, can I
sales
ask you a
tax with
question?
it.
Yo-Yo, can I
So
ask
they're
you a
giving
question?
money back that they were just given. What are you
Yo-Yo, can I ask you
talking
a
about?
question? Do you know the difference between an undocumented alien and a documented alien?
Yes.
Okay, how would you give money to an undocumented alien?
I didn't say the undocumented. That's why I asked you to
I was
clarify who
asking
you were
about, do you
referring
know
to.
how much money undocumented aliens are estimated to add to our tax revenue?
Are you referring to the ones that come and get an I-10, an ITIN number?
Yes.
Those aren't the ones I'm referring to. I was referring to the migrants in Chicago. You're changing
Okay.
topics.
I'm referring to the ones that are not documented that get tax numbers and they add to our revenue.
Okay,
That's what
well,
I'm trying
that
to
you
say.
changed the topic, not me.
I
We were
didn't
talking
change the
about Chicago.
topic. You weren't listening. That's what
You
I'm
changed
talking
the
about.
topic because the topic was the migrants in Chicago, so you changed the topic, not me.
Anyway.
Mr. Denali. Hey, hello,
Yeah,
everybody. How's
anyway is
everybody doing
right.
this Sunday?
You changed the topic, not me.
How's
No,
everybody
I
doing
really
this Sunday?
didn't.
Okay, what's up, Charles?
Yeah, you did.
Hey, Mr. Denali, can you get some help from Voltron Walker Bay? Can you get some help from him? Because, I can't
What do
be
you
up
want me to
all
do?
right
He's the
now.
one that wanted to go at Stacy. He pulled out his calculator and everything out.
Anyway, like I was saying,
Why do people
before
want me to
Yo-Yo
say
keeps
so all
coming
the
in and
time?
distracting what we're saying, Stacey, you answered the question correctly. Undocumented immigrants, even though they're not legal, still pay significant numbers of taxes that they don't see any benefits of. So when you talk about how much we spend on immigration,
Pay
we
taxes
make more on
if they're
immigration.
not. So you're talking about visas?
No, I'm talking about the fact that even people working
People that are
illegally in this country,
undocumented do not
pay
pay into
taxes.
taxes.
All right, okay.
You have to have a
Voltron,
visa.
we've been over this before. Voltron. The people that are in Chicago are not working. Do you realize that? They're not working. I know you want to
they're
spin it
being
like they are.
processed.
Sir,
Those people are being processed.
They don't even have a place to live, let alone
why
get a
is it,
job.
why is Chicago spent $600 million on the undocumented migrants?
Because
If they're
they
working.
have to have. Okay, so the process takes time. You're not allowed to do anything
Tell me how
until
much time. Tell me
It's
how
at
much
least-
time, sir. How much time did it take to get a job?
to get a job. Well,
Yes.
once you're given weren't you given a legal work authorization, which can take anywhere from 6 months to a year? That's the problem.
So,
They have to
okay,
be
so
vetted first.
Chicago has to foot the bill. Is Chicago gonna get that money back?
They should. I think the federal government should support them.
Not should. Are they
How
getting
am
the
I
money?
gonna know? I can't tell you if they're gonna
What
get the
do you
money back
think?
because
What do
that's a
you
matter
think?
of.
You think the migrants are gonna pay back Chicago?
They're gonna pay taxes, aren't they?
Not. See, this is the challenge.
What, you don't think they're gonna pay taxes?
Is Chicago going to get their money back for what they spent on the migrants, or while we're waiting for them to get situated in our country?
I think the federal government should foot the bill.
Again, we got to pay for it.
We got to pay for it again.
I mean, you
Of course
act
we
like
do.
the federal government is like this entity that doesn't get money from the people.
Okay, no, that's not what I'm acting like. I'm acting like
we
when
pay
you grant
taxes for
people
that.
asylum, this is what the process is. You spend money
Again,
on
we
them.
did the numbers. 2.1 million immigration cases. 1/3 of those are asylum seekers.
Yes.
1/3.
Okay.
What's the other 2?
Normal process. You know, you can apply for visas. You can apply for
No.
status.
Wrong. 20
What do you mean
million
wrong?
people. But I'm
Let
going
me
to prove to you that
Stacey,
you're
let me
wrong.
explain to you who Voltron is. Voltron, what age did you come here, Voltron?
I came in about 6.
Came here from 6 from Haiti. So he has he's very
That's
sympathetic.
awesome.
He's very sympathetic to undocumented.
And so am I. Right?
Voltron's from Haiti?
Yeah.
Yeah. Port-au-Prince.
What state you live in, brother?
DC.
Oh, okay.
But
Man,
he's
Can I jump
very
in?
empathetic and sympathetic.
Everybody should
I
be.
don't understand what the
So
claim
I want to
is.
ask Voltron a very serious question. If you are so sympathetic, are you okay with 10,000 immigrants coming through the Darien Strait?
man, Stacy's a ringer, man. She's a Stacy, where you come from?
What is the Darien Strait? Stacey, I don't even know what that reference is to.
Okay, so you don't know what the Darien Strait is?
No, I don't. Never heard of it.
Okay, it comes up through Mexico, right?
Okay.
So you have all of these countries, Venezuela, Haiti, Nicaragua, coming through Mexico by foot through the Darien Strait. It's called caravans, okay? They come in within 10,000 people in droves, and they come through the treacherous jungles of the Darien Strait. Babies,
That's bad.
everything are being unalived. And do you
Yeah.
know why they're doing that?
Because their home is bad.
No, exactly, right? They're coming to seek asylum, correct?
Well, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm following you.
Okay, so when Joe Biden got into office, he changed the executive actions of Donald Trump to allow migration to come from these countries, 160 countries.
Are you talking about
Come
the ending
here.
of Title 42?
No,
You know that wasn't him,
no,
right?
no. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. So all of the executive actions from Joe Biden created the people to come up through the Darien Strait with Miss Harris,
Which
mind you.
policy? Casey, which policy?
It's the executive actions, the migration coming through the border from
Which
Joe Biden.
policy? That's you didn't
It's-
explain the
it's-
policy. Because
it's-
what I understood.
I'm telling you right now.
Are you talking about Remain in Mexico? Because Remain in
No.
Mexico was ended by the court.
These are not Trump's policies I'm talking about. I'm
okay.
talking about Joe Biden's.
I understand you keep saying the word Joe Biden, but you're not actually saying a policy. What did Joe
I
Biden
just
change?
said it, the migration policy. What are you
That's
missing?
not the migration policy.
Immigration.
What does that mean?
Oh my God.
They did a lot of
Listen
executive
to
orders
me.
as well. Not everything
What
is a policy.
what's the name of it so I can look it up? It's
I'm
not
gonna show
the
you right
migration
now.
policy.
Hold
What's the
on,
name
I'm
of
gonna show
it? Is
you.
it
I'm
Title
gonna show you,
9,
my
Title
darling.
42? Which one is it?
Jesus Christ.
Man, Voltron, stop letting these people beat you up in every subject, man. Just take a
I'm not being beat up. I'm asking her. She keeps saying the migration policy. That has a name to it. What is the name?
I don't like seeing you get whooped on like this, brother. So, you know, I like
Why you don't like to see it?
Man, come on.
First of
man.
all, I'm not getting whooped on.
Nah, you
I'm
know
surrounded by people who all agree with each other, so it's
I
okay.
like to see even battles. I'm trying to learn from both sides.
Stacy comes with facts, so she
If she
even
has
pulled
the
her
facts, you
computer
tell me
out,
what the name of the
Charlie.
policy is.
You come with boring facts about to put me to sleep.
Charlie, she even got her computer out. You hear me?
I gotta take care of some of my kids. Now, drop me down. I'll come back up later.
I mean, geez, they do.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Not everything is a bill.
Everything is a bill. There's a name to
No,
it.
they signed like 94, I think, executive orders when he first got into office and
Right.
changed things
But
at the border.
executive
What are you
orders
talking about?
also have names to them.
Okay, but
Yo, you're
everything isn't
funny.
available.
Here you go. Here you go, my darling.
There you
This is
go.
Can
She
you
pulled
read
it
it?
up.
Because your screen is tiny and I can't read what you're saying. What is the name of it?
Denali, can you put me in the big screen?
I can't. I'm having technical difficulties.
Just tell me what the name is. I'll look it up.
So it's executive action 13815. This was Donald
Executive
Trump's
order.
vetting process and capabilities at the border. Joe Biden revoked that. Okay? That was the vetting process. Now I'm going to show you the asylum illegal migration one.
You
Hey, Stacy, didn't he revoke did I hear 94? I think
Yeah,
I
he
thought when I read
revoked
something.
a lot of
I thought
Donald
I read
Trump's.
94 things he revoked when he
Absolutely.
first got in office on the
Yeah.
border.
This is not
Oh, here we go.
executive order provided for temporary. This is all just review stuff. This has nothing to do with what you're talking about.
These are executive actions on the border that
Right.
Joe Biden revoked.
What I'm asking
Okay?
you is
So listen to me. Listen very carefully. Donald Trump's executive actions, right? I'm showing you the executive actions. Then I'm going to show you that Joe Biden revoked them. Okay?
Stop. Pause. Wait. Before you continue. The executive action did what, Stacey? Before you talk about the revocation, I'm reading the executive action. What do you think it does?
It's the vetting process to come through the border.
There is a vetting process. It's called the asylum process. That's why they're being brought into
that
the
is
country.
not the. No, you are
I'm
wrong.
reading. Stacey,
Asylum process and refugee process is different.
It's two different things.
When you come through the border to come to the United States, not everybody's an asylum seeker.
Stop.
You
This is
don't know
called-
the difference between asylum seeker, refugee, and people just coming through Mexico?
I know there's three different
Everybody
categories.
doesn't come
I'm
to the
reading-
United States to seek asylum.
I get that, Stacey.
What
I'm
are you
reading the
talking
executive.
about?
Stacey, I understand what you're saying.
Can-
I'm reading the executive order, and your initial conversation was.
Not read that executive order this fast, bro.
I'm reading it.
You
Is
better
what I
read
said.
it.
but
Entire
executive
order.
orders. Can I say something?
Go ahead, Missy.
Go ahead, Misty. Calm down, Voltron.
Hi, Misty.
So, executive orders. Hey, what's up, Yogi? You're funny. Executive orders can be revoked. Sometimes they're considered unlawful and they're changed, right? So, most executive orders and executive actions don't last to begin with, right? It depends. Just like when Trump got in office, what did he do about all of Obama's, right? Did the same thing. They do it to each other every term. But
Okay,
Voltron,
thank you,
as far
Misty.
as immigration, goes, yeah, normally there's a net positive, but when it comes to undocumented, we are spending more than triple, right? I think it was 154 billion last year alone. And as far as their taxes
Yeah, it's a
only
lot more than
contributed
that.
26 billion, so it's still
Yeah,
negative.
it's a lot more
Still
than
negative.
that. So here you go, Voltron. Here's
But
the
on
one
average,
from.
it's supposed to be about 50 billion.
So Voltron, here's the executive action here for Joe Biden. Do you see this? So this is Executive Order 14010. Okay, we wanted to find out what's going on with the migration and asylum seekers, right? So they allowed all the asylum seekers to come from 145 countries. That's due to Ukraine, anybody that was seeking asylum. Okay.
Was on the news addressing her.
And then he re-invoked the 1951 Act, and he allowed people to fly in up to 35,000 a month, which contributed to the influctuation.
So this executive order, which was very concerning to me, this was revoked, and this was the human trafficking.
Wow.
Why would Joe Biden reverse this
Thank you, Mr.
action?
Danny. Appreciate that.
You got that one down? You can take a screenshot of all these executive actions.
Danielle for the follow. Danielle with the follow.
What's the human trafficking one say, Stacy?
That one is combating
Why would
human
you revoke
trafficking
that?
and online child exploitation in the United States. And Joe Biden revoked that. And you know what's more scary is that it went into archived. So you couldn't even find it. It was archived. That's a little concerning.
Why would someone revoke a human trafficking executive order? That's weird.
Because it's probably the one he
Joe
was using
Biden
to
is
separate the children.
disgusting.
No, because it's probably the one he was using to separate the families by claiming they were traffickers.
That had nothing to do with separation of children. Don't make stuff up, please. Go read these executive actions before you.
I think he made his own. He came out with something else, though, right, Stacey? I believe that's why they superseded that. Biden put something in place. That's why on that one, right?
Stacey, I'm still trying to figure out what any of these executive orders have to do with allowing more people.
He's not going to give up.
You haven't given up yet?
Stop. Her saying executive orders isn't answering my question. What changed that allowed people to come in that weren't allowing people to come in before?
He just showed you. Jeez. She's showing you all the orders he revoked 94. He revoked 94.
Okay,
How hard
can I
is
ask
that
you a
to
question?
understand?
Can I ask you a question? Do migrants
Here you go,
in
Voltron.
other countries read executive orders?
Look at this, Voltron. It says it right here on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's WhiteHouse.gov. What does that say? Can you see that?
Fact sheet. Why don't you just read it? It's faster if you just read it.
President Biden sends immigration bill to Congress as part of his commitment to modernize our immigration system.
How does that tell you that he's letting more people in?
Because he allowed the asylum seeker and the migrants to come up through the Darien Strait to come seek asylum.
Can I ask you a question, Stacey? Stacey, can I ask you a question? How did Trump stop them from coming through there? Because as I recall,
I just showed you all his executive actions.
Can I finish my sentence before you jump in? As I recall, in 2019, Trump got on there and was talking about the caravans of migrants coming through. So if his executive order stopped it, why were there caravans of migrants coming through in 2019? And why did Trump say that we had a crisis at the border? Like the things you're saying, you're saying executive order does X and they don't do X. You're just assuming that's what they do without actually looking what the executive order does, which is confusing to me. That's what I'm having a problem with.
How does an executive order act?
Orders
How
says
does
what
the
you're saying.
executive order act work?
How does it act?
Yeah, how does the executive of the president's executive orders work?
I know how they work, Stacey. That's not what I'm asking you.
Okay,
I'm
so
asking
then
you,
if the president of the United States invokes an executive order,
the result you claim.
Oh my God.
He's trying to answer
That's what I'm asking you.
Voltron.
He's getting frustrated.
Because you're not listening. I'm asking you to repeat.
You're getting frustrated because you don't like her answers. She's showing you facts and you don't like
Let me repeat this question again. What action did the executive order take that prevented the migrants from coming to the Darien Strait?
I just showed you 5 executive orders, correct?
No, I know. Stacey, let me repeat that again. What action in the executive order prevented migrants from coming to the Darien Strait?
What action? Well, if you have executive privilege in the United States and you say you cannot come to the United States unless you be vetted properly through the border, right? If most countries know that you need a visa to leave your country. In order to leave a country to seek asylum, you have to have asylum. You used to be able to, in your country, report to your country that you're leaving to go somewhere else, right? Then you get to then you get to the other country from your country. Like if you leave Venezuela, you can't just leave out of Venezuela, right? There's a process. You can't just walk out of there.
What you're saying is wrong. That's not what the asylum law says, actually.
No, what's the asylum law in Venezuela?
It's nothing to do with Venezuela's asylum law.
What is the asylum law in Venezuela?
Has nothing to do with Venezuela's asylum law, Stacey.
Tell me what the law is for Venezuela to leave their country.
Stacey, they're not seeking asylum in Venezuela, Stacey.
Oh my God.
It doesn't matter what the asylum law in Venezuela says. I didn't say
they were seeking asylum in Venezuela, bro.
So why are you asking about the asylum law in
Venezuela? The United States to seek asylum, correct?
Cool. So why are you asking about the asylum law in Venezuela? I'm confused.
You are confusing a whole lot of shit that we've been talking about for 30 minutes.
No.
But I
Why are
digress.
you asking about the asylum law in Venezuela?
Listen to me very clearly. In order to seek asylum in the United States of America, you step on the soil, you go to a border agent, and you claim asylum, right?
Correct.
Then you have up to a year to get your paperwork. You got to go through a whole process.
Correct.
Correct, right?
Yep,
So
agreed.
under Joe Biden, he changed that. So you can just come through the border, seek asylum, and just go wherever you want. That's why they were able to go to New York. They were able to go to all these sanctuary
That's
cities.
not true, Stacey.
Because there was no, I just
Stacey,
showed you the
that's
executive
not true.
action of the vetting process. Did I not?
Stop.
I can't argue with you anymore, bro.
Stop.
You are just
You're
lost
acting
in
like-
the sauce.
You're acting
You
like
do not want to
the
pay
vetting
attention
process
to
no longer
anything I just
exists.
showed you.
You're acting like because first of all, the vetting process wasn't instituted because Trump had an executive order. He modified the vetting process. That's all his. I read part of the executive order. That's why I was so confused. Nothing in there was saying anything special or different.
There's
Like,
94 of them.
asylum
you read
law-
like 5.
Asylum
He didn't even
law
read the
has
executive
existed in the
order,
United
'cause
Okay,
States for
Stacey,
years.
weren't there like
Executive order is a
94 of
very
them? So how can you
lengthy
read all of them? There's
executive order.
94 of them.
I'm not reading all of the executive orders. I'm reading
So
the
you're talking
specific
without
ones she
reading them. That's
told
the
me
point.
about. She gave me a
But
number.
there's like 88 more then. Jesus Christ.
You think the United States laws work on executive orders? You don't think there were laws before Trump wrote these executive orders? You don't think vetting occurred before Trump wrote the executive order?
Voltron, do you still want to continue?
No, he won't
No,
take her.
this is an utterly fruitless conversation because you guys
Yeah,
are
'cause you won't listen
saying
to her.
that because Joe Biden changed executive orders that there's no longer a vetting process, and that's ridiculous. These people
He
are
did.
being
He did
vetted.
94.
Joe Biden
He
has
revoked 94 of them.
Joe Biden
Go
has
research it.
denied 70% of the asylum claims. So if they're not being vetted, how can he be denying asylum claims?
Just
That's
drop
what you
it,
guys don't
Stacey.
understand.
You can't get through to him. Just drop it.
Yeah, I think
New
this is a
subject.
fruitless.
What's the new subject, Denali? Because he's not listening.
Well, guys put me to sleep. I tell you.
I mean, you can tell somebody the actual laws and the executive actions of a president, and they want to lie to your face and say that ain't true.
I'm
you
not.
really
what are
know.
you talking about?
You
He
really
has to go
know.
read
I
all
looked
94.
it up.
Hold
to
on.
understand.
I
Hold
looked
on.
it up.
You
It doesn't
really
say
know
any of the
that
stuff
the
you're claiming it
person-
says.
The person is lost in the sauce. Let's just
Stacey,
say
Go
that.
read
you
all
are
94,
saying things that
and
are
then get
not
back with
true.
us
I'm
tomorrow.
looking
Okay,
at the
all right,
things you told me
okay.
to look up.
Voltron.
I hate it.
Stacey,
She can't
hang
talk
on a
about
second,
me.
Voltron. On the very first debate, Stacey dog walked you, right?
Yes.
And she said that now you have to vote for Trump, right?
No, she
What
did
do you
not
mean,
dog
no?
walk me.
We made the
she-
deal.
No, I didn't make
Everybody's saying she did except you.
it. Because all of you
No,
agree with
it
her.
wasn't
It's so
only
funny
us.
how I'm showing facts and he's showing nothing but feelings. Isn't that ironic?
Right.
Oh,
She
wow.
literally
Turn
pulled
the
up her
screen on
computer and
once.
showed the numbers.
Mr.
He hasn't turned his screen on once to show nothing.
Voltron, you going to vote for Trump, yes or no?
No.
No. We made a deal. Are you going back on the deal? You're welching?
First of all, I didn't make that deal. No.
Do you concede that you got dog walked?
No. Because
Voltron wants to
again,
pay higher taxes.
Hang on a
when
second.
you look at
hang on a
a
second.
president's
Voltron, give me
spending,
a second, Voltron.
Mr.
Do you
Denali,
think-
the spending
do you
is.
think, Voltron, please. Do you think you won the first debate?
I don't think anyone could win that debate because it's not. It's very hard to have an explanation about the difference between deficit and debt. And one
Well,
thing,
you
yes,
did try. Oh my goodness.
I could try to have that debate, but then we'd have to explain that the fact that the way they calculate
Do I
what
need
the
to
president
call
spends.
Alan Greenspan to get this dunk on? Like to get a judge on this? Huh?
Anyway, it's not even worthwhile. Look, the thing is, Joe Biden. When you look at Joe Biden's spending versus revenue and Trump's spending
I
versus
get Hank
revenue,
Paulson. Who I got to get this over with?
we don't have to even have it. Like look.
So you
I'll
concede.
drop. Sure, if it ends this,
And
I'll
you're going to
concede.
vote
but
for
that's-
Trump.
Oh heck no! Come on now, the man is literally a buffoon, an actual buffoon. Like he's the worst president of our lifetime. And you know the worst part about this? The worst thing about this whole thing is no matter what I say, it's not going to change anyone's opinion. That's fine. But like, he will do horrible things to this country, and that's just going to be
so much
Do you
horrible
think that's a
things.
little fear mongering?
French
No,
still
it's-
here. He was
So I have a
president. We're
question.
still here.
he
He
did do
did
horrible
such
things to the
horrible
country.
things. He got us out of
excuse me, y'all, real
Afghanistan.
quick. Hey, Denali,
Hold
I
on,
got
I
my
want to
parents'
tell
shoes
you
out,
all
brother.
his accomplishments real quick. Got us out of Afghanistan, lowered
You
our
mean when he
taxes.
negotiated
had
with the
no new-
Taliban and
let
not with
me
the
finish.
Afghan government?
Let me finish, my darling. Let me finish. Got us out of Afghanistan, had no new wars, had low
multiple
taxes, had great unemployment, had a great economy, low
He ended-
inflation. Say again?
He ended
You're
with
going to
jobs
dispute
lost.
everything
He's the
I'm
only president
saying?
in the last 20 years to end up with jobs lost. You know that, right?
Yeah, it was
Because of
COVID.
the
Because of
pandemic.
pandemic.
So we're using context now.
Harder than that, bro.
Now we
I
want to
mean,
use
listen,
context.
Voltron, stop it.
Right.
You gotta
Wait,
finish the sentence. You got.
it's
You
funny.
got. No, you gotta.
Stacey,
No, not
why does
Stacey.
Stacey not use the
Stacey.
pandemic when he talks about inflation, though?
Voltron, do you hear me? Do you hear me talking?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. You got to finish the sentence. Yes, he did lose more jobs than created, but there are explanations and then there are excuses. The explanation for that, it was because of a pandemic. Would you agree?
You want to?
Can we have an explanation for why he
Wow,
has lower?
Stacey, take that off. No, I'm not doing it
You
anymore.
want me to
No more
prove him wrong
slideshows.
again? What does
What?
that say right there, Voltron? What are those numbers right
I
there
can't,
say?
Stacey.
Huh?
I don't know how many times I can tell you I can't read your tiny screen.
Okay, these are all
Just
Donald
stop
Trump's
asking me what it
numbers,
says
bro.
when I can't read it. I'm
These are
old and I'm
all
blind.
3.4, 3.8. These are all Donald Trump's numbers, right? Look at Joe Biden's.
I don't even know what these
3.8,
numbers are, Stacey.
3.9.
Can you tell me what these numbers are?
Unemployment numbers.
Okay.
4.3, 4.2, 4.1. We are 2024. How is Joe Biden better on numbers?
Stacey, what years were you comparing just now?
All the years of Joe Biden versus Donald Trump.
What was it? What was the
Tell me
unemployment number in
that Joe
2022,
Biden
Stacey?
had better unemployment numbers.
Stacey, what's the
Another
what's
L.
the,
Wait a minute. Is this another L?
This is
No,
another L.
she's not.
This is
Wait
another
a
L.
minute. Voltron, you need to stop while you're ahead. Is this another L?
Stacey, what was the numbers in 2020?
Wait, is this another L? Yes or no?
So the
Stacey,
month,
what was the numbers in 2020?
I'm gonna tell
What was the
you.
numbers in 2020?
Mr. Denali, is this another L? Yes or no?
so
What were
guess
the
what?
numbers in
Qualify as
2022,
another L.
Stacey?
Sounds like we're trending that way.
This you're
Stacey.
trending for another L.
What was the numbers in 2022, Stacey?
Voltron, just
In
stop,
2022?
dude. You just need to stop.
Yeah,
I
2022,
swear.
2023 for Biden. Go ahead.
2022 was 4.0. 2023 average was 3.8. 2024 this last month was 4.1. So yeah,
So how come you didn't talk about the 3.8, Stacey?
Donald Trump had 3.8, 3.7, 3.6, 3.5. And he had 3.
Stacey, wait a minute, stop. Stacey,
Hold
can I ask
on.
you a question?
This is
Why is it
2020.
when you do the Stacey,
He
why
had
is it when you
low
do the
numbers
Biden
in,
numbers, you do the whole
prior to
year?
the pandemic.
But when you do Trump's numbers, you look at individual months. I'm curious, why do you do it that way?
I'm doing both. I just said both.
So go find me the lowest Biden number and find me the lowest Trump number.
Okay. Joe Biden's lowest numbers was in 2023, 3.4. And that was the month of January.
Mm-hmm. What about after that?
And then he had 3.4 for April. That's when they lost the 800,000 jobs.
Oh, I love the caveat. And what
Right?
was after
So
that?
then
What was
it
the number after
bumped
that?
back. Hold on, honey. Then it bumped back. It's so funny that I have my screen on, but you don't.
I can't turn my screen on. I
Of
tried.
course not. Democrats never have a screen for some reason. So
Anyway,
then,
if the numbers are the numbers, Stacey, why do we both need to have the screen on? Like I'm
because
not
you're
saying you're lying about the numbers.
disputing the numbers.
I'm not
I'm
disputing
trying
the
to tell
numbers.
you the numbers.
I'm not disputing the numbers. I'm asking you to look at the right years.
So,
You're
hold
comparing
on.
his best years to
Voltron,
not.
I got my screen up from you, honey. You just love to argue, don't you? Joe Biden did not have better numbers than Donald Trump.
You just said
We are
3.4, right?
2024. He's at 4.1, bro.
Where in
4.1.
2023 he was at 3.4. Do you want to do Trump's last year, or you don't want to do that one, right?
Okay, so you want to talk about the 1 month
When
in
it was a
January?
pandemic.
You talk about the 2 months, right?
Hold
You just
on,
said
hold on.
Girl,
The-
if you don't pull up that pandemic year, girl, You better pull up that pen, Vinny.
So
No, just go to his best year. Go to 2023
I'm
then.
doing it right
Yeah, go to
now.
the-
Calm down.
Okay.
So January of 23, when we lost the $800,000
Notice
jobs.
the caveat.
correct?
Why are you putting the caveat?
When did we lose the 800,000 jobs?
I don't really care.
Oh, you don't care.
You know why I don't care? Because revisions happen in both presidents, and you're not
Oh
doing the
my
revisions for
God,
Trump.
bro.
Yes,
God.
they do happen for both presidents.
You're
Every president has
losing.
revisions.
You're losing.
So I don't know why you're trying to be
losing,
specific.
you're losing,
Go.
Oh my
losing.
goodness.
What was
Another
January
L,
of
Voltron,
23?
Take it. Another L.
What was
Take
January of
that, take
23?
that. Take that. Take that.
What
No,
was
we're not
January of
using
23?
public references.
Stacey, what was January of 23?
It was 3.4.
What was February of 23?
Mr. Pro Builder said Voltron has more L's than illegally.
Stacey, what was February of 23?
February.
why you
He's
continuing
not
to
gonna
go?
let it go. He is not gonna let it go.
No, just tell me what is February 23?
Because he's hard, but listen, because he's hard-headed, one. Number two, because he's a Democrat, and they don't believe what they hear.
Why do you guys keep cutting her off when I ask her for February of 23?
How about we look at the dollar value?
How about you just wait a second and she'll find it for you?
It's the same chart she's been looking at the whole time.
Okay, well, give her a minute. She's been answering your questions, dog walking you all over this fucking TikTok.
Sure she is.
So you need to just calm down.
I'm calm. I'm calm.
No, not you. I'm talking about CMB. My dear's on the panel. Don't try not to curse.
I miss my
I
dear.
heard worse. I even slipped myself.
I know.
I
I
said-
know.
I
But
miss
still.
my dear.
I appreciate you, Molly. You know I appreciate you.
I know. But you're up there.
Hey, I apologize. I didn't even realize.
Hey, everybody.
It's okay. I just pulled it up.
I didn't
CMB,
pull up the
you got
stuff.
background.
That's
Yeah.
CMB
No,
with
it's
that
not
noise.
me. I don't have background. No.
No, that's CMB. Go ahead.
I'll tell you the truth. Now I know this is a very serious topic. I really know that. But I tell you, I'm just going to I know it's not a funny subject, but this thing is more entertaining to me than watching a good movie on TV. You know, and I'm not going to just blame Voltron. You know, I'm
Hey,
just
Miss my dear, you ever seen anybody that stubborn?
Yes.
You have?
She's like my husband.
Yes, I have. Yeah, that was one, but then the other, I've a couple others too.
Oh.
But I, you know, I told you, Denali, I told you I researched this about a month ago. When the
You researched the numbers?
Oh no, I'm talking about asylum.
Oh, asylum.
Yeah, the asylum thing. But it's no way I would get in the middle of this mess because I know my research is going to be controversial, and I don't want to deal with that right now. I really got to cancel my leg and take my antibiotics for 7 days.
Mr. Denali, can I read the Joe Biden unemployment numbers from February 2022?
I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna
Mr.
drop down.
Voltron, don't you hear Miss My Dear talking? You want to talk about unemployment numbers?
Rude.
Because she said she was dog walking me, right? I just wanted to read the numbers.
No, I said you've been dog walked.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to read the numbers real
Well, I
quick.
said it too, and I said it
Walking
too.
is over.
We didn't call it dog walking in my days. I'm not familiar
What'd
with
you call it? What'd you call it in your day, Miss My Dear? Here's a better question, Miss My Dear. Do you
I try not to call people bad names. I'm trying to think what.
But no, this is the question. Do you have any advice for Voltron right now?
Give it up.
He needs some wise words from a seasoned senior, as you call yourself. Please give him something that he can take away from this. Give him something wise, give him some of that wisdom that you have.
Can I bow my head and say a quick prayer before I
Yes,
say
you
something?
can, because he needs it.
Lord, I ask that you give me the wisdom. Something to.
We can't hear you. Speak up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the Lord. Amen. Amen. All right.
She right on that. I like that.
Voltron. You know, let me see. I don't want to say this.
He's a big boy.
Yes, he is. He's got this skin like you do. Well, different kind of skin, but
He's got that alligator
I'm not
skin.
talking about color. You know, I don't go color. But anyway,
No, Mr. Denali about the same complexion. He's a little darker than me, but not by much.
I still don't put skin into it. I could care less. But anyway, your personalities are different. Is what I was trying to say. You know, and age. I don't know about your age.
He's 44. I'm 50.
Well, that's not that bad. Anyway, well, let me say this. I'm the type of person where I can kind of sympathize with Voltron. Because if I'm right, I'll stand. I'll stand alone. I don't have the people saying agreeing with me. I don't care. I will stand alone.
Amen to that.
All right, thank you. But when I'm wrong, like when I was wrong the other day, Damari, oh my God, my conscience beat me so bad because I could have handled that better. But we made up. I mean, you know, you got thick skin. It didn't bother you. You dealt with it. I didn't feel comfortable about it. So Voltron, listen. You have some good points. I heard you say some good points. And Stacy really does her pretty. I mean, you know, I can't knock that. So after you get a certain, how do I want to say this? After you make your point, and so at some point you should feel comfortable about it, Voltron. You know what I'm saying? At peace with it.
I do understand that, my dear, but can I just do one thing?
No, I don't want to hear about these numbers.
Stop. But the thing is, you're saying she's dog walking me because we're talking about
Not that she dog walked you.
No,
okay,
I
she's
don't know
wrong about the employment numbers. I have them in front of me. I could just read them off. That's why she didn't want to read off the ones I was asking. I could just read them off. It'll take me 30 seconds, and then I'm going to end this whole thing.
Why?
Why? Because she's not telling the truth. Look, 20.
Oh, don't accuse her.
I'm gonna have this
Don't
screen
do
on.
that.
What are you
I can just
talking
read
about?
them to you. December 2021, right? We'll start at December 2021, new fiscal year, 3.9. Right? January, 4.0.
And you're doing it anyway. Oh, yeah. People don't listen to me. You know, only people listen when I start yelling. See, when I'm nice and calm, you're like, you know what? He's a pushover. He's a toothless Rottweiler. I'm telling you, I'm not. I said no.
Okay, so she. Well, then what's the point?
Well, we've been doing this for the last hour.
It's 1 point. She claimed that Trump had better unemployment numbers. It's not true.
How about this? How about I don't care?
Okay, then just that's fine. But don't say she's right about the numbers when she's not right.
She is. She's right. She's
right
right
on
on point.
Right. She just showed them.
100%.
Right here.
She showed them to you, dude.
She
It was
showed
on
you
paper.
some of the numbers.
I'll come back up and
I get your point,
cherry
Voltron. I know it's hard for you to take this ass whipping that, excuse me, my dear.
But Mr. Denali, this is my whole point. You won't let me read off the numbers. Mr. Denali, why won't you let me read off the numbers to counteract the numbers she showed?
Because you're not showing facts.
All right, okay, go ahead. Read them off. Read them off. Okay. Read them off. Go ahead.
February 2022, 3.8. March, 3.6.
Boy, this is exciting.
May, 3.7.
Oh,
July,
wow.
3.5.
What?
3.5.
Wait, can you repeat what you just said? What?
3.6.
Wait, no, repeat
3.4.
No, listen, I'm trying. Repeat the second one.
It was 3.5.
Oh my God, 3.5? Are you serious?
So, Ms.
Wow.
Dolly, here's my point.
I feel like I'm at a rave.
Here's my whole thing.
3.5.
When we talk about dog walking,
I am
I'm going to
so
do CMB.
impressed by that number.
Can I ask CMB a question? CMB.
Wait, can you read the last number again? Because that got me excited.
3.4, January 23.
3.4? Oh
CMB.
my goodness, 3.4.
CMB.
I can't believe it.
You said she dog walked me with numbers, right?
Oh my God. And you think you're going to get some help from CMB?
No, I'm not going to get some help. I want to ask CMB a question.
Let me help him out a little bit.
Anyway.
No,
I
CMB.
I know you're help him out. I can help him.
But let's have a conversation for a second.
Sure.
Miss My Dear's asking you a question, Voltron. Don't ignore Miss My Dear.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Go ahead, Mike. There's some background noise from CMB.
Listen, sweetie. Well, I don't want to say sweetie, but
yeah, you call him sweetie. He needs to hear it.
Sweetie.
Give it to him straight.
Look, after
don't say so for him.
You know, after a certain point, things get toxic. and you know, I'm serious. And you know what? And when it gets toxic, it gets hurtful and messy. It can get messy. And that's where it's getting to that point. Now, I'm not agreeing with any, I'm not, you know, I did my little research on it, But I don't. I'm not siding with you or Stacy. I have to give her some credit for her really doing a lot of research and presenting it to the board. But it gets toxic, Voltron. It really, and then it's hurtful and it's messy, and it gets to the point it doesn't accomplish anything.
Right. Doesn't move the ball forward. Right. Yeah.
Now I'm going down till Sherry comes up. Demaldi, call me when Sherry comes up, and I want to do that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Drop me
So
down.
I also want to point out the numbers that he thinks that Donald Trump had, Joe Biden had great numbers. This is the jobs that was created that had nothing to do with Trump. I mean, Joe Biden. Look at what it is: leisure and hospitality. That's the jobs. And he's saying he created all of these jobs. Where is the infrastructure? Where is the CHIPS Act? Voltron.
Stacey, we were not talking about the types of jobs created by policies.
Oh
You
my
said
God.
that Trump had lower numbers of unemployment rate. You went to unemployment rate and showed the 4.1% from this year.
Absolutely.
He's like a glutton for punishment.
What is she talking?
Wait, Stacy, how many months was he not less? I was probably February because he kept bringing up February, so I know it's February.
February, March
Has
was
to be February.
the only months that he had a 3.4.
So
And
no
that's
wonder he kept saying February. Okay.
Yeah, and that's when they didn't have the correct job numbers because they lost like 800,000 jobs. So
See, what about the 3.6? Stacey, what about the 3.6 in June of 2022? The 3.5 in
Now
July.
he's
The
nitpicking
3.6 in
months.
October. All 2022,
Desperate.
Stacey.
He's pulling straws. He's going and searching for a
Stacey,
small.
I'm looking at the
The
BLS
fact you gotta
government
look that
chart.
hard. Jesus Christ.
Stacey, what was the unemployment rate of May 2022?
Mr. Denali, what's the new subject?
Honey, I don't even have it back up. I
have it up right now. It's 3.6%.
Then pull your screen on.
Jojo.
Let me see if I can help out. I can help out a little bit with this. I could help. I got a solution. It just popped in my
You
mind.
can turn your screen on. You have enough followers.
He doesn't
Try
do
to.
screen. Democrats don't never show their face. Voltron.
Yeah, it says I don't have live access.
Yeah, of course. Voltron.
Here's the crazy thing.
where are you
Most
seeing
people are
these?
saying my numbers
Where's
are
your
wrong.
face?
You just won't look them up. That's the
Listen,
funny part.
No one cares. He had like 3 or 4 months out of all of that time. No one cares.
It was for 2 years, Yo-Yo. That's what my point was. He had 2 years
No,
of
he
sub
didn't.
3.8.
No,
I'm looking
Not
at
from
him
the
right now.
numbers she showed.
Because she showed you
Voltron, I think I can help you out.
It's
Listen.
impossible to have a conversation with somebody.
Yes, it is. Listen to me for a second. Right? Your name is Voltron because you're one of those Transformers, right?
Well, Voltron was not a transformer. What happened was it was 5.
Cindy, are you a bigot?
5 cats.
No,
and
I'm asking you a serious question, sir, and I'm being very nice and polite about it. Voltron was part of those Transformer.
No. Voltron is the 5 lines that formed the fighting robot that is the defender of the universe. It's not a transformer.
No, because you're asking us to ignore the numbers we saw with our eyes because she had her screen on. That's why I'm laughing. You're saying it's not true, but she literally showed the numbers
I
on the
didn't
screen.
say it wasn't true. What I
Yes, you
said
did.
was, Yo-Yo,
Oh.
can you please listen? What I said was, she's showing you 2024's numbers while not showing you, she's showing you Biden's worst year while comparing it to Trump's best year.
No, she didn't. She showed
Yes,
you
she did.
both.
She showed them side by side every year.
Yeah, side by side. What are you
Every
talking
year?
about?
Was it every year?
Every month.
You sure?
She showed it one by one.
Month
Okay.
by month.
There
So do you
go.
know what the numbers were
Side by
for?
side.
Do you know what the numbers were for 2022 then?
Here you go. Here you go, darling. What
Okay,
does
good.
it
That's the
say?
chart I have.
Hey, can you
Yeah,
put
what
her on the
does it
big
say
screen
right
for a
here?
second? Because
Cindy,
Mr.
I have
Voltron.
I have technical difficulties.
Why don't
Okay,
you start at
so-
2022? Go start at 2022.
so hold on, honey. This is pre-pandemic, right? 2020, 2019, right? This is all Trump.
Oh my
Yeah, what's the
God.
number? We can't read it, so can you just call
So
them out?
this is 2019, 3.5, correct? And then
Mm-hmm.
it goes parabolic because of the pandemic. So
Stop.
then we get out of the
Can I
pandemic.
ask
This
you a
is
question?
2020.
Stacey, pause for a
2020.
second.
I'm reading it, honey. Pay attention. You have ADD or something.
No,
I am showing
I
you
have
on
the
my
chart
screen.
you're
If you
talking
can be
about. It doesn't
quiet,
go by
I can
year, it goes
show
by
you.
month.
Voltron, you gotta let her finish.
I'm just okay.
I'm trying to explain it not just to you, but to the people, the 28 people that are listening, right? There's 2021, 6.2, right? This is when we were still in kind of pandemic. Then it goes down to 5.4.1, right? Now, pre-pandemic was 3.4. So we're still not pre-pandemic numbers. So that means that everybody didn't go back to work, correct? So now
Yes.
it keeps going through the years, correct?
What are those numbers
Right
you're skipping
here.
over? Stacey, what are those numbers? Stacey, you know it goes month by month,
2020.
right? You know it's a month by month number total, right? It's not a year by year total.
Did your wife yell at you?
Stacey,
I don't think he's married.
Listen, it
Oh,
doesn't
you're not
matter. You
married?
take
Does it
12
matter
months
if it's
and you
months or
add them
years, Mr.
together.
Denali?
is she adding them together for
There
you?
you go. So right now, as of 2024, the last numbers are 4.2 as of August of 2024. So even if you want to say that Joe Biden's doing a good job, he still has never come back from pre-pandemic levels.
Stacey, the
You can
reason
see
you're
it. There's
saying
the
that
chart right
is
there, my
because
darling.
you just
The chart is right there in front of your face.
you skipped
See it?
over all of the sub 4 numbers to go to the end, which is my whole point.
Am I missing something, guys?
Yes,
No.
you're
Do
missing.
you guys
that
see
No,
the chart right
Voltron's
here?
missing something.
Do you
Could you
see
guys
the
listen for 1
chart?
second?
Can you
He's
tell me
skipping
where
over
that
the
this
fact that
little
the chart
line
goes
is
month
lower than
by
Trump's?
month. It goes
Does
month
that line
by
look lower than
month.
Trump's?
Yes, I can tell you exactly when
No,
it's lower
it
than
does
Trump's.
not.
It's April 2023. It's 3.4. That's when it's lower than Trump's.
Oh my God. This guy is a piece of work.
April
Holy
2023,
hell.
3.4. I'm looking at the
April
same
2023.
chart. She's skipping over all of the months in between to show you the end point.
It's averaged.
It's
Bro.
not average. It's a month by
I
month.
wish I could come through the screen right now at you.
I am
New
looking at.
subject.
I swear to you, for the love of
So you
God.
focusing on 1 month out of all of that?
Look
No.
at
I don't
this.
think he's paying attention. I think he's not listening or something.
Stacey, I'm looking at the exact same chart you are, and it is not average. It is a month by month chart.
She was showing it.
Voltron. Is it 4.2 right now? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Did it come out of pre-pandemic levels? Yes or no?
Yes, it went to 3.4.
For January, 2
No,
months.
it was. Stacey,
2 months out of how many
Stacey,
years? 4
Stacey,
years?
stop,
You want to say
Stacey.
that 3.4 was a great
Stacey.
unemployment?
Stacey, from March of actually, I'm gonna go. It's actually from December. Stacey, from December of 2021 all the way into 2020, November, January 24, March 24, April. All the way to April of 2024, it's below 4%.
Look at this. Look at these
It was
numbers.
under 4% for 2 years, Stacey.
Look at this. Look at
It
this.
was under 4% for 2 years. This is what I'm
these
pointing out
numbers
that you're
right here?
ignoring.
Voltron, what are these numbers right here?
Are you looking at the labor force participation rate?
Yeah, look at, what does this say?
Why are you looking at labor force participation rate in the discussion that we're not having?
Oh my God, because this is relevant to the unemployment, bro. That you're not picking up what I'm putting down.
I am picking up what you're putting
not
down.
getting
You're
it.
trying
You
to
are
distract from the
fighting-
fact
Listen
you're trying
to me,
to move the
Voltron.
goalposts. You're moving the goalposts from what I said. You're
fighting a
moving
losing
the goalposts
battle.
from what I said.
You're losing.
Stacey,
You
you
are
skipped
losing.
over 2.5
Voltron, take the L.
years.
Mr. Denali, what's the new topic? This is boring.
Yeah. All she's doing, and this is crazy, is she's skipping over the 2.5 years of sub 4% unemployment that we
Everyone,
have.
please tap the screen and gift Mr. Denali.
I think everybody deserves.
It's
Mr.
Mr.
Denali
Denali.
deserves a
I
cash
think I
app of
deserve
100.
like
Everybody needs
Mr.
to send
50,000
it.
Denali
because
owes,
my brain
he
just
deserves gifts after this.
exploded.
Like Stacey, are you ignoring the 2 years of sub 4% unemployment?
He's still going. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Why are you doing that? I'm just curious.
Oh my god.
Why can't you just take the L, Voltron?
Because
Take the L, Voltron.
Yeah,
It's cool.
Rhino Cowboy, let's go.
look, I don't understand.
I like your tenacity. I do, but take the
I
L.
don't
please.
understand in a discussion of the unemployment rate.
You just don't know when to stop, though.
He goes to the very end of the unemployment rate, which is
well, no, that's not.
which is the last
He
2 months, and
finally
ignores
Voltron,
said
stop talking.
something.
Hey, Voltron, stop talking and give Mr. Denali. There you go.
He finally said something logical that he does not understand. Okay, so leave it at that.
Okay, it's fun. It's all good. You guys are having a chuckle, but it's really interesting.
No,
I
it's
don't
just that
understand.
you're not listening to her and you keep
I listened to
repeating
exactly
yourself.
what she said. She said that she took the last month, which was the lowest month for Trump, and compared it to the last month for Biden. And
He
she's
showed
right.
every single month.
No, she did not. You can't
He
read that
did
chart.
earlier.
Did you read the chart?
Earlier.
I did, for the love of God.
Okay. Then what do you guys think about the fact that it was under 3.8% for basically 2 years?
Darling. You lost.
Yes, you did badly too.
Stacey, was it under 4% for 2 years? Can you answer that question? Just say yes or no.
Yes. How can I get out of this? Can I say this yes to everything?
Stacey, I want Stacey, you can win this argument
Oh,
if you just answer this question truthfully.
Stacey already won the argument. What are you talking about?
Stacey, all I want you to do is answer this question,
Mr. Vulture, are
and
you
I'm
a
going
gifter?
to stop talking.
Mr. Vulture, are you a gifter?
No, I'm poor. No, I'm not a rich person.
No, I'm poor.
No, I am poor. I'm a poor person. I don't have a lot of money.
Oh, I hope you're not poor-minded.
There's nothing wrong with. I mean, listen.
Stacey, all I want to do is ask this last question, and I'm done with this whole conversation.
Listen to me. Hold on. You just said that you are struggling, correct? I'm trying to help that you're not struggling anymore. You want to vote for the person that's going to help you.
Don't patronize me,
help
Stacey.
this economic country.
Please, don't patronize me.
Financially.
Just listen. You might learn something. Listen.
CMB, can I just ask the one question so we can end this conversation? Can I ask this one question? We can end this
I'm not trying
conversation.
to patronize you in any way, shape, or
Stacey,
form. Do you
can I
know what
ask
I've been
this one
doing for
question?
2 years on this
Stacey, can I ask you one
platform?
question,
Ma
please?
coming through with the Ma, my good friend.
Stacey, can I ask you one question about the numbers you just pulled up? That's all I want to do. And then we can end this whole thing. I got to drop. I'm going to take you to the All I want you to try to think to this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that making noise?
I'm going to ask this one question and then go.
Go ahead, darling.
Wait, hang on. You want to do what?
I want to ask one question of Stacey.
I'm embarrassed. Clapping with friends. I'm sorry, Voltron. They wanted to clap for me. What is it?
Are you gonna let me answer the question?
Not if it's about unemployment. Not if it's about that.
Voltron, I love you. I love you, bro. I do. I do.
Misty. Hey, Misty, you thought I was funny.
you done, Voltron?
No, I
You
want to
didn't
ask my
take that as
question.
a hint to be done.
No.
Mr. Denali, I'm gonna send you a recording of my birds. That shit'll blow everybody out.
Yes, those birds are allowed. Okay,
I only want to ask
Voltron.
one question, then I'm done with it.
I'm curious. Voltron, what did you think about the whole Obama thing?
What Obama thing?
The Obama thing with him chastising black men. Let me hear.
Oh, I mean, he's right. I don't know why you would vote for Trump. It's a terrible idea.
Now, do you think that men are voting? Men are not voting for her because she's a woman and she has a vagina?
Literally, I hear that on the app all the time. I literally hear that.
I meant, do you think that?
Yes, a lot of them are. A lot of them are very chauvinistic. They're like, a woman can't lead.
Okay.
We assume she has a vagina. We don't really know.
Do you in turn think that women are voting for her because she is a woman?
A lot of them are.
So they kind of cancel each other out, right?
No, because women vote for men anyway. So I don't think it makes a huge difference. I think a lot of women vote for,
I'm saying specifically Harris. There are men who are not voting for her because she is a woman. There are women that voted specifically because she is a woman.
I
so
think
they cancel each other out.
What cancels out is there are women that won't vote for her because she's a woman. I've heard that too.
No, you.
No, I know what you said.
Man, sir, pay attention. So you
talk. No, I heard what you said. I'm telling you that there are also women.
I got that. That's not, my example is that the men that are not voting for her, and the women that are, they cancel each other out.
I don't think so. I think it's probably larger on the other side.
Which side is that?
The not voting for her.
You think there's more men not voting because she's a woman?
Yes.
How do you know the difference?
I don't. That's my gut instinct.
Okay, gotcha. You have no numbers to back that up.
I don't know how you'd even get numbers, because a lot of people wouldn't even say that, though. A lot of people will couch it in different terms. Oh, she's not a strong leader. I don't know if she can talk to other world leaders.
She's going to do a press conference before we go to the polls?
Not sure the press conference. She did it at a town hall.
I don't think she'll do a press conference.
I don't think she'll do a press conference. I don't think she's I don't think the press is terribly useful in this election. They don't ask good questions, and they tend to be a little biased. I think both Trump and her have avoided the press.
You think the press is biased against Harris?
I think the press is biased towards sensationalism. They don't think they don't care about either side. They just want ratings.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Welcher Walker Bay is on the panel. I guess he has something to say. Is it you going to pay up the bet, or is it something else?
It's a Cash App. Just send it to the Cash App, Walter.
Welcher Walker Bay. Welcher Walker Bay. Oh, he's not answering. Misty, what you got? You got anything?
Mr. Denali, I've got something for you.
I've just been listening to y'all.
Okay. Well, what do you have? What do you have, CMB?
On your DM from me, there's a last thing, a statistic that's talking about the immigration problem. You may want to play it, listen to it.
Across the U.S. or a particular city?
Yeah, across the U.S.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, it's just sound, so it's not like anything you got to show. You can just hear it and then let people hear it if you want.
Okay, I'll listen to it. I'll put myself on mute and listen to it for a second. Misty says she's just listening. Welcher Walker Bay, you had something?
I'm going night. Good night, guys. Much love to y'all.
I do.
Bye, Stacey. I followed
Bye,
you.
honey. Bye, Denali. Sweetheart. It was fun. It was entertaining.
Good job, girl.
Bye.
I actually do.
What is it?
I wanted to know, why is it that you didn't allow me back up on that live last night?
What was going on last night?
When men was talking, and
Mia?
Huh?
When Mia was, who's Mia?
I said when men were talking.
Oh, Ben were talking?
Yes.
You're a man?
Black men was talking.
You're a man?
Come on, man, stop playing with me, brother. What's wrong with you? I told you last night. You know, it's good, it's your live and everything, and you regulate it like you want. But last night you dropped the ball because you had black men talking. And what was that dude name last night? The racist little white dude that came up there. What was his name?
There's nobody racist. There's nobody racist to come.
What was his name? Denali.
There's
You know what
nobody
it was.
racist that comes on here.
Yes, he was. He was.
No, he was
And
not.
just like, and then last night you
I
allowed.
know him, and he's not
Then
racist.
last night you allowed that woman right there to just spew off so much
What are we
foolishness.
talking about? What
Yo,
woman?
yo.
Well, hang on a second, Mr.
Yeah, you got a lot of
Racist.
opinions.
Okay,
You
one
always come on
second.
spewing racist stuff.
You always you
You're
are
the one that
so quick
spews
to
foolishness
defend.
with all your
You are
racist
so
talk.
quick
People
to
are tired
defend.
of
You
it.
so quickly defend YT people, yo.
I
I'm
don't look.
starting to
I'm
wonder.
tired
You
of your
must be
racist
married to one.
remarks. I'm tired of racism.
No.
That's what I'm tired of.
He showed his races last night. Was he,
He
not
did not.
cussing
You
and carrying
did.
on?
He didn't. You did.
Was he not cussing and carrying on?
You do every
Yes or
time you
no?
come on. You do
I didn't
every
cuss- I
time you
didn't
come
cuss
on.
at him.
Okay, everybody quiet. Mr. Welcher Walker Bay, you're upset.
Regardless of how you, as long as you keep putting that day on it, you showing respect. I appreciate that. Go ahead now. What you want to
I
ask?
added Welcher because you welched on the bet. So
Regardless of that, come on. What that got nothing to do with last night.
I don't care.
Mr.
What
do I
is
hear? What do I hear? You welched on a bet? What is this foolishness I'm hearing?
Yeah, he
Listen,
went
bro.
back on.
Hey,
He
listen.
wanted to bet, and then he couldn't bet. And his wife took his rent money and all kinds of shit.
Whatever. Still, nevertheless.
Okay,
that
hang
still
on a
has-
second. Hang on a second. Yes, Mr. Welcher Walker Bay welched on a bet. Yes, he did. Edwin.
And what was this, Mr. Bay?
Excuse me?
What was this, friend? My brother. What is he saying?
You talking to you, Welcher? Would you like to tell him what happened? Welcher Walker Bay?
Listen, so it was a guy up there.
EK.
Yeah.
You know EK, Edwin.
Not EK. It was the other guy that was up there. The one that was talking about.
It was DA, and he's not racist.
Yeah, but EK put up the
Hang
money.
on 1 second. Mr.
Lord.
Edwin wants to know how Mr. Welcher Walker Bay welch on the bet. Am I right
Okay.
about that, Mr. Edwin?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, man, we got in a little conversation about something that had happened, and I was telling this guy, whoever BJ, I guess that's who his name is, and I was telling him that if something about Trump, and I was telling them how Trump did stop the border bill, and so then that's how we got into, oh well, we're gonna have a debate and all that, and then we were supposed to put money up, and I couldn't get the money.
Wait, hang on a second. When you say supposed to, how fast did Mr. EK send the money?
It don't even matter that. I'm talking about. I'm speaking on my.
He did send the money like in 3 minutes.
Right. So okay. So anyhow.
You don't want to tell the whole story.
Hey, Edwin, I'm summing it up. I don't want. That's not what I want to spend my time on
Don't
this
worry
live
about that. I'm gonna give you all the
I
time
want
you
to
need.
spend
Mr.
my
Edwin,
time.
Mr.
Listen.
Edwin listen. No, you listen. Mr. Edwin
Oh my
wanted to
God,
find-
dude.
Mr. Edwin asked the question, and you got to explain it correctly. If you don't, I will fill in the blanks. If you leave
Okay, you can fill in the blanks, bro. The bottom of the line was, Mr. Edwin, is I tried to attempt to send that money, and I wanted that to happen that night, which it wasn't going to happen. They wanted to set up a whole debate, argument, and all that bull crap. Which either way, he still couldn't get past the fact that, regardless, Trump did stop the border bill. Period. I don't know what the whole got to be a debate about or whatever. I guess that's just a part of the show. Anyhow, that's not what is important right now. What is important is we're talking about the differences in black men, just like something Denali just asked a brother on here. Was he offended by what Obama had said to black men yesterday? I mean, the day before yesterday, when he was doing something and he was explaining how black men should be voting for VP Harris. Okay, are you hearing me, Mr. Edwin?
Yeah, but I mean that's
okay. So here's the thing. So last night, was two other brothers and myself, and it was this other dude that was up there who was spewing out about a lot of stuff about talking about black stuff, which was black stuff. Sometimes we have a conversation where black men are talking, but you had a YT man trying to tell us what we should feel, right? So then when I got in and got into his chest, right, about that last night, then he got to cussing and fussing, tried to claim himself as a victim, that we all piling up on him. Now he was a victim, which these are typical talking points that all people that gets in our business.
This guy moved the
Try to claim.
This guy moved the
They always
goalpost
do
all
that.
the way to the other side of the field.
They will always make themselves the victim.
Edwin, that's
And
not
so
what happened.
last
I tell
night
you
when
the truth.
This guy was
Denali
supposed to
when
say what about the
Denali
bet. He was supposed to talk about the bet.
Everybody,
Now he
please.
changed the subject.
Mr. Walker Bay, did
I
I
don't
try
give a
to
damn about the bet. That's over.
Mr.
That ain't gonna
Welch,
change nothing.
Mr. Welcher Walker Bay, did I attempt to explain to BA why he should not be speaking on these things?
Did you?
Okay, if you didn't hear it, then I can't tell you what to do.
You kept dropping me last night. And
What-
then
what
you
is
let
that?
her, then you let Yo-Yo get up there and talk all that foolishness last night.
So you're
No,
upset because
I
I
speak
dropped
the
you?
truth. I don't talk
You
about
don't
it.
speak no truth.
Mr. Bay,
You're racist. That's the truth.
You sit along. First of all,
Hang on one second, Mr. Edwin. Let me give you his history. He's from Virginia. He grew up next to a sundown town, and he has some PTSD from being very close to a sundown town. I told Mr. Walker Bay that he probably needs some therapy because he seems to think that every time and that a YT person may get upset that they're going to call him the N-word. And I told him that's not true, and that he needed some therapy so he doesn't look through that lens all the time when he's dealing with people who are non-black. Mr. Edwin.
Mr. Bay, I
hey,
think
can I speak now?
you and I.
I want
Or you
Mr.
gonna
Edwin
mute
to
me?
talk to you right now. Give me a second, Mr. Bay.
Oh, okay.
I think you know you and I come from the same place. What do I mean by that? In an environment where there are some polar opposites nearby, that's like the lines in the sand, and you know, like, quote unquote, that's the white part of town, right? This the black part of town. When you grow up as a child, they tell you stay off from over there. And that's how they say it, off from over there. Over where? I mean, like, we're in America, like, this is soil, it's dirt. Now, you can't be in that place or that area. You're restricted by geographical location because of who lives over there. That place, that's what I'm talking about. I call it Podunk. That's where I'm from. Seems like that's where you're from. However, where you are is more important than where you're from. In this particular space, i.e. Mr.Denali XL, here you're going to find a grouping of people from all walks of life that have all different social positions. Now, what they like to do is they like to do what we call a gentleman's wave. Because over here, you know, this is, I can't say the Wild Wild West, but it's a place where you bring your math, you show your work, you may get you some money because you're willing to put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. So there are people on this panel or in this space that are willing to put their money where their mouth is. Some of them, like the ones you've mentioned, the names you called out so far, I have seen these jokers lose handedly.
Oh, shit.
About, you know, positions, but they're okay. They're still here. They're wagering with you. Wager, you are due and owed to make sure the wager is paid. If you lost, you can't say you don't care. If you didn't care, you shouldn't have agreed. It's a gentleman's space. So all I'm asking is, did you make a wager on this panel for Mr. Denali and lose and fail to pay? That is my
No,
question.
bro, I ain't lost nothing, bro. I ain't lose.
He agreed to the bet, but he never put the money up.
So how did I lose?
No, I said you agreed. You agreed.
By default.
And then you
I
agreed and then
listen.
you backed out.
Listen, man, hold on, bro. Let me say this one more time, okay? All right? And I'm going to make this absolutely clear for you, right? I attempted to try to make the bet, couldn't get it done. in the story.
No, that's not true.
And then after the fact,
I'm gonna tell you this right
hold.
now. No, hang on a second. We're gonna have truth. You
And
came
what-
up the next morning and I said, send me your phone number and I will send you a square link. And you accepted, and then you still did not send the money.
Well, listen, Denali. That was the next day, right?
But my
And
question
then
is,
what?
no,
And
hang on.
listen, that
Why
was
would
the
you come up?
next day, bro.
Why would you come up here and pretending like you wanted to give me your number? I gave you my number. I said, send me. I gave you my number over the air. And I said, send me your number and I will send you a square link so you could pay, so you could fulfill the bet. That's what happened. And you didn't do it.
I don't understand why you can't just admit that you changed your mind and you didn't want to do the bet. That's all it took.
Look, can I speak on what I came up here for?
Okay, can you
Can I
tell me,
can I speak
Mr.
on what I came
Walker
up here
Bay,
on?
did you come up here to listen? We're gonna have truth.
We gotta have truth.
1 second, Edwin. Did you come up here the next morning and I gave you my number for you to send me your number so that I could send you a square link so you can pay by credit card? Did that happen? Yes or no?
Yeah, it certainly did.
Why didn't you fulfill that?
Bro, listen, I told you, I tried to send that daggone money, man.
That ship has
and
sailed.
they wouldn't.
Sir, that ship sailed. You came up the next morning. No, you came up the next morning.
Okay,
I gave,
but
sir,
Denali,
don't cut
but
me
now-
off. Because now you're irritating me because I want to have truth. You came up the next morning and I gave you my number over the airwaves, and you were going to send me your number, and I was going to send you a square link so you could pay with a credit card. Did that happen or not? Crickets.
No. Oh, I
Did it
can talk.
happen?
I can talk now.
Did that happen, sir? The only thing I want to know.
Okay.
No.
So
Did that happen,
that
yes or
happened,
no?
Denali.
Did it
that
happen?
happened, Denali.
Okay.
You want to hear that? That
No,
happened.
it's not. No, not what I want to hear. I want the truth. Did it happen?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Then why did you come
Listen,
up?
Listen, bro.
Why did you come?
The reason why you.
The thing is, why did you come up pretending like you were going to fulfill your end, and then you did not follow through the next morning? Why didn't you do that? Or why did you do that?
Because I got the right to change my damn mind.
Okay, well then you welched on a bet. That's pretty
Okay,
simple. That's why your name is. That's why I changed your name to
worse.
Welcher Walker Bay.
I've been called worse, bro.
No, I don't care. I'm
But
just telling you
that
what
has
you
nothing to do with. Hold. But that still does not have anything to do with what we was talking about last night.
I don't care about last night. I don't care about last night. I don't care.
Go on mute for
I
just a
don't
second.
care about last night.
Mr.
I
Bay.
took care of last night the way I want to take care of it. You don't tell me how to take care of things on my panel. I do it the way I want to do it. I told you already that you need therapy because you have PTSD from what you grew up in. Every time a person who's non-black says they're going to take the gloves off and things like that, doesn't mean they're going to call you the N-word. That's your thing, and you need to get that checked out. That's my opinion. That's not you got to look through things through different colored glasses. You're still looking at it from being from a sundown town, and I'm sure that was traumatic, but we got to move forward.
So in this place, Mr. Bay, support is a verb. Let me try to explain the mathematics to the equation for you. Everybody in this place and in this space, all 32 people that are in the
I got an echo
in the country cartel or the common cousin section know this about this space. Support is a verb. In this space, you're required to do something. If you're cash apping, it's Mr.Denali XXL. You know, he hosts a panel, so we ask people to donate. If you can't donate actual cash to the Cash App, we ask for you to help.
He left.
So don't come up here playing in people's face about supporting and putting your money where your mouth is, and then you want to pivot without telling folks that you're pivoting. That's disingenuous.
He left.
Don't insult. He's still in here. Please don't insult a black queen. You can debate Miss Yo-Yo all you want, but you cannot come at her humanness. That's unallowed. That being said, don't come back up around these parts unless you're willing to be a man and do the things that you're supposed to do. Because in this place,
He's
truth
back.
is out. What we need for you to do is either honor your bet or don't ask for an audience to speak. Stay in the comment section with the cousins. I'm gonna go on mute.
Mr. Welcher Walker Bay.
Yep. Can I? What we talking about, brother?
Yes, you can talk, sir.
Can we talk, man?
Yeah.
Okay. So last night, right? We had a great discussion with several brothers that was on this live, correct? I'm asking you, is that correct?
Is what? Come on. What's your point?
I just asked you.
We were up
Last
here
night
discussing the Barack
we had a
Obama.
great debate with several other brothers, correct?
Okay, get to your point, sir.
So how is it that you allowed that when men was talking, you pivot from allowing us to continue to talk, and then you allowed Yo-Yo to intervene and put her spiel in when men was talking?
First of all, I didn't say anything to
even
you
the other,
disrespected.
even the
Get
other
in the
women.
What
conversation
difference
about
does it
Obama
make
at
if it
all.
was men or women
There we go
talking?
again.
This is a
I didn't get in at that point. I didn't get into the end till you were being racist, and I told you you were being racist.
All the
That's
other
when I
women that was
jumped
up
in.
there said, "I'm gonna fall back and let us talk," but she had to put her
I
2
didn't
cents
get in the male conversation because I don't even care about that. I got in when you were being racist because I'm tired of you coming on the panel being racist every time you're on here.
I'm not
It's
racist,
old and it's
lady.
played out.
I'm not
tired of
racist.
racism.
I
I'm
don't
tired
care
of
how
it. And I
much you
have that
yell.
right to
I
be
don't care
tired
how
of
much
it.
you yell.
Well, and I have
Everything
a
that
right
you
for my
said last
opinion.
night
Every time you're on here, you
my
say
point.
racist stuff and it's old and it's played out.
Like I said, Walker Bay. Welcher Walker Bay. I think that.
Hey, one thing about it, right? One thing about it, right?
Walker Bay, would you?
You
Okay,
young people gonna find out when y'all sit
oh
there
my
and
God,
cast
I'm
your
so
vote.
tired of your fearmonger. Listen to me.
Hey,
Do you think that you have some post-traumatic stress disorder from the way from? Give me 1 second, Edwin. Mr. Walker Bay, do you think that you have some traumatic stress disorder from the way that you grew up close to a sundown town?
I'm sure I do.
Okay. Since you admit that, have you done something to attempt to rectify that, to help you so that you can be a better person as you walk through the world?
Absolutely, I have.
You've been to therapy?
I don't need no therapy, bro.
Okay. Would you like to share how you have tried to get past that so you don't bring the past into your present and your future?
Well, what I've done, right? I would say I stay in my lane, right?
I don't know what that means. How does that help you?
I'm gonna explain.
No,
you didn't let me explain.
You live in the world. You don't live on an island by yourself. So your traumatic things that happened to you in the past, you bring to your present and your future when you're dealing with people. Hence, and with the situation with Gen X, when she said she's going to take the gloves off politically, you immediately thought that she was going to call you the N-word. That's traumatic. That's trauma. You may not recognize it, but that's trauma if you think that when a person who is non-black says, I'm going to take the gloves off verbally and talk about politics, you think she's going to call you the N-word. You may not know it, but that's trauma.
But then when we sat there and discussed it, right? When we sat there and
we're talking about Gen X. You're trying to move the goalpost. Stay right here. That's traumatic, sir. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but that is trauma. That is unrecognized, and you haven't reconciled with that.
But he also have
you say the way you deal with it is by you staying in your lane.
That's right.
You don't live on an island by yourself.
But he's also a male chauvinist because you've said 100 times.
I can only deal with one thing at a time, CMB. I can't deal with everything, okay? Give me a second. We got to eat it like an elephant, one bite at a time.
Wow. I have trauma.
So you don't think you just admitted that you had trauma?
Listen.
Wait a
Let me say.
second, sir. Did you just admit?
Let me say this, right?
No. Did you just admit that you have trauma?
Of course I do.
Okay, so why are you surprised? Why are you saying wow, like you're a victim now that you have trauma?
As a black man living in America, it's trauma every day for us.
Sir, I'm talking about
every day. Would you agree with that?
Yes, in some instances, yes.
Would you agree with that?
I said in some instances, yes. But
Okay.
you're bringing your childhood, teenage, adolescent trauma into now you're 60 years old and you still haven't dealt with the trauma, because when somebody who's non-black says take the gloves off talking about politics, you think next thing is gonna be they're gonna call you the N-word. That's trauma. And I'm sorry that you don't recognize that.
Okay. So do you recognize racist undertones when you hear it?
Of course I do.
Do you do? You really do?
Of course sir, I've been black.
So last night then, did you hear it last night?
And I tried my very best. Listen, this is an inclusive space. And sometimes we are not going to hear things that we want to hear. But the way that I have built this platform is that everyone is welcome as long as there's no hate speech and we try to cut down on the misinformation, because this is about teaching.
Right.
I feel this platform has changed mine, and people have come back and told me that things that they've heard here gave them a different perspective on things. The work I have done on police brutality with black men and police has changed minds. Implicit bias has changed minds, and people have come back and told me I didn't think about things that way. The conversations we had on transgender, people having conversations about that, learning new terms old terms they shouldn't use, and just learning that these are people. This is about humanity. It's not about color. Yes, it plays a factor, and we have those conversations when necessary, but it's also about humanity.
And you think I don't know that?
But you don't.
You think that in all my living, you think I don't know the difference between
So why
the
do you
two?
think that when a non-black person says take the gloves off, you think that they're going to call you the N-word?
Well, that was a heated conversation at the time with Gen X.
Why do you think that, sir? Why do you think that?
For one, right? For one, when you saying that you want to take the gloves off, you saying you want to get physical. That's how I look at it.
Well, sir,
So when you saying physical,
you know that the woman wasn't going to get physical on TikTok.
verbally physical. You can be verbally
critical
physical.
thinking skills to know that, sir. So come on, don't play games with me.
No, I'm not playing games, bro. When you say you gonna take the gloves off, everything goes.
Sir, how was she going to get physical? You're in Virginia. She's in Jacksonville.
I understand that, bro.
How do you understand it when you say you think it's going to get physical?
Meaning by verbally, she was gonna get. Verbally. That means the N-word and everything else gonna come out.
And that's trauma.
That's trauma for me.
Yes, it is.
It doesn't make me. It don't offend me.
It's traumatic that you think that if a non-black person says take the gloves off in a political discussion, that you think the next word is going to come out their mouth is the N-word. That's trauma. And
if it ain't coming out their mouth, they thinking it.
I don't believe that, sir.
How do you know that?
I don't believe that. I don't live in that world, sir.
So what? Why was that man last night doing it?
He said the N-word?
No, he didn't say the N-word, but you saw how he expressed himself.
And I did my very best to explain to him the double standards, and he can accept it or not. This platform is about teaching. It's not about
but this is what I'm saying.
It's not it's not about kicking people out because I don't like what they say. And believe me, I hear a lot of shit that I don't agree with. But this space is about teaching. Yeah, we have fun and games and we play around, but this is about bringing Americans together so that we can learn from one another. That's what this is about.
Absolutely. But at the same token, right, Mr. Denali, what I'm saying to you is the fact that when I identify when people outside of my race start trying to talk to me in a space in which that I'm only dealing with my people, you don't have the right to be speaking on my people. So that agitates the hell out of me.
And that's fine, But how do people learn if they can't?
Why we got to teach them? Why?
Why do we have to teach them? Listen,
Yeah. Why do we have to bend the knee for them?
I don't know if it's bending the knee.
It is.
Well, that's your opinion. I'm about having conversation because when you talk, you never know when a light bulb moment's going to go off in the head. I want this to be a safe space where people can ask questions respectfully and try to get an answer. Now, yes, there are some people that probably aren't ever going to get it, and that's okay. I'll bring them along, and maybe something might jar their head and be like, wow, I never thought about that. You know, Rob Portman from Ohio, the former senator, Republican, he was against gays and everything else until he found out his son was gay. And then he became a gay champion because it affected him personally. So I want to continue to talk and have dialogue with people, and you never know when a light bulb moment goes off. I'm never going to stop talking. That's what I do. I'm a communicator. I was in corporate sales for a very long time, very successful. That's what I did all day long, was have conversations and communicate to people of every walk of life.
I think, Mr. Denali.
Yes.
Walker Bay, I just want to say this, man. You've been on here long enough to with Mr. Denali's channel. You can't treat his channel like everybody else's channel. The thing is, it is a protected space for everybody. I've been here a couple months. I've seen you here many times. Yeah, we laugh and joke about the betting situation and things like that. But you know, yo-yos are regular. You know, a lot of people are regular. Gen X are regular. You know, a lot of people are regulars, man. So it is a protected space, and Mr. Denali gonna do the best he can to make sure everybody feel comfortable. So ain't no racism going on here to where it's like Mr. Denali gonna co-sign on some racist stuff, man.
Yeah, come on.
So I think you need to just, relax on that, man. Understand that there's no people coming in that he's trying to bring in, which he's supposed to. Now think about it like this. You just brought up a touchy subject that happened last night. I wasn't on last night, but I'm a regular. You got other people that's regulars that saw what happened last night. You got new people here that want to be around, or might become around, or might disappear just because we're going back to a touchy subject that they weren't even a part of. So that's the thing. Just respect the channel. He respects everybody. Everybody so far respect each other. If there's a problem, he checks it. And man, just relax, man. Hey, bro. If we brothers, let's be brothers, cool. But when we want to talk about everybody, we want to talk to everybody, get everybody's opinion. We all got to be willing to learn and see how we can change things from internal.
And Charlie, just to piggyback on that, all I did, I wasn't in the conversation with men because I don't care about the Obama stuff. That's between the men. But when he called BA a racist, I'm cool with BA, and I know BA ain't a racist. And I just was basically saying he's not a racist, like jumping in to say I'm tired of everything going to race.
Well, see, what thing with that?
Right. And I was listening.
Hold on. First of all, Walker Bay, Yo-Yo's sister has been a regular to respect that. That's all I'm saying.
I just want to say one cuss word to Charlie. Not disrespectfully. Charlie, well put. Damn, boy, that was good. That's all I wanted to say. I'm going back.
Yeah, that was good.
Well,
but all I'm saying is it's always about race, and I'm just tired of it always going to racism when you come on the panel. That's it. It's like everything's fine, and then you come up, and it goes to racism. And it's just like, why?
So my conversation is always about racism, huh?
Well, listen, hang on. I don't want to listen. I'm not
really.
I'm not going to say that, Yo-Yo. I do believe, and I think he has some trauma. And since I feel he has that trauma, I want him to continue to come back because, again, this space is about dialogue as long as we're not being disrespectful to one another and we're not calling names and things like that. Misty, what do you have to say about this? Because you said you were listening last night.
Yeah, I mean, I was just listening last night, and Yo-Yo didn't come out of pocket or at the wrong time. And I'm friends with BA, and he 100%, he is not racist at all. Not at all. But I do believe Mr. Walker sometimes does believe he does flip things or think. Just like with the last situation with Caroline, yeah.
Yeah, right.
It's unfortunate, and hopefully it'll change.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not throwing Mr. Welcher Walker Bay over the cruise liner or anything like that. He's always welcome. We just have to. I don't know. We just have to open our minds and be open to accepting new information.
Hey, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this one question.
Hold on, Bay. You've been talking for a minute. Let me talk. Bay.
Oh man, I've been talking for a minute.
No, it's okay. It's cool. I'm gonna back
Okay.
out the room as soon as I cut across the field. I'm gonna get across quickly because I don't want to get hit by nothing. No strays, no none of that. Gen X. You have to look at Gen X as an indifferent. What do I mean by that? From where you're from, there are people that live on that side, and I explained that side to you earlier, that are okay with us, even though they live over there. They're going to live in an environment, and they're going to make sure their environment is intact, right? And I can't fault them for that. But they really don't have any issue with me either being in their space or being anyway. They just trying to do them. And for that, as an American, I can respect that. There are some of them over there. Gen X, to me, is one of them. She has an opinion that I differ with, but I don't differ with her because she presents it disrespectfully to me. That ain't for me, if that makes any sense. Like Mr. Trump is not for me. I believe she supports Mr. Trump. But, I have a cause to make sure that in 24 days I can sing my song. But that's all I wanted to put. Sometimes you just gotta what my granny told me about that place over there, son, you can't be reactive. You have to be proactive. You have to look ahead and see what's up the road instead of trying to address what's around you, because what's around you should have already been addressed because you were coming to it. If you weren't prepared, it ain't nobody's fault but your own. Now, if you've been in this space and if you've been around, which people are saying, then you already know this is not that kind of deal. And I'll land there.
Welcher, Walker Bay?
Yeah. I mean, I hear what the brother said. That's all good. But what I was saying to you is, when we have the opportunity as black men, when you share your life with us, and we have a chance to smooth out things or get some perspectives on things, then allow us to do that, and not like last night. Because last night, it kind of it rubbed me the wrong way, But I know that you're a fair guy. You're a fair guy. I like that. That's why I keep coming to your live, But far as races, when I'm saying races, when we're talking in black space, then allow to sit back for them to learn and not to speak. That's all I'm saying
Can I
about
say
that.
something?
I guess this a YT man now speak your name.
You see my initials. You can
I
call
don't know
me
what your
Cuz.
initials mean.
Well,
Your initials don't mean nothing to me.
It's from
all right. Then you know what? Your thing says Walker. I'll just call you Welcher. How about that?
See that there's the disrespect of a YT
Oh,
man
there's
right
the
there. I know
disrespect
he's
that
a
you
YT
started.
man.
That
I
you
know
started.
he's a YT man.
That you started
I don't know
because
what
the
your
first thing
initials
out of your
mean.
mouth, sir.
Hang on.
Sir,
Mr.
let me
MB,
finish.
Hang on, Mrs. MB. Can you, for me, just call him Walker Bay, okay? Just for me.
You know what? I won't even call the guy because he's not worth calling. I just want to point out the fact.
There it is.
My
point made,
sir,
brother.
can you be quiet for a minute?
Made.
Let me talk.
Yeah, you can talk. Go ahead, talk.
Okay, well,
man.
I don't
Go
want to
ahead,
talk
white
over
man. Go
you.
ahead, talk.
I
to
let
me,
you
white
talk.
man.
I let you talk when you talk.
Go ahead, white man. Go ahead, talk to me, white man.
You are talking.
Okay, first of all, no. Here, this is
man.
hang on a second. No, this is a perfect example of why this America is the way it is, because you got certain individuals that are actually borderline ignorant to where automatically if they hear a white person talk, they gotta get on the offensive and be like, oh, white man talking now, he gonna call me the N-word, and or
I
he
don't worry
gonna.
about you calling me the N-word because
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Mr.
You call me
Denali.
that.
I'm talking to Mr. Denali. Can you keep your mouth quiet for 5 minutes, and then I'll let you
There
talk?
you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. And you know, that's what's wrong with this country. This country has gotten weak and weaker because back in the day when I grew up and we was in the hood or whatever, we wasn't worried about all this petty shit. We wasn't worried if a white dude walked up to a black dude that the guy was going to be racist or he was going to discriminate against him just because he was walking up to him. Texas Walker proved the point. I just said, can I say something? And Texas says, oh, we got a white boy now that's going to give his opinion. You're the
Edwin, that's
racist.
an
The only
example.
racist person in this room right now is you, Mr. Walker.
Well,
And you're not only racist, but you're also a man. You only want men. Oh, you know how many times you said that? Well, we men were talking, and then Yo-Yo interrupted. Dude, this is an open conversation. TikTok's for men, women, and of all other kinds. You can't sit there and say that because you're discriminating against women, and that just makes you sound like a pig.
All right.
Male chauvinist pig.
I don't think that Mr. Walker Bay is a racist. I think that he has some, as I've said, some trauma from growing up, and I think he looks through the world through a different prism. And I've suggested that maybe he go talk to somebody to try to work that out. That's my opinion.
I think your opinion is very valid because the moment I said, can I say something, he right away jumped to the race and said, oh, we got a white boy now that's going to say something. You know what I'm saying? So he's got the race problem in his head.
Well, listen, you know.
Can I speak, Mr. Denali, now?
We all are a product of our. We all are a product of our experiences. As I've said, I pointed out, Walker Bay growing up next to a sundown town. We don't know what that was like unless you've done it. I'm sure that wasn't easy, where you had to be out of town by a certain time. That doesn't feel right, and that's not the right thing to do. Right now, we know there are 2,400 sundown towns in this great country of ours, and there should be zero. And Mr. Walker Bay has decided he's not going to leave because he has a right to be there, and he does. So
Right.
I'm not going to say that he's racist. I'm not saying that at all because racism.
And he shouldn't feel intimidated. He shouldn't feel intimidated. He shouldn't feel intimidated by just some regular white Joe saying something on a fucking TikTok.
Again, trauma can come out in different ways.
Hey, Mr. Denali, can I ask you this?
Absolutely.
Walker.
How can a black man be racist? How can a black man be racist when every 25 years I got to get petition for me in order for me to
Let some of
vote?
the other panelists talk. You are dominating, centering yourself, and trying to be the subject matter of every conversation that you respond. This is not your panel. You are a panelist.
Man, who is this brother trying to chastise me?
Edwin. I am the chief moderator of TikTok, sir.
Oh, okay. So you got a title now.
I'm trying
So
to
you
tell
Big
you
Willie.
how it's supposed to
You
go.
Big
That's
Willie.
how stepping.
Come on, man.
I'm
Come
the
on, man.
whole goddamn
Fall
him.
back
I'm
to,
the
brother.
enchilada, and your mama should have told you about me, because I come with the wind.
My
sir.
mama? Come on, bro.
Yes,
Don't
your mama.
don't speak
I'm
on my
from
mama,
the
bro.
South.
You
Look,
don't do
I'm
that,
from
man.
Arkansas goddamn thickets. Bring it, big dog. You see my hat? Nigga, look, I'll take my goddamn hat
hear
off
that?
for
You
you.
hear what he
I
just
called
said?
you
You
that
heard that,
because that's
Mr.
how you
Denali?
acting
Oh,
up
my God,
here.
that's
You
what's
need
going
to
on
sit
right
your
now.
fuck
Oh,
down.
my
Get
God.
on the goddamn mic and
Oh,
let some
my
other
God.
people speak.
He
Shut
just
the
called
fuck
me the
up.
N-word,
That's
Mr.
what you
Denali.
need to do, Mr. Bay.
Wow.
Mr. Bay,
Wow.
you welched on a goddamn bet.
We quick
Until
to
you
jump
pay
on
your
our own
motherfucking
kind,
bills,
but we'll
you ain't
defend the
got
white
no
man
service.
to the death.
Shut up. You
Tooth
ain't
and
paid
nail.
your
That's
bill.
what
You
we
ain't
do.
got no service. You
All right. Okay. Everybody, calm down. I think that's enough of that. I mean, I don't know what just happened, but I don't think it's productive at all. Please respect the panel and the other people on the panel. It's not necessary. Okay. Mr. Edwin, you know you have a lot of respect, and you know that
don't have a problem that he came at Gen X. I'm sorry. Maybe that
I know, but you're much better than that. Don't.
Yeah, I am, but I can be.
I know.
I'm trying.
We gotta be respectful.
We got to be respectful.
And we can't call people.
See, Edwin, that's what happened to me last night.
Yes.
This happened to you.
Can't call people out of their names.
Everybody's trying to tell him, but he's not really listening.
I know. Listen. I mean, you know, the challenge with this platform, even for myself and people that's on it, is that people don't want to hear things they don't want to hear, and it triggers them. That's why I think I'm the perfect guy for this type of platform. I try really hard not to get triggered. I hear a lot of shit that I don't agree with. I'm like, wow. But okay, this is what I have chosen to do. And this is the type of platform I've chosen to create. And I'm not going to shy away from it. Many times on this thing, producers say, get out of there, let's close the live down. I'm like, no, we're not closing the live down. We're going to see this through, and I'm the captain of the ship, and we're going to get through these shark-infested waters. And most times we do. It's difficult.
Mr. Denali, can I say something?
Absolutely. Women are
whoever Keisha is in the comments, if she got something to say, she could come up here and say it.
We don't want to be Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo is not no joke.
No, come up or shut up.
Women are
I'm just tired of that stuff. It's played out. You got something to say, come up and say it. Be a woman. Be a woman. Come up and say it to my face. How about that?
Maybe she's here. No, that's Miss My Dear.
Well, let her come up.
Keisha,
Denali, give me a parachute. I'll just watch from the outside for a couple minutes.
All right.
You're and while you're down in the comment section, cousin.
I don't want to argue with people in the comments.
Keisha, would you like? Let me invite Keisha up. Well, you have Yo-Yo's our newest producer. You do have the controls, Yo-Yo. I set you up last night.
It doesn't work.
If you push the people button,
there you go. It worked. How do I do this?
Oh, she like I got power.
If you push the people button, it'll bunch of people will come up.
Welcome in the building. We got us a new mod on TikTok.
No, man, we ain't gotta go back and forth in the comments. You got something to say? Come up and say it. Shit.
I know. Don't mess with Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo is not for the foolishness.
No, I mean I ain't into the keyboard warriors.
Moderator in chief. You have now become Denali. Your job.
She's been invited.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
CMB in the comments, and then it's implicit bias, CMB. Denali is saying trauma, which implicit bias is sometimes triggered by trauma, most likely, most of the time, or in a lot of cases. But what Mr. Walker has, a lot of other Southern people have, and people that live in the rural South, that Northerners, let's say, or Westerners, may not actually have an experience of living in. Like, it's one thing to talk about racism than to actually live in an environment where racism is proactively active, where you see it, like up close and personal. Because most people have a subjective view of what racism is, and every now and again may in their life experience what they perceive as racism, but they never live in an actual environment where racism, i.e., next to a sundown town that you got to be gone or you're going to find yourself around a noose. That's a difference. That's all I wanted to say to you, Mr. C.
All right. Okay. See, we got through that. All right.
So brother, are you going to apologize for calling me the N-word?
No, because at the time.
Wow.
You were acting. Wait a minute. Let me explain myself and you can push back. At the time, based on the information that I was hearing, because I was not here, about what occurred and how the interaction went, I think you went too far by, one, in my opinion, because I wasn't here, attacking a woman, which Gen X is, then attacking Yo-Yo, which is also a woman, right? And as a man wearing a cap like you have in your picture, we don't do that. Women are off limits. The only people that attack women are what I called you. So at the time, you may not be such a man, but you were acting like a man, such as those.
Bro, don't try to insult my intelligence, bro. Talking that bourgeoisie stuff. Come on, man. Don't talk to me like that, brother. I'm very intelligent. And for you to say that you can't even apologize, because that had nothing to do with you coming out your mouth, what you just said to me. What I said to you is this, bro. This is what I was saying to you.
If I said
can
it,
I talk?
I can stand
can
on
I speak?
I meant what I said. I just explained to you why I said what I said, because I meant what I said, and I ain't running from it, sir.
You sound like a Trumper.
Like it or not.
You sound like
stand
Trump.
on it.
No, he's blue.
I
He's
know,
blue
I
all the
know,
way.
I know he is. But what I'm saying is, Trump don't never apologize for shit neither, and he sounded just like that. If you wrong, brother, you wrong. Period. And what I was saying, me and whoever the dude with
I'm
the
not
initials.
capitulating to you, sir. I'm asking you to capitulate to everyone else. I've already capitulated to this team. I'm here. I support. I tap. I do a lot of things in this space. I try to do what I can when I can to help Mr. Denali, as well as all the other content creators that are on here that host some places and do some things. So I'm active, sir. So if I found, like, you fouled a ball off, I can say, I can umpire for Mr. Denali, Mr. DL, because you was fouled. You was on the wrong side of the playbook. And I said, I'm calling
Burn them, Cowboys. Let's go.
All right, we going back and forth with that, but that subject to me is dead because I let that brush off roll off my shoulders like water. You know what I'm saying? So my thing was the dude that had the initials, right? Talk about he from the hood, and he correlate with people in the hood and all that. That's fine and dandy. That's just like when people say, you know what, I got black friends and all of that. You know what I mean? But that still doesn't understate the fact of the matter that regardless, when I hear people talking racist stuff, or when you want to come up here and act like that you know what's going on in the black community, you have no right. And that's all I've been saying. You don't have right to be in black spaces when blacks are having a conversation, period. You fall back. And just like when what I was telling Yo-Yo last night, she didn't have no right to intervene in that conversation. She should have fell back like all the other women that was on that live last night said, I'm falling back while they talk. She had all
First
the
of all,
talk.
I didn't comment
She
on
had all
that.
the
I
mouth
wasn't
last
talking
night.
about the conversation. I only said BA is not racist when you called him racist. That's the only time I commented
You
on
keep
that.
saying the
I
same
didn't
thing.
comment in
You
the
keep saying the
conversation
same
itself.
thing. You keep saying
That's
the
the
same
truth.
thing.
It's because it's the
Hey,
truth.
hold on real quick.
And the only comment I made
Hey,
on the Obama
hold
thing,
on,
and Mr.
Yo-Yo, I'm
Denali,
sorry,
you can
I'm sorry,
confirm this.
Yo-Yo.
I said that my brother said something about. This is before you even came in the room, I think. When it first started, I said that my brother said he's voting for Harris, and I said my brother was upset about it because he was hoping it doesn't affect her campaign because he knows that other men were upset about it, and that was before you even got there. Do you remember that,
I was
Mr.
there the
Denali?
whole time, Yo-Yo.
I didn't say
I was there the whole time.
anything else about it after that, and then you guys started talking about it, and
I
me and
heard
Miss
the whole
Sill like
conversation, Yo-Yo.
step back.
I heard the whole
Okay, but that's
conversation.
the only comment I made about that topic.
It
When
was
you
me.
called him racist, I said BA is not racist, and you got upset.
That was me. That was me that stepped
Okay,
in.
before
Miss Sill, did I say anything else
No,
other than that about that
it wasn't.
topic? Yes
It
or
wasn't
no?
Yo-Yo. It wasn't Yo-Yo. It was me.
It
That's why I
wasn't me.
came up.
It was Miss Sill.
Yeah.
So you talking and don't know what you're talking about, and that's why I said that.
I
Walker
think you
Bay.
got confused. That's all, Yo-Yo.
No.
But hey, Mr. Denali,
wasn't me.
Before I exit, Mr. Denali, my dear, hello, how you doing, Miss Steele? How you doing?
And
Yo-Yo.
hi everybody. I didn't mean to be rude, but I just wanted to let that part be known.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm gonna have
Miss
to get out
Sill,
of
how
here,
you
but Yo-Yo,
doing?
what's your
Hey, Miss
name?
Sill.
Hey, Walter Bay, and this for also CMB and whoever else on the panel. You understand one thing: opinions are one thing. Everybody have them. Feelings are reality. Feelings, you're allowed to have feelings the way people feel. You can tell somebody how they feel about anything. But the thing is, it comes down to a point of one thing: you got to respect the house. So the house is Denali's that we coming to, and you got to leave it at that. If somebody come to my house, I done had parties at my house before where people don't like each other in the house, but they respect the house, so they don't blow it up because they respect me. So let's just respect Denali, regardless of how people feel about each other and stuff like that. He's going to let him moderate what goes on, what's negative, what's too much. He'll drop somebody and stuff like that. But I'm going to have to get out of here, and I'll be back tomorrow. Now I got to tend to these kids, man.
All right, man.
All right, Charlie. Hey, Mr. Denali.
Yeah.
I don't respect your live.
You don't what now?
I say I don't respect your live.
What mean, for the most part, listen. I think everybody from time to time gets out
No,
of pocket.
no, Mr. Denali. Do I respect your live? Yes or no?
Listen, I would say yes. I said we have disagreements on things, but
thank you.
I wouldn't say that you're disrespectful. No.
Thank you.
You get out of pocket sometimes, but that's everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Denali. I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that honestly.
I say you're a welcher, but I wouldn't say that you're disrespectful.
Okay, I welched on a bet. Maybe the next time we'll get a better bet. Maybe once we get Harris in office, I'll be able to do all the things. I'll be able to do all the things that you're talking about.
I think you have trauma, and I would suggest that you attempt to try to work that out. But that's you're 60 years old.
Mr. Denali.
Yeah.
You remember last night I told you I was in New Jersey? Remember I told you last night I was in New Jersey last night. Okay. Right? And when I was in New Jersey, I was taken back because, I'm observing all the people that's walking on the boardwalks and all of that. And I'm seeing all the different nationalities and people of the rainbows and everybody getting along. That's how America should look, right? But then when I come down here, that's not how I live. Okay? That's the difference.
Got it.
That's the difference.
All right. I mean, listen. Just think about what I said. That's all. I mean, I can't make people do anything. I can't tell you the amount of DMs I get. Why you didn't do this? Oh my goodness. Listen, I try to do the best that I can. I'm trying to be a better host, and all those kind of things like that. I would just ask.
Well, you're doing it.
I would ask people just to give me a little grace. I don't always get it right. Believe me, I don't. I try, but I don't always. Very far from that. So it is what it is. All right. Okay. Miss My Dear, you wanted to come up and say something? You're back.
Yes, Lord Jesus.
Yes, ma'am.
You asked me something earlier when Voltron was on about dog legs or whatever, dog walk. We called it tunnel vision back then.
Tunnel vision?
Tunnel vision. That's years ago. That's what we called it.
Okay.
Only see one way. Anyway, but now this I want to address to Walker Bay, if it's all right.
Yeah, sure.
And like I said, Ken, a mule just can't whistle, and I really didn't want to get on no controversial thing today.
I understand.
However, like I said, a mule just can't whistle, so here I go.
There you go. Go ahead. You got it.
So,
okay. I got your back.
I know you do. You really ask people, even off this live. I know you have talked to people and say, please be respectful of my dear. And I love you for that. I think a lot of you, and I appreciate that. I want you to know I realize you do that, okay? However, my mouth slips too. I don't use vulgar words, but I do slip sometimes. I'm trying to do better. My kids really on me. I'm really praying on myself with that, my mouth. But anyway, let me get back to, I want to really...
Walker Bay.
Yeah, first of all, I agree with Mr. Edwin. He explained how Walker Bay was, he said a lot of Southern people, okay, he was like, a lot of Southern people went through different experiences of experiencing racism, especially when they were brought over from the motherland and had to deal with some things like that before a lot of laws were implemented to stop a lot of that stuff, to come down to where it is now. And so, Walker Bay, let me say this to you. I know you know Malcolm X, okay? Now, he was a stone pimp and drug dealer. He had all color prostitutes working for him.
Right.
He rose to be a powerful, very powerful influence. But he really just talked about, white people really bad, But he started, he got out of the pimping business and met a woman where his wife really loved her, married her, they had children, and he started traveling all over the world. Mm-hmm. And he saw white people, how white people were good. When he got in that ghetto and that pimp, get in a different environment, he changed his heart and he went public with it. Admitted he was wrong. Not all white people were bad. And
I
but he
never
had to
said
go
that.
out the world. He had to get out
Please
of
don't
that
interrupt Miss,
environment.
my dear.
He had to get out of that environment and meet other people, all different cultures. And he admitted it publicly. And I don't know if this will help you. I've seen Walter. I've been on another panel with Walter Bay, and yeah, Mr. Walter Bay. And you know, this is my heart to say to him because you know it's all about growing. We can all change our opinions as we grow and go through experiences. Now, one thing I will say, no, Lord Jesus, here you go, Kathy. All right, now I gotta lay this down, though. Okay, Lord Jesus. I will say one thing. I might have this mixed up. You say it was Seal that called on him. I thought it was Carol Ann that got offended about her opinion when she came out and give her opinion on black men getting offended about Obama. So maybe I'm mistaken about that.
Well, it went a lot of different places. I'm going to listen to the live again and see exactly.
No, she's not Miss my dear, you're not confused. Karen Lamb brought up Obama, and then after she finished her comment, I did that was me who spoke up. I said something about Karen Lamb bringing up Obama.
Okay, well let me speak on that. And like I say, Lord Jesus, I don't, you know, I just, you know, Paul Walker Bay is getting busted, beat on, you know. And
I don't know about that, but you know.
well, you know, well, a couple people. But he's from old school, like Edwin said. He's from a different environment, a different place, and I pray that he will grow from that because things have changed to some extent. But she left the panel. Carolyn got very offended, and she spoke on that, and she said that she felt like rejected because her opinion.
Excuse me.
You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of shit on my mind, but anyway.
Okay, take your time.
Okay, thank you. But I have to say this: when I come on the panel, and I've given different stories about how I've been called black bees. Okay, remember that, Denali, from some of the panel?
Yes, ma'am.
I spoke on my experiences, how other cultures treated me. I never came on and said, well, I feel like they shouldn't have said that, or women. I didn't come on there and say what they think or how they feel. I said what they did to me. Actual experiences. When I go out of my culture, I'm going to say this the right way. I want to get this across. I speak on my personal experiences. And even though several stories I came on and told about different ones calling me black bees, Latinmatized because some Spanish guy, you know, caught his eye or something, but I was married then. But anyway, so I can see both sides of this. Like Charlie says, he can see both sides. You know, we all stand to grow some, especially during these times here, you know, and respect other people's opinions. And I like Miss Carol Ann, and I agree with her on a lot of things. And, you know, I sympathize with her, especially her tragedy with her children. And she had me crying one night because I lost my son, too. And I haven't gotten over that yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't think you ever get over that.
But I still, you know, I love her. I admire her. But I can see where he's coming from. When you're talking about a different culture, even though you got black friends, and that used to be the thing, like Walter Bay said, that was a big, huge thing then. We've grown past that, though. But, you know, I don't know. I got so many things on my heart and dealing with so much shit around here too.
It's okay. I think you've done well.
Okay, all right.
You
Then
stayed
now,
on point.
if
You've
I'm
done
still up when Sherry comes on,
well.
whatever day it is, if I can, I do want to address that issue with her though.
Okay, good.
All
All
right.
right. Let's go ahead and
Can I
turn it over
speak
to
now,
Miss
Mr.
Sill.
Denali?
Tara, shoot me down, please, sweetie, please.
All right. Let's turn it over to Miss Sill. Miss Sill, what did you want to say something? Because you came up.
Well, I really didn't have much to say. I was kind of listening back and forth in the background. That's why I hadn't actually joined. So I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but oh, and I also joined because I heard that there was some back and forth in reference to which female stepped in during the male conversation, and I noticed that Yo-Yo was being the Yo-Yo was the focus, and I just wanted it to be known that it was me who had actually stepped in because I was asking if I could offer a different,
If I'm not
input.
mistaken, Walker Bay told you to fall back. Didn't he say that
Yeah,
last
he was. Yeah, and that's when he was like, fall back, and then I was like, all right. I said, well, I'll stay in my place. I'll fall back. But then at some point, he did drop off. But
That's because Denali dropped me.
okay. See, that part I didn't know why you were gone. I just knew that you were gone.
Yeah.
So,
But he thought it was me.
and that's why I came up because, like I said, I was listening a little like in the background, but I was like back and forth. That's why I hadn't actually joined because I was doing other stuff. But then once I was actually able to like actually come on, I was still hearing that this topic was still going on. So I said, okay, well, let me join so I can make it clear that it was me that actually intervened or stepped in, quote unquote, out of my place. So again, with that, I also wanted to say that again, some of the stuff that I was hearing, it did sound like Walker Bay was kind of trying to get his thoughts and feelings out about yesterday, and it did sound like somewhat of attack a little bit.
On Walker Bay?
Yeah, again, like I said, I was in and out, so I could be corrected if I'm wrong. But I did. It was something about, I guess, racist comments and things like that, or he's always bringing up race. Something on the line of that. I heard something about that, and then it also, like I said, it sounded like the topic went on for a while, and it sounded like he was still trying to have a conversation with Denali in reference to his feelings, but and his viewpoint on things, and it sounded like he continued to be interrupted. And so the only thing I would say about that is, me personally, I feel like if that was something that he came up to address, he should have been able to get that out and be without being interrupted because it sounded like he did try to have that conversation about his feelings and then I'm assuming if anybody else had something to say after he quote unquote landed his plane, then it could have been addressed. So again, that was just my input and my thoughts on what I witnessed like I said, in the back and forth of what I heard. As I did hear Yo-Yo saying that, like, I guess BA is not a racist, and Walker Bay felt like, but he should have, stayed in his place when it came to, black people speaking and things like that. Again, if I'm wrong, I could be corrected, but like I
I
said,
only spoke up when he called my name. He said something about me, and that's when I spoke up, like I always do.
okay. And like I said, I
ain't said words till he said, and yo, nah, nah, nah. And that's when I said, excuse me, and then I speak up.
Okay.
Yeah, he called me out, so I spoke up.
Yeah, so like I said, that was the only thing I thought. Like,
Seal,
if he wanted to have it,
you explained it exactly how it was, Miss Seal. You did a fabulous job right there. Because you are exactly 100 right what I was trying to attempt to do.
The beginning, man, Denali asked, he called him Walker Bay.
Mm-hmm.
I came up to the panel because Walker Bay and I are mutual friends, right, on TikTok. Because I wanted to ask him what did I hear, right? Because I wasn't here. I just wanted to know, like, did you like welch on a bet for real? And that's when the conversation began.
And so, based on my interpretation, for me, I tell people, look at my badge. I'm a 26 on TikTok for a reason, because I spend my hard-earned dollars supporting Subverge. I help with give goals. I do all this other stuff. And so my mutual friends that help, they gift me. I add my money to, right? And I try to go out and find great content creators to bless, to help, their cause. Denali is one of them. I do what I can when I can. I just took issue with Denali saying that he was gonna bet. And I was trying to get to the bottom of that. But he wanted to do what you were saying. And for me, I just felt like you don't get to do that. If you ain't, like you want the merchandise for free. Mr.Denali is a platform, right? A monetized platform. And if my friend makes a quote unquote wager that he doesn't, it doesn't look good on the platform. So he's
Mr. Denali didn't have nothing to do with it though,
that
brother.
was just my opinion. I'm gonna
listen, man. I give Denali all the time, and he know that. I send gifts to Mr. Denali all the time. So that's not the problem. Like Miss Seal was saying, I came up here specifically to speak on last night. And then y'all diverted or deflected to go into all this other stuff that didn't matter to what occurred to me last night.
He pivoted. He was the one that asked you the question. Denali did. This is his house. He decided, you came up to do something. He decided to go in another direction. He's got that. And so that's why I came up, because he pivoted. Not completely, but he was like, let's address this first.
You know how many times we done already addressed that issue, bro? Every time I talk to Denali, we say the same thing.
Problem with Denali then, not me. Then you need to address it with Denali. Tell Denali.
Right, and that's what we was gonna. That's what I was attempting to do before you called me the N-word, brother.
Yeah, it sounded like it was a lot going on, like I said, between the little stuff that I was hearing. And that's why I said, if I'm wrong, to please correct me, because I know I didn't hear everything. But it sounded like it was a lot going on. And yeah, and that's why I was just like,
That's right, Ms. Seal, because remember last night when I was saying, look, fall back, and you said, I'm going to fall back, right? Mm-hmm. And you did. And we was having the discussion because what we was talking about is how this man has already stated to the fact that the brother that was from Detroit last night was saying that we're not going to allow none of these people to come into our city and destroy and turn, because who they coming to target? They coming to target our people, my people. And so for us, we was having this fluent conversation, and then to have Denali kept dropping me, and I'm pushing, dropping me. But we having a real profound conversation, and yet you had this YT guy that was trying to interrupt, and then saying his little 2-bit pieces and stuff. And we were saying to him, he couldn't be in that black space because it was 3 brothers up there discussing a matter that was detrimental to us. We was having that conversation, and then it came into whereas after Denali kept dropping me, then Yo-Yo was talking, and she talked through the rest of the live, and then I just went to bed at that time because I was done with it. But at the fact of the matter is, when a YT man, just like I said, you try to say I'm racist, a black man can't be racist in America because we possess nothing that we can stop. We cannot change. Just like I said, we cannot vote. We got to get permission to vote every 25 years. Who got the power to do that? We don't have the power to do that. We can't change that.
So what's the solution?
But yet, last night when we was speaking and saying to this matter, when Trump said this, that he was going to allow these people to purge. His terminology is purging, to go into Detroit because Detroit was a shithole city, because he always said that black people is shithole from Africa to everywhere else. And so for you to be supporting a YT man that talks about our people like that is asinine to me. It's totally asinine. It's stupid as hell for people to sit here and say, "Oh, I'm gonna vote for Trump because he was giving me PPP, he was giving me checks and the food and the gas and all that shit."
I make too much money. I don't get none of that. I make too much money. I don't get any of that. Try again.
Huh?
I make too much money. I don't get any of that. Try again.
Listen, see, now you want to individualize yourself.
You
What about
just
the
said
brothers
it.
and sisters who don't make that much money?
You just literally just said it. You
I
were talking to
literally
me,
said
right?
what, yo?
You were talking to me. You just said because you want to get PPP and this and that, and I told you I don't get anything like that.
I did not
You
direct that
said
to
yo,
you. I don't know
jumped
what your
in, blah,
financial
blah, blah, blah,
status is.
blah. You literally just said we were
Look,
talking
look
and
at-
yo jumped
you-
in, blah, 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 when he was talking about Detroit and blah, blah,
And
blah.
I directed that towards you then. That's what you're saying.
You said my name.
No, I did not.
You did.
She did have
I
a period.
I said that you got in the conversation last night. I didn't say nothing about you.
Okay, me and Seal, Miss Seal, were
See,
me
you
and you
don't
not
listen.
talking? Weren't me
Hang on
and
a
you going
second,
back and forth, Miss
Miss
Seal?
Yo-Yo,
Me
Miss
and you
Yo-Yo.
last night
No,
talking?
Miss Yo-Yo, I'm saying that he had a period when he said you, and then he went on to the thing about Detroit and sisters and things like that. Not in the people.
My point is, me and Miss Seal, were me and you talking last night? Me and you cool, right? It was like, hey, Miss Seal, what you think about this? And you were like, what you think about this? Or let me give you something else to think about. So why did he just say yo-yo is my point. Were me and you not going back and forth and quite a few of us were all talking?
Yes.
Okay, so why would he just say just yo-yo? Were me and you and all of us talking?
Hey, yo, aren't you a Trump supporter?
Okay. So you made my point. You were talking to me.
No. I'm
You're not gonna
asking you.
gaslight me.
No.
So you were referring to me.
No. Listen. See, you don't listen. I'm just asking you a simple question. Aren't you a Trump supporter?
I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm anti-Democrat. So any more questions? Everyone knows that. Mr. Denali. Do I make that a secret on here?
She's not voting for
I'm
Trump.
an independent. I haven't voted since 08. I voted for Obama in 08. So no, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm
Challenges with
anti-Democrat.
the Democratic Party and things that they're doing.
So
you telling me that goes against her spiritual thing that she believes. That's it.
Ooh, so she's not voting at all this year.
No, she's voting. She's voting for Trump.
There you go. She's a Trump supporter.
Okay. Yeah, I guess so, Ms. Yo-Yo. If you're
Call it
voting
what
for
you want. I mean,
whatever
call it
it
what
is.
you want.
So my point goes back to when a YT man is targeting and putting out that he's going to demolish his own people. You in support of that. So then, therefore, you are a part of the problem.
First of all, at the time,
You
I had no
are
idea
a
what you
part
guys
of
were
the
talking
problem,
about because I
sister.
haven't seen the news. Second of all, I was like, hey, what are they talking about? Like, whatever. So at the time, I had no idea what you were even talking about to even comment on it. I haven't watched the news. I didn't see what you were talking about. So how can I comment on something I don't know what you're talking about? First of all.
So you're putting your head in the sand. That's what you're saying.
I didn't see it. How can I comment on something I didn't know?
So your head has been, you saying, as long as I don't see it, then I
now
don't
he's trying to
want to
be
hear it. But if you had heard us talking last night and kept your mouth quiet, you would have heard that.
Ms. Yo-Yo, let me just have a conversation with Walker Bay real quick. Maybe
I'm listening. I can't even like.
Mr. Walker Bay, I'm assuming, and you tell me if I'm wrong, you don't like the way that I deal with some of the non-black MAGA supporters. And you think I give them too much freedom. Okay.
No. It's not that, brother. Listen, it's good to hear. Listen, when your adversary talking, it's good to hear. It's good to hear that. Because then I know what I know what exit plans that I need to take.
You think I should have shut that person down?
No, not at all.
Good.
Not at all, because that's dialoguing. We want to hear them dialoguing. We want to hear what their feelings are. We need to know these things.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So no, not at all. I'm not in odds with you doing that. I'm supportive with you. That's why I come in here What's going on?
Can I
Let's
just
hear.
say something?
Let's
Can
hear.
I just add a little bit of clarity to something real quick?
What's
Because
that?
again, I think Yo-Yo is kind of getting like the bad end of the stick, and I think part of it is because she's a Trump voter. And so Mr. Walker Bay, I just want to let you know that you stated that Yo-Yo talked throughout the rest of the live, but even with that, I did a lot of talking last night. And yes, Yo-Yo and I did, have, we conversed, we laughed, we had some exchanges, but I did a lot of talking. So I don't know if you may have confused me with Yo-Yo after you had came off the panel. But again, I can't sit here and, and let her be accused of something that I did not witness. So I
Right.
didn't witness her doing a whole lot of talking and things like that. So like I said, I think you may have confused her with me. So I just wanted to point that out. Now, if I'm wrong, I could be wrong, but that's what I think
Miss
happened.
Hill, let me say something to you, Miss Hill.
Okay.
You have a distinctive voice. You have
No.
a soothing voice, whereas Yo-Yo have a high pitched voice. So I can't be confused about the voices.
Okay.
You
Miss
understand?
Phil, he thought I was you earlier, so that don't even make any sense. Remember, he said I interrupted. He told you to fall
You hear
back,
that?
not
You
me.
hear that?
So he thought I was you earlier. So make that make sense.
Okay. Let's hear from Mr. Abundance, my good friend,
Not making
Mr. Abundance. How you doing, sir?
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm going to
Deja vu. Boy, oh boy.
already again. I just came up to address something that Edwin said earlier that I think is really important, and that's the concept of implicit bias. Okay, and for those of you who think you know what it means, that's great.
I'll get the
I,
definition. Continue because we
I,
talked about
I,
it there.
I want to give I want to give an example. I have a half brother who is full white tee, blonde hair, blue eye. I have a dear friend of 25 years, blonde hair, blue eye. Okay. My friend would say to me things like, man, you're not like the rest of them. You're so well spoken. You're so educated. You've traveled, boy, you're just, I love you to death. You're amazing. Right. Now, a lot of people would say, okay, you know, this man is black, this man is white, this man is complimenting this black man and saying, wow, you're, blah, 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 all these, whatever. But what I would say to you is that this man has implicit biases, okay? Because for him to think that I am somehow unique as a black man in this world signifies that he believes that I am somehow unique when the reality is, as exemplified by the black men in this live right now who are participating and probably those who are listening, right, are every bit as intelligent, well spoken, worldly traveled, experienced, et cetera, et cetera. So that's an example of implicit bias. Okay. Can we, and if you accept that, all that means is that you can have a bias against a race, against a ethnic group, against a gender, against sexual orientation, religion, et cetera, and not even know it.
Right.
Right. And you can say to yourself, well, I'm not racist, or I'm not, anti xenophobic, or I'm not Islamophobic or anti-gay because I have a gay friend and he's amazing and she's amazing and blah, 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 blah. So my point being is that you can still have these prejudices that can border on racism, right? Even if you don't believe that you do. That is what an implicit bias is. So when somebody says to me or posts a video that says, the reason why racism is so bad in America today all goes back to the election of Barack Obama. He is the individual who's responsible for creating the racial division in this country. To me, even though you might have black friends, even though you might have grown up in the hood, whatever it may be, the fact that you would subscribe to that idea and disseminate it for everyone to hear or listen to says to me that you have an implicit bias because the facts do not support that notion. And there is nothing that Obama did aside from being black and the first black president of the United States to exacerbate race relations or to make them worse in the United States of America. If you can agree with that, then we can have a conversation about what it means when somebody posts things or says things along those lines, right? But if you disagree with that, then you're being disingenuous because the facts bear out that during the course of the Trump administration, the number of hate crimes, the number of hate groups, and those are, I'm not talking about uh, black hate groups or hate crimes against YT people. I'm talking about the rise of YT supremacist groups and numbers was astronomical during his 4 years. So much so that his own FBI director, towards the end of his administration,
This guy know what he
said
talking.
in congressional hearings that the biggest threat to this country is YT supremacy and YT supremacist groups. So again, when I hear those kinds of things, those kinds of tropes, and you buy into them, I'm not necessarily saying that you're racist, but what I'm saying is that you're buying into racist ideologies, racist thoughts, and disseminating them because you have an implicit bias. Because if you didn't, you would do the research and you would know your facts better.
Would like to piggyback on that, and not out of disrespect, but out of just proving his theory and his circumstance to be true. As a black human being from America, for us to say that President Barack Obama was the first black president is an oxymoron because he was not. The first black president of the United States was a gentleman by the name of John Hanson. He was a gentleman that was wealthy enough to give George Washington, that they say was the first president, 200 pounds of silver in order to give our troops from the Confederate boots for the winter, bought by a black man that gave the money to George Washington. This is wealth in America that they whitewash. So if you look him up, he looks white. But if you really dig deep, he's a black man. That is implicit bias, my friends. So when we walk around here and say that blackness doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter whether melanin exists or not and has a place in this space, such as Miss Harris is vying for, and we walk around with melanin in our skin, it's an oxymoron to have a position like that. Because Barack wasn't the first, she will be the first melanated woman, which is something very unique, never happened. It's what we call historic, potentially. And we don't want to side with historic things that happen in the melanin diaspora of things in the universe. We would rather capitulate to what has been and what was the predominance of things by which it's presented, instead of the mere fact of the matter that melanin has the ability to rise, so that the proudness in the blackness is not blackness. We want our blackness to have something with it. And if we know anything about black is encompassing of everything. Everything came from nothing, everything that is displayed is a representation of nothing, because from nothing is. That is what blackness is, has always been. And for those that have the same melanin that comes from that, which is the closest hue to what it was in its original form, placed on earth, and for us to go against that for any reason outside of that, sir or ma'am, you're out of pocket. I'll land there.
Hey, I want to commend that brother Abundance. You hit it out the park, brother. That's all I can say about that, right? And I also want to give Mr. Edwin his flowers too, right? Because the thing of the matter is, we know that we are rising to the top. As it says in the Old Testament, it said the last will be first and the first will be last. And these are the things that we're fighting, combating, because of the simple fact that these people know that they already siding to say that, that without them winning, there will be violence. And for someone to be of melanated skin, then that to us put us on alert, right? And knowing that we need to take this warning seriously, and then to have our own people that's of our own ethnic group to be siding with the enemy, then I don't have no compassion for that. I don't have no time for that, because I've been in foxholes. I've been around the world. You see, so I seen great people of all ethnic nationalities. So that's not. I know that the world ain't just confined to where I'm at, but I'm not gonna let this consume me while I'm here, to allow these YT people to come out here and say that they're gonna do something to my brothers in Detroit, or whether they're gonna do something to my brothers in New York, or they're gonna do something to my brothers in Georgia, or any of that. Because we here to defend ourselves. We're not the Black Wall Street where you run up on us and then we can't defend ourselves. And you're gonna just take everything from us. That's not gonna happen with me. That's all I got to say on that.
All right, well, there you go. Duke is up here. I didn't even see you, Duke. How'd you get up here? What's going on, brother?
I have the force. I'm able to go anywhere, anytime I need to be.
Gotcha. All right.
What's going on, Mr. Denali? What's going on, Mr. Denali?
Nothing much, brother.
Hey, what's up? What's going on, Yo-Yo? Hey, Yo-Yo, Mr. Denali and Yo-Yo, I'm so glad that I did go to HBCU college and was able to be taught by actual professors in order to discern facts from bullshit. I've been listening for quite a while. Let me start with, and I'm gonna say it with my whole chest. That's what I used to say when I was in prison. Obama was one of the most divisive presidents that came down the pike. Of course, nobody liked George Bush because of the wars that happened, but
did you say divisive? You thought he wasn't a uniter?
No, absolutely not.
Hang
on
a second. How do you say divisive?
I have my reasons. It's too long for me to go into it.
Because I didn't hear that. I've never heard that before.
Oh, you may have never heard it, but it's been said plenty of times.
I'm saying, can you give me one reason how he was divisive?
One thing, when he made that statement that that police was with the police department. Yeah, that's one thing. Yes, that's one thing also.
When he said that they acted stupidly? Huh? Duke?
Okay, I'm trying to complete a thought. I ain't gonna get. I ain't gonna get it right.
I'm saying.
I see. I'm not gonna get it right.
You will get it when I finish I need to get some context to what you're saying. You said
Okay.
that Obama was divisive, and I'm saying you said the one you say is
He was divisive. He was divisive when it comes to race. He was divisive when it
I
came
know
to
I'm asking you
police.
for. You said the Skip Gates incident when he said the police were acted stupidly when they arrested Professor Gates going into his house, and they arrested him. Is that what you're talking about? One of the
Yeah, that was one of the. Yeah, that was one of the incidents. Yeah, that was dumb for him. That was dumb for him as a president of the United States to say.
I would admit that, but I don't see how that was being divisive. I don't see that. But
That was absolutely because what happened is that by him saying that as the leader,
right,
as the president of the United States,
right,
okay, he degraded just about every police department in the United States by saying that. That's not for him to say.
Right.
He didn't have the facts of what was going on.
The facts.
So
right.
So
now
was
you
exactly
also
what was
said
going on.
Trump talking about dogs and cats in Springfield. Was that divisive?
With dogs and cats in Springfield,
Yeah,
Ohio.
he's the former president, right?
Why are we talking about Trump?
Because I made him.
I came up here talking about Obama, and now you're talking about Trump.
Hang on, the show goes many.
Shall I start talking about Clinton also? Since you want reference to
Clinton was 96. We're in 2024.
You're taking me off of my subject.
I know I am because I want to get
Clinton's
clarity.
not running for president.
I want to. Who said that?
I tell you what. Go to the next person. Hey, go to the next person. Go to the next person. Since
abundance. Oh,
sure.
Since I couldn't finish what I was saying, go to the next person.
I know, but you made a point. So, Duke, you said that the Obama was divisive. I asked you why, and I'm asking you because you said that as the president of the United States, he should not have gotten involved. Would you also say, as a former president who's trying to become the president again, to say that people were eating cats and dogs, was that divisive?
He's probably a little annoyed right now, so he's on mute. So I just have a question.
Yeah, I know. I was doing it for effect.
No, I know. I just wanted to ask, if Duke does come off of mute, can you just let him finish his thought without interrupting? I just want, because there's some new people, so some people never heard Duke speak. So can we just let him kind of go for a second if he does come off mute?
Are you ready to come off mute, Duke? Or no? Duke?
Can I speak? But while Duke's on mute and decide.
Go ahead, Edwin.
Let me say this. The Skip Gates incident, President Barack Obama saying what he said as a leader, perhaps he may not have, should have said that, but in the Black experience, it is a thing. Mr. Gates was accosted, and the situation happened merely because of the hue of his skin. This is what was being criticized. Policing in America is on the table again, people, in America, because one of the candidates vying for the nominee for a major party in America has a plan, an agenda, and a project that is designed to bring impunity to a level beyond what it is or what it has been, and be retrograded back to what it was, going back to when policing had billy clubs and water hoses and dogs sicked, as we call it, on people. And for anyone of melon that has not lived that experience that we talked about earlier, being close to racism, those people from the northern areas or the western areas that pontificate about what real racism actually is up close and personal. If you're not from the Dixiecrat South, where I'm from, and you haven't actually lived that experience, and I mean a life of it, not a moment like, oh, I visited a ride or something, then you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So all I'm going to say is, in this election, again, I want to remind the American people
that policing, which is still in the continuum of the Black Holocaustic experience. Currently, we have 405 years, people. Wake the hell up. Stop all this nonsense about what you think, because facts don't give a F about your feelings. Shout out to Classic Man on this app. That's his slogan, and every time I use it, I told him I would reference him. I'm going on.
Okay, I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna try this again and see. I'm gonna try it. This is gonna be an experiment to see if I can't get cut off.
There's no guarantee that's gonna happen. If I hear something and I want to get context, I will do it. No disrespect to you, but I will do it. Just so you know.
I noticed you haven't cut anybody off.
That's not true. I
At
cut people
all.
off all the time.
No,
Don't
you
be a
haven't.
victim,
I've been up here for almost an hour. I haven't heard you cut not one person off yet.
People say on this app I'm disrespectful
So
all the
let-
time and I'm a bully. So it happens.
Well,
all
I've
the
been on
time.
here for an hour, Mr. Denali. I've been listening to you. You haven't cut nobody off. Nobody.
Just know that if I hear something from anybody, and if I need context, I will do it. So
Oh,
there's
from
no
this
guarantee.
point on, huh? Right? Not from this
It's
point on,
always
right?
been that. I've never not done it. There's plenty of clips on my page with me
yeah.
cutting people off.
Yeah.
If I
yeah.
need to get
Good.
context.
That's great and dandy, but I've been listening to Walker Bay. I've also been listening to Abundance. I haven't heard you say not a peeping word yet.
Duke,
while they
don't
was
take it-
talking.
Nothing personal to you, Duke. You know that.
Okay, so I'm gonna try. So I'm gonna try this.
I'm telling you that you might
Yeah.
not make it through. I'm just saying.
Oh, I understand. I understand that you have. I understand that you have a disdain for the things that come out of my mouth. So you're going to cut me off, right?
Not disdain. I just want context.
Did you need context with Abundance?
I'm going to make the decision when I want
Did
context.
you need context with Walker Bay?
I defend when I do want context.
So you don't need context with others, but you need context with me,
It has
right?
nothing to do with the personal. It's about what somebody is saying. Don't take it personally. It's not
So
personal.
you
to
didn't. So I'm asking you a question. You didn't need context with neither one of those two.
I
did you?
said it depends on what someone says. It has nothing to do with the person.
So what you saying is that what they're saying is good with you, and when I say something that you have a problem with.
Again, it's not you. Don't take it personal. Stop being a victim.
Listen, get out of your feelings. Get out of your feelings and answer the question.
If I hear context and I want it, I'm going to interrupt. Just know that. You know that. This is nothing new.
What you're doing is that you're being biased.
No, I'm not.
Towards
It's
whoever.
about. It's not the person. How many times do I have to say it? It's about what someone is saying.
In your defense,
I don't care who it is.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
That's fine. It could be my mother up there. If I want context, I will get it.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I
you
would.
wouldn't do that against. No, you wouldn't.
You
Don't
do
sit here and lie.
Lie about
Your
what?
mom. You wouldn't do your mom like that.
My mother
Anyhow.
sometimes is loud and wrong, and I've told her that.
Duke, in your defense, sir, you bring complex situations to the table that are not necessarily.
I don't have to lie about anything. I'm very transparent.
Mr. Who is talking? Who's talking to me? I can't see who's talking to me.
Is
Edwin.
Edwin. The complexion.
Mr. Edwin, did I ask you anything?
No, I didn't. I didn't. I'm not.
Okay, well keep your comment. Okay, but keep your comment to yourself, Mr. Edwin. I'm not listening to
You want
it.
me to keep your name out?
Yeah, this is Mr. Edwin. Mr. Edwin, I did not, Mr. Edwin, I did not ask you one thing.
Chance to speak.
Mr. Edwin,
Mr. Edwin, let him finish, please.
I did not ask you anything, Mr. Edwin.
I'll take care of that, Mr. Duke. Go ahead and say your piece, but just know if I hear something I want context, I will ask for it.
Okay, since I did bring up the Gates situation as an ex-police officer, also been in prison and a police officer. The police officers was in their right. It wasn't about color. The reason why they was called to the scene and the reason why they asked Mr. Gates for his identification. If you don't know the context of the situation that happened that night, please go back and look at what happened. It was not about color. Okay, Mr. Gates was a person who didn't comply with the police officers. That's the problem in America, not complying with the demands of the officers, and they acted appropriately. And Barack Obama should not have lambasted the police department for doing what they are supposed to do. This is what causes division in America. Now,
We don't have for you to
another.
talk more. We're
You
not.
gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish. I'll get context if I need it.
Duke, you're on mute.
I know I'm on mute. I know I'm on mute. Miss Seal, I give everybody respect when they talking. And when I start talking, then all of a sudden the third grader comes out of everyone else. I can't seem to get that same respect in return.
Bullshit,
Come
Duke.
on, Mr. Edwin, please let him finish again.
Well, Mr. Edwin, and I say Mr. out of respect. Okay, even if I am, I should be allowed to be able to say things on this panel just like everybody else is. I think a lot of y'all are saying BS, but what I don't do is go down to a third grade level and interrupt you while you're spewing your nonsense. That's what I do. Listen. I was going to address a situation that somebody else was saying. I'm trying to remember what it was. What was your topic, Mr. Denali? Maybe I'll go on that.
We didn't. I mean, we had it. Why is Harris not leading by more, considering that she is going up against a 34-time convicted felon and a man who says anything and everything out of his mouth?
A lot of people are starting to see through the glass that's half empty. A lot of people are starting to see through her. Okay, this is why you got the Barack Obamas, and I put the apostrophe S, of the worlds who are coming out trying to come against Negroes in this nation who have figured it out that since a 8-year president who wants to come out and talk to only one demographic of people to try to sway them over to back to the plantation. Now, black folks are saying, wait a minute. You didn't do nothing for us for 8 years, and now you're trying to convince her that she's going to do something for us. And yes, a president or a vice president or a president-elect should not just do something for one demographic of people. But for everyone, she's doing for everyone. But they're starting to see through her. They are starting to see through her. And so now with 20, how many days left, Mr. Denali?
22.
22 days left. You see the panic in the Democratic Party. Okay. Let's get off this ship, y'all. You're going to get off it one way or another. Okay. This is not the 1960s. This is not the 1950s. I'm 61. All this, we living in the South. Mr. Denali, you live in the South. You're in Georgia.
That's correct.
Black folks is running Georgia. Black folks run Georgia. Black folks run Alabama. Black folks run Louisiana.
I might be a little strong, but
you're a little strong.
Well, I mean, the governors are all white, non-black.
Yeah, right. But black folks is running Georgia.
Okay.
And there's this old talk of the "we shall overcome" generation. This is why young folks are so screwed up today. Listen to old heads thinking that we still in the "we shall overcome" area. There's this thing about racism and stuff that Barack Obama had to come out of his mansion and had to come back and tell black folks that we need somebody to help us. Let's get out of this. You're gonna be made to get out of it one way or another. Listen, Trump is gonna be back in office. Get ready for it. Get ready to eat the cake, anime. You're going to eat the cake, anime. And we're gonna have a great time. Now, I'm gonna go back on mute. How you doing, Miss Seal? How you doing, Yo-Yo? Everybody else?
All right.
Man, you a silly man. You a very silly man.
Oh,
You a very silly man. You got up here to spew that foolishness and talking about Trump. And then you talking about get off the plantation and all of that crap. So the white plantation is the one that you want to get on. That's what you telling me. You want to get on the white one because black folks is bamboozling you, but the white man is giving you genuineness and all of that. That's what you saying. And then you had the audacity to say that you went to a HBCU a school after being incarcerated or whatever the thing you was talking about, and had the audacity to say that what Barack Obama did. That's how you got to a HBCU. You man, you just silly. You's a silly man. You need to go ahead and just go ahead and jump off a bridge. That's what you need to do.
No, now, Mr. Walker, hold on.
Wow.
Mr. Walker, hold on. Hold on, Mr. Walker, please. Because that's a little.
Somebody mad. Somebody
All,
mad.
all I'm trying to find out is the timeline of events. Because what I heard from Mr. Duke was that he's been incarcerated. He went to an HBCU. So, and then he was a police officer. So, if you could clarify that timeline of events, could you tell us in what order those three things happened? I'd love to know that.
uh-oh.
The investigation starts, huh? You would love to know that, huh? Let me tell you something, Mr. Abundance. I don't have to answer to anybody but Jesus Christ. You understand? You understand this? Now, understand when Hillary Clinton's campaign office questioned Barack Obama about his being born in the United States. Barack didn't have to answer that. He didn't have to answer not one bit. Matter of fact, he kept right on with his campaign as though he didn't hear her campaign office. So I'm going to follow that suit. I've learned one thing: you can't convince anybody of anything, even if you show them proof. So thank you for your concern, but I hope you still keeps wondering. And if anybody else is upset, that is my point. Get out
Go
of your
ahead, kick
feelings.
rocks, brother. Kick rocks.
It wasn't concerned. I
Walker
was just
Bay,
trying to
man.
get an idea of how that happened.
Kick rocks.
Wait, hang on a second, Mr. Abundant. What are you trying to say?
I honestly have a legitimate question as to when those events happened. Did you go to the HBCU first? Did you get locked up first? Did you become an officer after you got locked up or before you got locked up? Like, just the
I think
timeline would
well,
be interesting.
I think Duke has said that he went to the military right out of high school at 17, and he served there, and then
He was an officer.
and then he was an officer.
Hmm.
I'm just trying because he's told the story before, but and then I think he had whatever challenges he had, and he went to
He was incarcerated after the
he
officer.
was on vacation or whatever, incarcerated as he said, prisoner or whatever. So I think that's the timeline. Is that not adding up for you, Mr. Abundant?
No, not for me neither.
No, I mean,
Mr.
I
Walker?
appreciate that. Like I said, I'm trying to figure out in what order those things happen. So if you were in the military at 17 and then you got out and you became a police officer, and then after that you went to an HBCU and then you were incarcerated, are those the four like events in that order? I'm just curious.
Let me try. No, you're not curious. You're actually trying to call me a liar. But let me say this. Let me hold on. Listen, sir. I could read through bullshit very, very carefully. Listen to me, okay? That's just those three major events. Those are major events in my life. Those are just a snapshot of what I've done in my life. I've also worked for the Metropolitan Transit Authority here in Houston. There's a lot of things that you don't know about me that you don't need to know about me. This is what's the problem with today's generation of the we got to know it and we need to know it right now. Here's one thing that I know since from my generation. There's a lot of things that you're never going to find out about me that you don't need to know. You're on a need to know basis. I just let you know exactly what you need to know. Now, when I let you know something else, then you'll find that out.
Hey, Denali, how are you?
But you did you went straight out of high school, right? Because you told me you went to a special program or something into the military. Is that correct? I am just because it seems to be a question all the time.
Special investigator up here now, right? You think you're going to cross-examine me also, Mr. Denali? Let me tell you, Mr. Denali, like I told.
Fine, we don't have to talk about it. I'm done. Mr. Jojo Coco, I'm not trying to investigate anything. There were questions, and I was trying to clear it up for you, but I don't have to. It matters to me not what your timeline is. Your life is your life. It's not that interesting, but okay, fine. Geez, don't tell me I'm a special investigator now. Go ahead, Mr. Jojo Coco.
Thank you for bringing me up, Mr. D.
No problem.
Say, if I may, a point of clarification to you, Mr. Walker Bay, because like you, I am a proudly live in the Commonwealth and a proud Virginian. And you had mentioned something about having to re-register or do something every 25 years.
That's correct.
The Voting Rights Act.
Not in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Is that true, Walker?
That's
Walker.
That's for all. Look, the 14th Amendment, bro. We got
Walker Bay.
every time, every 25 years, bro. It comes up for us to be able to vote in America as African Americans, bro. I don't know why you find that hard to believe. You can look it up for yourself. Don't let me do your homework.
Actually, Denali, I was going to talk about that. I was going to talk about that when it was my turn.
Well, please do. I guess I got egg on my face, Yo-Yo, because...
No, because I was going to say they're so concerned about what Trump might do. Why aren't they concerned about why their Democrat Party hasn't gotten rid of that?
That's called the John Lewis Act, baby.
Why you think
we got the John Lewis Act coming up? That's what we trying to get past.
Okay, but what's taking so long?
To do it.
Why is it still there in 2024? You concerned about the future and what he can do and this and that. My point is your focus is wrong. That's my point.
There you go again. Listen, Yo-Yo. You're going to say, why 2024? Why
2024 and you still have to have the right to vote?
2024 is the time that we're going to make the John Lewis Act.
All right, okay.
That doesn't sound sad to you?
Okay, did we clear up the Commonwealth voting thing? I went to go use a restaurant.
Yes.
What is it that you don't need? You don't have to. That doesn't have to be renewed.
They keep saying Republicans block it, but when they pass certain things, when they had the House and the Senate, it could have passed years ago. What are they talking about?
When the House and the Senate was divided, young.
They could have passed it when Obamacare passed. What are you talking about?
Let me tell you why.
Stop the shenanigans.
You
ask the question. That's a great question.
You can pass whatever you want when you have the House and the Senate. Stop the shenanigans.
You keep your head in the sand.
It ain't in the sand. When they passed that, you could have passed that.
Mr. Denali, are you aware of this federal legislation that African Americans have to register every 25 years to vote?
No. It's the Voting Rights Act. It's not a permanent thing. It does expire. It's 25 years, if I'm not mistaken.
It has to be reauthorized every so often.
In order for us to vote if you're black in America, in order for us to vote, the Congress of the United States, with the signature of the president, they have to reauthorize the act.
Right.
And you think that there's nothing that can be done about that? Are y'all serious?
I'm not saying there's nothing.
It probably needs to be codified, like
exactly. Why aren't they focusing on that? Why don't y'all care about that?
Because when we had power, the most important thing when we got power with Obama was health care, because our health
is our wealth. We could
You
be
can
the
get more than one thing through.
wait, hold on. We could be at the polls sick, right? And we could eliminate through disease and ailments in our community, which are prevalent.
You can get more than one act
Well,
through.
Mr. Walker, I mean, not Mr. Walker, Mr. M, we can walk and chew bubble gum.
You can get more than one thing policy through. Doesn't have to be one thing.
It's amazing that
Black people
Obama.
need to vote for
Not that I meant
Republicans.
the focus is
for
like,
20
oh,
It-
one thing.
It's amazing that the Obama administration was able to get the same-sex marriage
Yeah,
stuff
but they
through,
can't get that through. It's like,
but
come
couldn't
on.
get anything else through at the
I mean,
time.
but that's fine. I don't have a problem with that getting through. I'm just saying, don't act like we can't do 2 or 3 things at once.
And what I'm saying is that's being disingenuous because that is saying that he didn't have his eye on all the balls at the same time.
He's dealing with a lot, but I agree that we could have done many things. But anyway,
Hey, Mr. Denali, how are you?
I'm doing great, Miss Tara Ann. What is it you have to say?
I just want to know who pissed on Walker-based Cheerios today, because he cranky.
Ask him.
I did. I'm asking him right now. I mean, you always cranky, Walker Bay, and anybody and everything. You got to have some happiness in your life. Always cranky, Walker Bay, and anybody and everything.
Oh my
You got
God.
to have some happiness in your life. Always cranky, Walker Bay, and anybody and everything.
Oh my God.
You got to have some happiness in your life. Always cranky, Walker Bay,
We've got the echo.
And you're going to start finding that out from a lot of Democrats right now. It's getting closer and closer to the election day. They're all starting to get cranky and they're all starting to get nervous.
Did you see the video I sent, Duke? You see the video I sent you? I said I'm hiding under the bed because they said she get ready to send Michelle on the women.
Boy,
I'm after us women. I said I'm hiding up.
that Barack Obama thing got me, man, with him just up there I guess he just had to come out of his mansion, out of the all-white neighborhood to come tell black folks that they should vote for someone half black.
Nothing wrong with an all-white neighborhood. I grew up on the street. I was only 1 or 2 families. Come on, stop it.
I did too.
Oh, believe me, I ain't. Hey, there's nothing wrong with all white neighborhood. You know?
Believe me, I ain't.
There's nothing.
Tara.
Well, as a white,
phone, man.
white
That
woman on
Obama
this
phone's
panel,
acting up.
Yeah, Randall Cowboy, let's go.
Oh,
as a
sorry.
white woman on
These
this
gift
panel,
cards, everybody's yapping. Let's get the tapping on these gifts. Let's go.
as a woman on this white woman on this panel, you would be taken care of if you were at my house.
Wait, what?
What?
I said as a white woman, because he was talking about a white neighborhood. I said you would be taken very well care if you were living in my home.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty then.
All right.
Well, you know I got to bring it, yo-yo.
I know. I ain't mad at you, Terry.
No, listen, I appreciate the compliments. Thank you, Miss Tara Ann.
Oh,
I
Miss
was
Tara,
meaning
you
to
got an offer.
what
Somebody asked when could they come over.
Still.
I'm just saying. Somebody asked when could they come over. They asked Miss Tara Ann, so
Look.
I ain't want her to miss the comment, just in case.
There you go. Oh, look at Scorpion says, when can he come over? I don't trust.
Well, you know how to.
I don't trust people who don't have
knows
face
how.
pictures. But you know.
Well, he knows how to DM me, so if he wants to DM me, we'll talk later
Mr.
on.
Scorpion, go ahead. Listen, sounds like we might have a match here. He's catching what Miss Tara Ann is throwing out. So.
Well, one thing Miss Tara Ann's gonna say, she can take care of her man no matter how old and how small or how big.
Oh.
That's right. I know that's right. That's what I'm talking about right there.
All right.
Let's get on that subject.
Where's Mr. Can somebody invite Mr. Scorpion up? And let's see if we can get a matchmaking here.
I don't know if he'll come up.
Mr. Now you talk about a matchmaking.
Hey, Denali, I'm gonna call it a evening, so I catch up with you tomorrow or something.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Walker, baby, before you leave, I hope
Robbie.
Before you leave, I hope everything is good. I hope you're feeling better. I hope that you were able to get those feelings off your chest.
Mr.
I
Walker
was.
Bay's problematic. He's fine. Trust me.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
mean, but I'm not going to
That's
do him
right.
like that. He had valid feelings, and I hope that he was able to
He did.
express them.
He's fine. Trust me.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to express that. Well, dang, y'all don't waste
Miss
no
Hill,
time.
Miss Hill, like, dang.
Miss Seal,
He didn't even get a
Miss
chance
Seal,
to say
take
thank
that,
you.
Miss Seal, take the right one out of his mouth. Take the right one out of his mouth, Miss Seal.
Shut up, Duke.
The what? Take the
Miss
what?
Hill,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you for seeing that comment because I didn't know if anybody took me up on it. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Well, listen, Scorpion,
Oh,
come
not a
on up.
problem.
He said he can come
I
on over.
invited him.
Let's do it. I don't see him in the comments, but Mr. Scorpion, it seems like you're catching what Mr. Tara Ann is throwing out. Are you local? Because I live in Georgia, so Mr. Scorpion, maybe he's in the Tampa Bay area.
I live in Florida, Central Florida.
Tampa Bay, right?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe Mr. Scorpion's in the Tampa Bay area.
Thank you for the gifts.
I wish you.
Where's everybody else from?
I wish you two kids good luck if he decides to take you up on your offer.
Dude, I'm
Mr.
from.
Denali trying to play matchmaker now.
I was rolling with you, Miss.
The man
Miss
put it out
Tara.
there. He said, "When can he come over?" I'm trying to help you facilitate.
I can facilitate pretty well, Mr. Denali.
Okay, I'm out of it.
Stay out of it.
I'm out. I don't want to get in no trouble.
Duke, to answer your question, I'm from Jersey, but I live in North Carolina now.
Okay.
Oh, he done left. He done left.
No, you looking at the Giant? You looking at the Giants, or you looking at the Jets, Miss Seal? The Giants or the Jets?
He done left, I think.
Full. Coop said your DMs are going to be full after this week.
Bring it on, boy. Bring it on.
Really?
I love my DMs.
Okay.
What? Wow, that's amazing. Okay. Listen.
You better watch out for them Florida Gators. You watch out for them Florida Gators.
Well, who said I wanted some Florida Gators? I want some outfielders.
What?
What does that mean?
With that being said, it's time for me to go. I see. I'm beyond my bedtime.
Somebody said they got their popcorn. Somebody said they get their popcorn.
This is turning to the Hugh Hefner live now.
They just get to be late night, huh, dude?
Wait, I ain't never heard
you know
of
what, Miss Tara Ann, do you have a preference, a type of man that you would like to be with? Let's see. Maybe
Yeah, dark.
Somebody, huh?
Dark.
Dark?
Dark.
Oh, you want a black man?
Dark.
I like dark men. I like dark men like I like my dark coffee, hot and warm.
Ooh.
All right. Do you have a height preference?
No.
No.
I'm not picky. No. If they can respect me and love me for who I am, I'm gonna love them for who they are and take care of them.
Okay.
You have a
Does he have
size
to live-
preference.
Does he have to live in the Tampa Bay area, or are you willing to travel?
I'm willing to travel.
Willing to travel. Okay. And you do
Not out of the country though. Not out of the country.
Do you have a income requirement? Does he have to make a certain amount of money?
No, money don't make the world go round. It's what's in your heart and the love you show me.
Oh, okay. And do you have an age preference?
Anywhere between 49 to 55.
49 to 55. Okay.
Let me out.
That cuts you out, Duke? Okay, you're not signing
Duke,
up?
you busy. You got enough on your plate, Duke.
I'm
You chill
61.
out.
Yeah, I do, but you know.
And she said that she can cook chicken, right? You can fry chicken.
Yes. And I don't
else
wash
can
my
you cook?
collard green. And I don't wash my collard greens in a bathtub.
Don't wash your collard greens in the bathtub. Okay. You have any children?
No, I don't.
No. You ever been married?
Yes, I have 14 years.
That's right. You did tell me that. Okay. Okay. Black
Yes.
guy. No height requirement. Doesn't have to make a certain amount of money. Okay. All right. Well, listen. She's telling you what's out there, gentlemen. And if you think that you're a match for Miss Tara Ann, go ahead and slide in her DMs. There you go. And we'll maybe.
Can we interview them? Wait, can we interview them?
Yeah. Let me show you and y'all interview because I want to make sure I find a nice one.
Right.
Okay.
What kind of seasoning do you use on your chicken?
Yeah, Gen X says I can fry chicken. Miss Janet, are you looking for a
Oh,
partner?
Jeanette says she use seasoning.
Fried chicken.
I want some. You know what, Yo
You need
Yo?
to know what kind
I
of
like
seasoning
some.
you use.
I don't think Miss
I
Janet is
like
looking
some.
for a man. I don't think.
Well, she just
I like my men spicy.
I thought Miss
I like
Janet
my
said that
chicken
she was not
spicy.
looking. Maybe she is. I
Do
don't
you
know. I
do
don't think I've asked her
raisins?
that.
They want to know if you put raisins in your potato salad.
Oh hell no! I serve my potato salad hot with mayonnaise and pickles.
Hot.
Hot?
Mm-hmm.
Hot? What do you mean? Hot.
That's
What?
the southern way of doing it. Hot right out of the oven with the.
The oven.
Yes, sir.
Potato salad?
Not the oven. No, not the oven. That was a mistalk. I meant on the stove after you boil the potatoes, you mash them up and whatever.
I mean warm.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's not hot. You put the
So
mayonnaise
she
and
said
relish
she
in
put
it.
it together right.
So when you have
Yeah.
but see, it's good to add a little bit of mayonnaise because
You got to be
there ain't
careful
nothing wrong
because
with
you
a
don't
little
want
bit
to
of
spoil
sauce.
the mayonnaise and then you get the people sick. So be careful with that heat in the mayonnaise.
No. I mean,
No.
I was talking about the sauce, Denali.
The sauce? What sauce?
Yes, the mayonnaise when it's hot. What
They're
does that
not from
remind
the
you of?
South. They're not from the South. They don't have no clue what you're talking about.
Mayonnaise is hot? I thought you keep
No,
it
Denali, Lord have mercy, that went over your head.
No, it didn't, but I was hoping you weren't talking about that. I'm not looking at
No, I meant how you cut the potatoes up. You keep the potatoes, you cut them up, and you boil them in hot water. Yes, I am country, Gen X Casey. Yes, ma'am. Born and raised.
All right. Okay. All right. Hey, listen. She put her preference out there. If that's you, go ahead and slide in the DMs. Miss Carrie Ann, let us know if you know how much people in your DMs, and we'll be glad to interview them on the show for
I
you.
can vet them for you.
Yeah.
Yes, Yo. We need applications, honey.
Yeah, that could be me and Yo-Yo job, so we could be
Yeah, me
laughing.
and Miss Silva vet
Yeah,
them
Miss
for you.
Sil,
Yes.
right on. Get on in there and add them. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
me
there's
and
a
Yo-Yo
lot of
could
men
laugh.
in the you know around that.
Oh well, Gen X Casey, that's how my mom taught me. You cut the potatoes up, and you cube them, put them in a hot water boiling on the stove. You add your seasoning, and you add whatever mayonnaise, whatever you want in it, and then you add the dill pickle relish.
Not
My
sweet,
grandmother taught
not
me.
the sweet relish.
That's how
No,
my
dill
grandmother
pickle.
taught me.
You use
Thank
dill
you,
relish?
Duke.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
No.
You don't put egg in it?
That's
Yes, we do put egg.
A green onion?
No.
No green onion. Okay.
Nope.
No,
No paprika?
Nope.
No
Paprika's for the
paprika?
top.
Nope.
All right. Okay. All right. A pinch of salt.
We use salt. You know we use
everybody
salt and
does it.
pepper.
Salt and pepper.
Gen X says she want to be an interviewer. Okay.
Sure.
All right, Gen X.
Listen,
Where
bring
you
them
at?
on in.
Mr. Denali, you're gonna have to add another X to your name for this conversation.
Really?
I got.
Well, listen, I didn't start it.
I appreciate you. Thank you for having me up. Y'all have a good night.
You too, Mr.
Night,
Abundance.
Abundance.
take it easy, bro.
You know,
Good night.
nowadays it shouldn't be what a man or a woman looks like. It's about the way they can treat you with their heart and their love. That's it.
No,
I agree.
When you
I don't.
gotta be shallow,
Well, we know you don't.
shallow and stuff,
Now
you
he
ain't gonna
said he
get
got
much
it.
out
I'm
of
not
it.
shallow.
Now he said
Listen,
he got to roll over and look at him. No.
if you're not hot,
Oh,
I'm not
hey.
going to want to do stuff.
Oh. Well, I did leave you my digits in your DM, Denali.
You did?
What?
Her digits.
Yes, I did.
The digits.
Wow.
The digits.
Uh-oh, Miss My Dear. Hey, Miss My Dear. You want to be an
And you
interviewer,
know
Miss
what?
My Dear?
What's that, Mr.
And-
Aaron?
It could be the four of us.
And
Miss My Dear, you want to have an
I
interview?
can. Yeah, and you know what, Denali? I've been waiting, and I can wait as long as you can, but I'm gonna let you make the first move.
What?
Oh, wow. This is really serious.
No, listen, Miss Tara Ann goes after what she wants. So, you know, and you know,
Well, you
listen,
have
I live here in Georgia. I'm like a long way away from Tampa. So, and I work a
Well,
lot.
you know what? You have to go after what you want because nowadays men and women they crazy and they gonna take it if they want it or not. So you got to go for what you want in life. Make your own self happy.
Okay. Well, listen.
Not Mr. Rowe. Look at Mr. Rowe.
Thank you. You know,
Mr. Rowe is funny.
distance for me can always be, it's always challenging, so because I work a lot.
You know what, Denali? Here's how you look at that. Love knows no boundaries.
Yeah, I know, but I got a dog, and I got a lot of stuff going on. So.
And I get that. There some people don't match up, but then some people do.
Absolutely, that's why I'm trying to find you a guy. You put your preferences out there, and hopefully somebody's gonna slide in your DM who is in close proximity to where you're at. I'm just,
Well, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
As long as they can deal with my kitty.
Okay.
You got a length restriction, Miss Terry. You got a length restriction.
Hey,
no.
Hey, we grown folks. We asked
wait, you
these
just
questions
said you
nowadays.
was staying off the hot topics. Now here you go.
I just
Mr.
asked for a
D?
length restriction. That's
Mr.
all I
D?
did. I'm only talking about Shaft.
You're out of the age. She said, nothing over 55.
No. I don't discount people. I just gave you an age preference.
Oh.
No.
There you go.
See, that's why
Go
she
ahead and
told
slide in the DMs, Duke.
That's why she told you to fall back.
I will not stand in your way, sir.
I got too much right here
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
state of Texas. I got too much going on.
They say everything big in Texas.
Tonight, dude.
I want to take this special occasion to say hello to Miss My Dear.
Everything, yo.
Yeah, let's Miss My Dear, you came back up. What's going on, my dear?
Hey, one second. Miss My Dear, I have never been on the panel with you before. I was down in the comments months ago when you were talking about your story and your book and your movie, and I just, I can't wait. I hope you're still pursuing that.
Gen X. Follow Gen X and light up the screen.
Jojo, yes, I am still pursuing it, but God has a tendency to block me from different things that he's not ready for me to do or have. And I was trying hard to get in physical therapy to try to get help where I could travel 3,000 miles to meet the producer. And now this leg has stopped me. So obviously he wants me to stand still for some reason. So you're
gonna be out that chair in no time. It's already been anointed.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just a temporary setback.
Yeah, that's just a little speed bump. It's already been anointed.
Mr. Denali?
Yes, ma'am.
All kidding aside, I am looking, and Duke, we can be friends. I have no issue being friends with everybody.
I'm sorry, Terry Ann. He acknowledged me, and I want to say what I have to say, and then you can go back to say what you want to say.
Oh,
if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay, thank you. But no, so see, I got off track.
It's okay. I'm talking about this. He's already been anointed. You're going to get out of that chair real soon.
Yeah, right. But I wanted to make. This is really why I came up here. Like I say, can a mule whistle? I don't know how to. It's still, but I usually scroll down when Duke comes on. I usually don't even. You know what I'm saying? I've tried to listen to him the last times, and Damali, you can get ready for him to call me out of my name. Okay?
No one's calling you out your name.
I know your hand. I won't have to go that far with him. I won't have to get that low down with him.
That's not going to happen. Don't worry about it.
No, I know you're not going to let him happen.
Yes, ma'am.
But, it hurts my heart to think that this guy patrolled the streets of our city somewhere. This is my opinion. Like I said, everybody got an asshole. This is my opinion.
No, you're.
Yeah, okay, all right. And then I'm dropping down. I'm dropping out. I might even wait for Sherry to come on today. I got this really, he didn't want to answer questions, his personal questions, but when he want to know where everybody lived, that's personal. And he said his mind is so warped. The man needs therapy and prayer. And I will be praying. I'm praying for a lot of people, including myself. Don't think I'm not. I got a lot of faults too. I'm learning. I'm trying to do better. So that's it hurts me to think this man was patrolling the streets of our youth and mentor. And I told you before, he has a block about strong black women. There's something going on there. You know, I'm just, you can drop me down. I just couldn't hold that in. My heart is hurting.
Yeah. Well, listen. I think that it's going to be okay. Duke is. Listen. We have challenging conversations sometimes, but I think we have to respect.
That's just my opinion, Damali.
Yeah,
You can drop me down. I had to get that out. I couldn't hold it in.
And you have a right to your opinion. You have a right to.
Thank you. Just drop me down.
My dear, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you.
Thank you,
And before you go, Miss My Dear, again, it was a pleasure having you up on the same panel as me. Thank you.
I appreciate that, JoJo. And I listen to what you say, and I never interrupted you or anything. I respect your opinion, and that's your opinions, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Thank you for acknowledging me for that. I really do. Thank you.
All right.
Bye, Miss My Dear.
Bye-bye.
Miss My
I know
Dear.
a lot of people will disrespect me.
And you're going to get out that chair in no time. I promise you that. It's already been anointed. Right? Absolutely. 100%. 100.
Do I have a delay?
I'm sorry?
I said, do I have a delay? Because she was still talking. Is it me?
Who was still talking? No, she was getting out of there.
Okay. It could have been me.
Delay myself.
Oh, boy, I tell you. Poor lady. I'm going to pray for her, man.
Just leave it alone. There's no need.
Yeah. I'm serious. I'm going to pray for her. I hope she gets better.
Yeah, she's going to get out that chair. It's already been anointed.
Get out that chair.
And I apologize for interrupting her.
No, you didn't do it on purpose. It's okay. It's okay.
Yes.
It's okay.
Hey, Mr. Bro.
Hey there, JoJo. Hey, everyone on the panel.
Bro.
So, I've been just observing and watching, and it was very interesting. But I came up because, Denali, you always have one person that always want to come up to your show and complain about things when it's said about her. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But in her comments now, she calling my dear senile. I don't think that's right for her to do and say stuff like that. But then she gonna be the first one to want to get mercy from you when somebody says something about her. I just wanted to bring that out because that's not right. And she know my dear is older, but she know my dear is not senile. But I just had like her comment.
Okay, you talking?
I'm dropping.
Are you talking about Miss Gen X? Okay.
Yes, it's just a little minute ago where she said because my dear was making a comment about Duke, and she told Duke, be nice. She's senile.
Well, I thought that's why we give her grace.
No, oh, come on, Miss Gen X,
I thought that's why we were giving her grace.
She's 81.
No, they give you grace.
She's 81, Miss. She's not. Come on.
I know that.
Hey, y'all. Hey, Miss Gen X.
Okay, hang on one second. Hang on.
Miss Gen X, you gotta understand that Roe is upset because the Saints got their butt toe up today.
Okay.
They got their butt toe up.
All right.
I'm sick. Exactly.
She's not.
I just thought about something today, y'all. This is the first time. Well, actually, it'll be the second time that I just realized I'm voting for a Democrat the first time in my life.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'm waiting for the punchline.
Trump is a Democrat, and I'm voting for him.
Okay.
He's like the old real Democrats. Remember when he was in y'all's party?
We try and forget that.
Democrat.
I'm a man without a party.
JoJo.
Yeah, we try and forget that, Gen X.
Hey, JoJo, I was going to say something to you since they were up here doing the dating thing and all.
Go ahead.
I was sitting here thinking, and Denali said, I don't think Gen X looking for men. And I'm not looking for men, but I tell you what,
yes, ma'am.
You're so handsome. If you turn straight,
Asked you out for dinner.
Whoa.
We can still go out, but that's highly unlikely.
Mr. JoJo, are you a
Just
gold
I'm a
let
good
me
star?
friend.
know.
I'm a
Hang on
good
one second.
friend.
That's a very interesting question, Mr. Gold. Are you a gold star or platinum?
I don't know what that means.
I'm like, what?
Oh, here in Atlanta, I think my gay friend, they say gold star. Gold star is that you've never had vagina, and platinum
Well,
is that
yes, I have.
you
So
were a
I'm not
C-section.
that.
Okay, so you're not a gold star. Okay, got it.
Wait, what's
Correct.
the other one? What's platinum?
What's platinum?
Platinum. The platinum is that you were born by C-section, so you never touched a vagina.
Okay, so I'm no to both. I did both of those things.
Okay, all right. I was just checking. Okay, all right.
Yeah, gone.
Never heard that. That's funny.
Learn
know
something
about
new every
South.
day.
Okay.
I ain't never heard of no mess like that.
Well, listen, what do you want me to do? People tell me. I mean, what am I supposed to do?
So gold star and platinum.
Gold star and platinum, absolutely.
We all just learned something new. Look, even the gay man on the panel just learned something.
Right, I did.
I don't know.
It must be an under 40 thing because I haven't heard of it.
Oh,
I've
that's
never
right.
heard
There
of that
is a
one.
Is your friend young?
Huh?
Is your friend young?
Yeah, they're. I mean, yeah, they're in their 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I suspected, and that's cool.
Right. They have a different. There's a lot of it's probably more free flowing, and they.
Oh, it's very different today than it was in the 80s for sure.
Right. Exactly. So okay.
But thank you, Gen X. That's very kind of you to say. And like I said, we can still be friends and go out to dinner.
Congratulations. And
I went to a Virginia school too, Miss Gen X. I went to the University of Virginia.
Oh, did you?
Cavaliers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Blah,
Gen X, what state are you in?
I'm in Florida.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but she went to school in Virginia.
Yeah, I went to
Yeah, I know
college
she-
in Virginia.
Yeah, I know she went to an HBCU, but I couldn't remember if I heard the state that she was in.
Yeah, down in
But
Petersburg, right?
I'm from South Carolina, but I lived in Virginia for like 10 years. And then I come back to South Carolina, and then now I'm in Florida.
The best 10 years of your life in the Commonwealth.
Hey, I loved it in Florida, but the only reason why I left, Virginia, the only reason why I left Virginia is because I have no family there. And when my husband passed away, me and the kids, I waited till my son graduated high school. And it was like 2 years after he passed away, I moved back to South Carolina on a hardship with my job. Because I didn't have nobody there. And I had 3 teenagers,
Right.
So,
you need support.
huh?
You needed support.
Yeah, I needed my family's support. And then I come to South Carolina, and within a year, I lost both of my grandmas. It was sad.
Right. I'm sorry.
They got colleges in Virginia?
But
What?
you went to HBCU.
I went to Virginia State,
I'm just messing with y'all.
the Trojans.
I know.
Okay. All right. Well, listen.
Hey, I gotta go. It's almost 12 o'clock. You know what time I gotta get up. I might decide to go live. I may not.
Okay.
Seems me.
Oh, you out of jail. You're out of
Yeah. I was thinking about not going live until November 6th or November 5th. But like I said, I'm gonna do the air show. But I might come on in the morning and talk about Obama. I really do.
Trump is going to be here Tuesday. I'm going to the rally on Tuesday. I'm going to the rally on the 23rd. So
Where's he gonna be at?
I'm sorry?
Where is he coming to?
He's going to be at the Cobb County something or other art center, and he's hosting.
Cobb County.
He's he's filming a town hall for Fox, and then that day in the middle of the day, and then he's going to do the rally at 7 p.m. So I'm going.
Why don't you go inside? And
I don't want to wait online from 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm not looking to do that. I mean, come on. What am I doing? I got, not gonna do that.
Yeah, he has some large crowds.
A lot. I'm not. Come on. I'm gonna get online at 2 for the doors to open at 4:30 for an event at 7. 2 to 9. I got shit to do. I can't be sitting out there all day.
The Cobb County. That's Well, since I've been through this, it might have changed. That's a pretty predominantly black county, isn't it?
It's mixed. It's probably half and half. 40% black.
Half and half? I thought it was more 70-30.
No, I don't think it's that. I can look it up. I don't think it's that much.
And like I said, it might have
Hey,
changed.
Yeah.
hey, Duke, you always in trouble. What you do this time?
I had one of the so-called stolen valor police officers come on my live, and in actuality, I was talking to another Marine veteran, and I signed off, went to work. I came back at lunchtime, and my page was blocked. It just never ceases to amaze me that people who don't like your content stay on your page, stick around your page, and have enough energy to go complain to TikTok instead of just taking their finger
And
and
scroll up.
scrolling to the next live.
Like it
They
ain't
get
that
up
hard.
and they get up with me at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and they come looking for me and they follow me, and I'm so what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna let them look for me for a while. Now I might come on in the morning, talk about Obama. I don't know, but I'm so sick of these people who hide behind these cellular devices and beat their chest. Uh, you know, and then they want to talk about how Trump is. Oh, Trump is so this and Trump is so that. You know, so I don't know,
I don't know.
but I got to go. See y'all later. You all have a wonderful evening.
You too, Duke.
Good night.
Hi, family. Hi,
Denali, you
family.
quiet the whole
Hey,
room.
Miss
Hey,
Kim.
Kim.
I missed y'all the last 2 days.
Did you get in trouble the last live and you've been
Yeah, I was
Girl,
thinking
no,
about
no,
you.
no, no, no,
What's
no.
going on? What's going on?
making sure your mouth ain't get you in trouble again.
What
No,
happened?
yesterday I had a family birthday. See, y'all about to get me back in trouble because he talking about you still in trouble. Now don't bring that shit up again.
Okay,
Okay?
sorry. You need to start wearing earbuds.
Right.
Anyways,
Tell him to
no,
go in the other room.
listen. He said I don't
Oh
need
damn, he can hear
earplugs.
everything. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me be
Okay,
quiet.
folks, we better be quiet.
Hi,
Okay,
Mr.
babe. You
You
guys
got,
stop.
you
No,
got
I
me
said hi,
whispering.
Mr.
God, you
Kim.
about to
I
get
just
me
was saying
back in
hi to the
trouble.
Mister. I was just saying hi to the Mister. I didn't want to be
Hey,
rude.
Kim,
Look
put
at
him
yourself.
on.
Look
Tell
at
him to
yourself.
come to the
Hey.
phone.
Yeah, let me talk to Mr. Kim.
Hi, Mr. Kim.
Hi,
Please don't
Mr.
call him
Kim.
that.
Kim,
Please
will he
don't.
come on?
I don't know, babe. Mr. Denali want to talk to you.
Why you don't want to talk to me? What's going on? What I do? I didn't do anything.
Oh my God. Oh my
All
God.
right, let's start over. Hi, Kim. How are
Hi,
you?
Kim.
Anyways,
Put him
yes,
on the phone
Hey,
right now.
Kim.
You know
Mr.
he can hear
Denali,
you.
babe, that's over. That's old. Why are we
Put
even
him
That's
in a
old
talking
corner.
about
news.
Put him
that?
in a corner. Yeah, put him in a
Put him
corner.
on the phone right now.
She just got up here. She gonna have to leave.
Is it on speakerphone, Miss Kim?
Clearly.
Yes.
All right, Mr.
I
Kim,
wish
how you
these
doing, sir?
motherfuckers would stop bringing this up. Anyways, listen. Listen. I was at a family birthday yesterday. I was listening off and on, and we just came from a Dodger game, having a nice night, and now y'all done fucked up my
I
night.
didn't do anything.
I know.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I was teasing, but I
Girl,
didn't
if
know
you
that
don't
he
get
was
you,
right
if you
there
don't
and
get
could
you some
hear.
AirPods, girl,
You hit
Oh God! It won't happen again.
Kim.
We all promise it
bye,
will not
Mr.
happen
Rowe.
I
again.
didn't make any promises.
Yes, you did. We
Hey,
will not
Miss My
tease
Dear.
her. We're not going to tease her
Hey,
about that.
I
We
Mr.
don't
didn't
want
make
Rowe.
her
any promise.
getting fussed out.
It's in all in perpetuity. It's listen. It's I didn't make any promises.
We gotta
So
get you some
how
we
are
gotta
you,
That
get you some
hasn't
Kim?
happened
AirPods.
again. So why are you talking about that? Mm.
How are you, Kim? What's up?
I'm good. I'm good. Gen X.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I was listening off and on yesterday, right? And and I had a lot of stuff I wanted to comment on today. And the first thing I wanted to say to you was this: I heard you say, can a white Republican get on here right now? And you felt like you weren't getting any love. So here's what I want you to know: is this. I don't have a lot of respect for people on the other side. There's only very few that I do. You're one of them, okay? And I don't lie. I don't sugarcoat shit. So I want you to know that you are my YT sister, my YT Republican sister, and you should know that because you are in my private chat. So anybody who's talking crazy to you, I want you to know it's not a you problem, it's a them problem, right? Because there are some people that have their own issues, their own agendas, and it's not you, because I've never heard a racist thing come out of your mouth. There are some people who think they're not racist and they say things who make I think they are racist, but that's not you.
I appreciate that, Kim. And when I come up here and said that, I was picking with y'all. I got thick skin. You know what I mean?
I didn't hear the whole conversation. I just heard that. So I was like, let me tell her, because I was like up and down. And so I would hear a part and then not a part. So I really didn't know what went down.
Well, long story short, there was a conversation about Obama and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there were two other people up on the panel that was talking about him and stuff. And then one of them dropped down, and then it was Walker Bay that come up, right? And the first thing that flared out of his mouth was, I come up here to talk to the other person, and he said, Gen X, y'all racist or something like that. And then I was like, whoa, what? And then he was like talking about Obama and this and that, like for us to stay in our lane. And I was like, first of all, I weren't the one that said it. See, he thought it was me. But see, I know we have country accents or southern accents or whatever, but I don't talk slow. I talk really
So
fast.
I know who that was.
So
I know
whoever
exactly
misses my voice with someone else, I mean, that's on y'all.
Right.
Y'all ought to know my voice.
Yeah.
Because y'all been on the panel with me long enough to know,
Right.
So it was just a misunderstanding, but he apologized to me.
Okay, that's cool. So I just wanted to say that to you. And then
That's why I jumped up here and said, y'all don't take up for me, because ain't nobody stood up and say. Now I think Miss Seal tried to say something, but nobody didn't stick up and say, hey, watch it. That wasn't her. Stop it.
Well, I did hear Mr. Denali say, this is what I heard. He said that wasn't her. And then I heard Walker Bay say, I did apologize. Won't you run back the tape? I bet you 500. And then everybody
No,
kind of chuckled.
I said, you want to put 500 on it?
Oh, you said that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he told me stop it.
Yeah, but I heard Denali say that wasn't her. But then I think I got off, so I didn't really
hear all
hear
that because he talks loud and he don't stop.
Yeah, it was a lot of conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's loud and overpowering. And I'm sorry if I just got up here and interrupted y'all's conversation.
No, you're fine. Hang on. Here we go.
We always have a lot of tops and turns. I got one thing to say before you drop.
He put me in slow motion.
You cannot ever.
Why you got me in slow motion?
And play clear.
Because I don't talk like that.
You know he like to do that.
That is not me.
That was funny. Don't say me like that, no.
Dang, I sound drunk.
Oh man, that's funny.
That made me sound tipsy.
Yeah,
What's going on with your clips and then playbacks? Why is it slowed down like that now?
It's chopped and screwed.
He likes to do that.
It's the way to screw it.
DJ Screw.
He thinks that's funny.
Especially when people start to curse and use bad words, Mr. Denali slows it down.
Are you talking about me, JoJo?
No. I've never heard you. No.
That sounds crazy.
Okay.
Hey, my dear.
Hey, Mr.
So you're gonna go down in the comments and laugh and everything else, so stay your ass down there. So she's gonna go down in the comments.
Right.
Back again, maybe she'll answer the question again. Let's see. Third time might be the charm.
Embarrassing your motherfucking self. You cannot
Again. Put your eggplant away,
You
ma'am.
can't even articulate nothing.
Edwin, go ahead, sir.
Fuck you.
Wow! Here you go. Go ahead. Say it again. Don't have any brains that articulate your point.
I don't
Is
give
that
a
Mr. Rowe?
shit. They were right about
Too much ego, too much pride, and too much bravado.
You're not
It was Edwin.
Put your eggplant away.
not one of us. I'm not.
Oh, Edwin.
Put your ass up.
You're disrespecting me.
You can't shut my ass off.
I did. I shut your mic off.
Mute me. Fuck you.
I know. You don't have the words to articulate your point. Articulate her point. So she's gonna go down. Oh my goodness.
Dang,
Who was that?
That's my favorite, Mr. D.
Is it?
Who was that?
I don't remember who that was. Who was that?
You
Her
talking
name
about
was
her
Nicole.
eggplant.
That was Nicole.
Her name was Nicole.
Pride and too much bravado.
Oh my God. No, he didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you
got
didn't.
Put your eggplant away.
Relax. I don't like you.
Put your eggplant away, Nicole.
You're the problem.
I know I'm the problem because you can't answer a simple question.
Denali.
Let Edwin. You want to argue back?
You can't answer a simple question. My dog Denali can answer that question.
What you gotta understand, Denali, is you gotta give people room to
No, he
breathe.
didn't. He would have
Yes, I did.
argue.
Understand.
He got a mind of a fucking fifth grader.
And you don't have the brains to argue with me.
Oh my God, relax, please. Let Edwin talk.
Poor Edwin.
What do you want to say, Edwin? She's gone. She can't answer a simple question.
You had the clip from last night?
What clip? Who did somebody scream last night?
No, the first one you was trying to play, but it was really slow. Was that the one from last night that Gen X was talking about?
No, there's nothing from last night. I didn't hear anything last night that needed to be clipped up.
So something else that I heard last night?
The first one that you was playing. That's what I.
What was that you had me clipped up on? What was that
was the
about?
night you told me you better not ever do it. I said, well, I better not ever do it. I never posted it, but I said I would play it for you.
You better not do what?
Put her in a pretzel.
No, she told me don't ever slow her down.
Oh.
I made her
so you
repeat
did
what
it.
I never heard, what she told me to never.
Oh yeah.
So here's the thing, Mr. D. You
Yes,
need to
sir.
make that a regular feature on your show. You go through an entire week, and I'm sure you've got at least one clip you can slow down like that.
Yeah,
Play
at least
10
one.
o'clock on like Sunday night. Here's my clip of the week.
Excellent point, Mr. JoJo Coco.
Yeah, it's got to be a weekly thing.
It's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
And people would tune in just to hear your clip of the week.
Listen, you know who's been looking at that panel we were on together. They're looking for their clips, but I'm not gonna post it because they're looking for it.
Do not give them the satisfaction.
That's right. When you want it, I won't give it to you.
Something else that I heard you guys talking about last night was the Trump ad, and I know we've discussed this like 50,000 times. But so when I came home, I reread the ad. I told Yo-Yo about it this morning. So the ad was placed in 5 papers, right? and the ad says in it specifically, it specifically says, it
I
does
can read
not
it.
say the boys' names, which we have discussed, but it does specifically mention the rape that happened in the park. It also says the young men that he said, I listened to those young men yesterday on the news talking about how angry they are, and I'm tired of hearing about how angry they are. They need to know how angry I am, and they need to be afraid. So he said that, and then he also
He said
went
that
like he went on like other medias like radio and stuff, so people knew that he was talking about them. And the next day, those boys' names and addresses were published. So not only them, but them and their families were afraid. And then a news anchor said, if the lady is unalive, those boys should be castrated. And so I looked, and there's so many articles about the whole posting. So it was known that at that time that it was in regards to these boys. Also, at the DNC, the 5 guys were at the DNC, and they specifically said this man put out an ad for the execution for us. Then it also talked about in 2016 when he was getting ready to run, and they asked him if he was going to give them an apology. He stated that they pled guilty. They must have done something harmful. The crime was so outrageous, and continued on and has continued to say that these men are guilty and will not apologize to them. And I read this on multiple news articles.
Fantastic.
I did the same thing.
And I know that you're not going to vote for Trump, right?
No, I'm not. But I just wanted,
wait.
I wanted to make it clear, because I know we've said, well, he didn't mention their names, and yes, he didn't, but it was regarding those boys.
And the way you just commented to her was kind of dismissive, and
Oh,
that
me?
right, yes, you
Oh,
said
listen, let me explain something to you.
You
Let me
said
explain something. Let
fantastic.
me
You're not voting
explain
for Trump.
something. Please let me explain something to everyone. You're not going to vote for Trump.
But that's not the point.
No, that's my point. Is
But
that
that's not. But that's not the point,
Wait,
because you keep.
let me finish. The people who have a problem with those things are not voting for Trump. There are so many. Okay, he didn't apologize. Are you going to vote for Trump, Ms. Hill?
I'm gonna let you finish your thoughts, so you can
Are
let
you
me
going to
finish
vote
mine.
for Trump?
No, I'm not. No, because that I'm not.
Point, please. I would like to finish my point. Ms. Hill, are you going to vote for Trump?
I will let you finish your point,
Can
and
I
then I'll
answer the
finish
question,
mine.
Ms. Hill?
I will.
Okay, are you going to vote for Trump?
Are you going to finish your point, and then I can finish mine?
Well, I just want you to answer the question. If you could.
You know I'm not voting for Trump.
Okay, so what difference does it make?
It does make a difference, because you
Tell me
are
why.
one of the people who continue to say
Tell
he
me
did
why.
not name them.
He didn't mention
I'm
them.
answering. But you're not letting me finish. That's why I said I'm gonna let you finish your point,
But
so
he
you can
didn't
let me
mention
finish
them. He
mine.
didn't mention them.
But you're not letting me finish my point.
What your point? Okay, what's your point?
Are you gonna let me finish?
What's your point?
When I start talking?
What's your? I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told Duke. What's your point?
My point is, it's continually being said that he did not name them in the article, but there was no need for him to name them specifically when the article came out. He put $85,000 out there to have his article posted in multiple newspapers, which led to call for their execution. And he knew that they were, I'm going to say boys. I don't want to call them children. They were teenagers. He called for the execution of teenagers. And that led to them being receiving death threats and everything. And so he knew who it was. They were already broadcast all over the news. And then you have an elitist put this article out there about them, calling for their execution. And then when he was asked years later, after they were exonerated, he was asked basically to even comment on it, and he had no he still didn't apologize. So the point is, you can't say that he didn't name them in the article, because that's being disingenuous. The point of it all is that's why he's being called out for calling for the execution of those boys, because that's specifically what he did.
And the
But Miss Sil,
reason,
did you read it?
the
Did you see it,
reason
Miss
I,
Sil?
I
I
brought
know.
it
I
up,
want Miss Sil to finish her point, and then
I'm
I'll
sorry.
respond.
Go ahead.
That is my point. So again, to say that you read the article, anybody, not just you specifically, Denali, to say that to read the article, and because he did not say their name specifically, that is being disingenuous when you know that he knew that they were kids. He knew that it was 5 males of color that he called for their execution.
Okay.
That's not the point I'm making. The point
Can
I'm
I say
making
this
is
though,
everything
Yo-Yo?
is being said out of order.
I
Everything
need
is
No,
being said out of order.
Yo-Yo, let me say this.
Go
Let
ahead.
me say
Hang
this.
on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. These are the things that I'm talking about. No matter what you, Miss Kim, or Miss Sil, or anybody else on the platform, you guys are not going to vote for Trump.
Right, but the reason I brought it up was because yesterday Gen X asked the question about the article, and that was the reason that I brought it up. And
I know.
also, at the time, he did not know their names, so he could not say their names because their names, as juveniles, they weren't even supposed to be published. But the following day, after the news articles, their names were published.
Great.
Okay,
So
but the
now,
point. Okay, can I say?
now that that's said, do you think that you changed any minds of Trump supporters?
That's
I
not the
didn't.
point.
I did not. But the yesterday, what I
Well, why are we
heard was
talking about that when we have issues that are going on today? Why are we going back to 1980? What's the point?
because it was about the question was yesterday,
No, forget the
Denali.
question. I'm saying, but this has not just been brought up then.
I know.
About the question. What's the point of saying all this? Tell me what
The
happens
point
now.
is
I'm
he
gonna tell
called
you
for the
why.
execution. Because the point is he called for the execution
Right.
of
Okay.
But he didn't. That's
males.
what I'm about to
Miss
say.
Yo-Yo, please.
Yesterday,
Miss Yo-Yo, please.
yesterday, somebody asked
I
Miss
know, Miss
Seal,
Kim. I got it.
not
I'm
about
saying.
the article, not about the
I
article.
want.
They
I want to stay on the article right now. Now
okay.
that you've made the record clear, and Miss Seal has made the record clear. Now what?
Well, one, you should stop saying that he did not
I'm
name
not
them
going to
in the
stop saying because
article.
I read it and I know what it said.
Okay,
but
so
again,
Denali though,
you're not.
listen.
But the way you're saying it, if somebody is saying that he called for the execution
I
of
tell you
them,
what. He mentioned them. Now what?
well, then
Okay,
stop saying that he didn't mention them if he did.
What? Tell me, how did this move the ball forward?
Because it takes away from what he did by saying that he didn't do it.
And what does that do for today
It's
in
stating facts.
2024?
It's stating facts. When
the
we're talking,
question,
you
Right,
say
but
your whole
what does
point
it do?
is to
Tell me
state the
what.
facts.
Tell
the
me.
question
Tell
to
me.
Miss,
Tell me what it does now.
It states the facts of,
Okay,
again,
the
his
fact is
character,
known.
who he
Now
is.
what?
So
Now what?
now that if I am speaking on this, now I can speak on facts. At one point,
And what does
as
that
in
do
yesterday,
though? What does it do?
I have the facts.
You already had you had.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
You never
I
read
did
the
not
article?
have the facts yesterday.
You never read the
Yesterday,
article?
I
she
said
hadn't
that
read the
yesterday. I
article.
didn't
She
read
said
the
that
article.
yesterday.
I said it
Why
yesterday.
haven't you ever read the article?
What do you mean? Yesterday I clearly said I was a kid
No, I
when
said
this
I
happened.
know, but all this time you've spoken on this before, and I didn't know that you didn't read the article.
I said it yesterday, and then
Before this.
okay. But I'm trying to answer you. When we spoke about this yesterday, I made it clear. You asked, did I read the article? I said no. I said I was a kid at the time. I've heard about the article. I heard that he did not mention them in the article. I know what happened when everything came back up. That he was asked, because I know that they were exonerated. I know he was asked to speak on it, and he refused to apologize. Your statement last night was, okay, fine, we're not going to hash this out tonight. Basically, you said, do your homework and then we could talk about it at another time. I
Right.
did my homework, and now I can talk about it factually because I read the article and I read the news
But
articles.
how it started though was CNB asked Miss Seal, how was Donald Trump racist, and she named off several things of why she felt like he was racist, right? And so then someone said, well, he didn't mention them in the article, but it specifically says that after he did that, it caused a lot of racism in New York.
What does that do now in 2024?
It's about him being a racist. It caused a lot of racism.
Great. You proved to Gen X that he's a racist. Is she not going to vote for him?
No.
But that's
I mean, yeah, she's still gonna vote. She's still gonna vote
Right.
for
So
him.
what's the point of talking about it?
The point of talking
We
about it
talked
is
about
now.
a lot of stuff that we
one
talked
second,
about
Kim.
over
I
and
try
over.
not to. People want to talk about Harris and Willie Brown. Want to talk about ethnicity. I said it doesn't matter with 20 something or 30 days left. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so so you're asking what's the point?
Yes.
Again, because I can speak on it factually because I now have the full knowledge. Also, you brought up Gen X. Gen X literally said she did not know about it. So now, us telling her, she now has more
Do you think
information.
that it's going to change her mind?
I didn't say it's going to change her vote.
Okay.
What I'm saying is she at least now has the facts because of the fact
So
that
what do you
she
mean?
now.
Miss Gen X has the facts about a lot of stuff.
But that doesn't. I didn't listen. I'm not saying this to
I
change.
never knew about the Central Park 5.
Okay, so Miss Gen X, if you read the article, he mentioned them. He wanted them to have the death penalty. Would that change your mind about Trump?
No.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter.
But see, my whole issue about this whole thing about the Central Park 5
Yes.
is it's only an issue because he's a Republican.
No, it's not.
But that's
because
my point is that
this
it's
has been going on.
2024 that happened in 84, and it doesn't matter.
It does matter because if he was, because it shows that the stuff that he
So
did
who?
back then,
Who are you showing it to?
he's still doing it
Miss
now.
Hill, who
None
are
of
you-
his,
Miss
none of
Hill?
it has changed.
Miss
None
Hill,
of it has
Miss
changed.
Hill,
He
who are-
was a
Miss Hill,
racist
I don't
then.
want
He's
to
a
mute
racist
you.
now.
Who are you showing it to?
What do you mean? Aren't we talking about him on this panel?
I know, but who are you showing it to that he's a racist?
If we're talking about it on this panel, then that's who we're talking about it to. If it comes up in somewhere in my life, off of TikTok, I can talk about this to those people because there's people who do not know. Like I did not know that all because I always heard he did not mention them. So it was a question. It was implied. Now that I know the facts around it, it wasn't implied. He specifically called for their execution.
He did not. Can I make a distinction, please? Can I make a distinction, Madonna?
He did not.
The article called for the execution of people that were unaliving people in New York at the time. It's broken up into different sections, the article, the ad itself. It talks
It's not
about
just for unaliving though, Yo-Yo. It's not just for unaliving.
About lots of different issues, the article. When he brings them up is in a different section when he's talking about that.
This is
He's not specifically saying this just happened to this lady and I'm calling for the unaliving.
It does
not say that.
It just drives me nuts that my Democratic friends run down the rabbit hole.
It's not a rabbit hole.
It's broken up into different sections and talking about a lot of different things.
It's literally educating yourself.
He wrote it one day.
It's literally educating yourself on the facts.
Tell me what's going to change.
If you notice, everybody who's saying it doesn't matter, there's no need for him to apologize or all Trump support. I said everybody who's saying it doesn't matter and everybody who's saying that he should not apologize are all Trump supporters. He should apologize because he called for the execution of 5
If he
kids.
doesn't apologize,
You're not letting me finish.
I know I'm not because I'm asking a question. If he doesn't apologize, what's going to happen?
It does not. It's. You know what? Forget it. I'm just gonna leave it alone because clearly
Would you apologize for something you feel like you didn't do?
This topic right here, you feel the same way that they do.
He said he does. He said he did it though, Yo-Yo.
Who they is. I'm saying it
The Trump
doesn't matter.
supporters. That's who they is.
It
Trump
doesn't
supporters.
matter because no one's mind is changing.
Yo-Yo, he admits to doing it and he says he's not going to apologize because he
admitted to
said
it.
that He
Fine.
said that
Great. He's not
they
going to
pled
apologize.
guilty.
Tell me what is going to happen in
Because at the
2024.
It's
time he
not.
thought they did.
I'm just telling Yo-Yo. He does admit to it. He says that they said they were guilty. They must have done.
Exactly.
He says they must have done something awful, and the crime was outrageous, and I'm not apologizing. That's what he says. So
At the time, he thought he didn't know when he wrote it. He didn't know that
But
they
by
were
this is in
coerced into admitting it.
2016. This is in
In
2016.
2016,
Okay,
he
but at
knew.
the time he's saying I didn't know. He don't care, obviously.
Okay, but this is
Everybody
the
knows
point.
Donald Trump is an a-hole. Okay, who
Okay.
doesn't know that?
So we're gonna play that devil's advocate again. If he did not know when it happened in 89, if he did not know, which he did, but we're gonna say he didn't. Once he knew that they were kids and that they were innocent, yes, he should have apologized because he knows that he called for the execution of
But he
those
didn't.
kids.
If you read it, he didn't. He said for
He
people that are
did. I
unalive
read the
people in New
article.
York at the time. He
I
can pull
read
it up.
the
That's not what
listen.
he said.
Listen. I read the article, and because I have the screenshot on my phone. I can't go verbatim right now because it's going to take me off the screen. But I literally did a screenshot of the section where he's clear on these boys that he's saying that they should be taken out of here.
Thank you. He didn't know their names, Yo-Yo. Their names had not been published yet. Their names were
I'm talking
published the
about the
following
section where
day.
he was talking about crime was rampant in New York at the time. He was
I'm
calling
talking
about
about that same
the
section.
unaliving of people that were doing certain things in New York at the time.
He was referring to them. He also went on radio and news outlets, and everyone in New York knew that he was talking about them. Everyone.
I don't know what you want from the man. He's saying he didn't say like I don't know what everybody wants.
Is there
That's what he
something
said.
that
Read the
happened?
article.
The
It's all
only
about
thing that a decent
there
human being would
something-
do is
Hey,
I
apologize.
read it. That's not how I read it.
Only thing a decent human being would do is apologize. If I know I wronged someone, especially calling for them to be unalived, I would apologize.
That's not how I read it. I read it that he was talking about the crime being rampant and any people who were unaliving people in the time.
Okay,
That's what
that's
he was calling
not
for
that's
them.
not
He
how
wasn't unalive.
that's not how you read it.
if you
but
read-
again, that's what he wrote. So
If
again,
you read
he
the
should have
other
apologized.
articles, Yo-Yo, if you
He
read
read it on the show one night. We talked about it. We had a whole. Didn't we
I
have a show
know.
about it, Mr. Denali? He showed it up there one night. We all had a show about it.
If you read the other articles that were written later, years later, after the boys were exonerated, there's several news articles, and it tells you specifically what went down at the time when he did it. It also tells you that what he was asked when he was exonerated and what he said. And then you will know that the articles were written about those boys.
Already saw all that.
Well, I don't know how you.
That.
I don't know how you
Because
could
when
not.
I read it, I didn't translate it the way you read it. He was talking about
it said-
crime being rampant in the time.
Not the news article. I'm not talking about the news article, Yo-Yo. I'm talking about years later
I heard
articles.
what he said, and he said that at the time that's what he had thought, and he said, "Oh well, they admitted to it, whatever." That's what he said.
And he said they must have done something harmful, and he still has said that he believes they did it.
Even
Why
after
is
they were
everybody more upset
exonerated.
with Donald Trump than the people who did it, the
Yo-Yo.
prosecutors, the police officers, whatever? It's like, why is everybody so upset with Donald Trump when the people
It's
who
not-
actually did
it's
it,
not
nobody's
that
saying a word?
Well, it's not that
That's
I'm
what
not.
everybody's not understanding. Everybody's
Hey,
like, why is
Tim.
everybody on Donald Trump and not the people who did it?
It's
Hey,
not that
Tim.
I'm not
Because-
upset with.
Tim.
It's not that I'm not upset with those people, but because this man is, those people are not in the forefront, so we don't know if those people apologized, didn't apologize. This man is in the forefront. This man is running for president, so he's the only person.
He already won president after he said that.
But
He did.
no,
After he said he ain't
you're
apologizing,
asking-
he became president, right?
He did.
And
He
he's running
did.
a second time. So obviously, like Mr. Denali said, people don't care about that.
They
And that's
don't
the
care.
problem. And that right there is
I
a
know
problem.
they don't care.
That's
But
a problem.
the only reason I
I
brought
mean,
it
there's
up.
a lot of stuff on the Democratic side people happening. We say y'all don't care. So
I
it's gonna
know.
goes both ways, like Mr. Denali is saying.
I have said plenty
I
of
I
understand
times.
mean, y'all
that.
don't care about all the migrant stuff going on in Chicago. I mean, it's stuff on the other side. We don't understand why y'all don't care. So
I
it's
But
do
my
what?
point
care.
Okay,
is
so
I
it
here's my
goes
do care
both
question.
about the
sides.
stuff
But
that's
out of
going on in
so
Chicago.
My
So,
point is it goes
no,
both
but here's
sides.
my
So let it
question.
go. That's
But
the
wait,
point. Let it
so here's
go.
my
but
question.
if we're gonna
Who
let it
asked?
go, then we would
Wait,
have to
Kim,
let
just one
everything
second.
go because we
But
talk about the same
Right.
topics
That's my
over
so
and
point.
over and
here's,
over
but
again.
this is my
There would be
Exactly. You
question.
nothing
gotta let
else to talk
everything
about.
go. Everybody gotta just vote, and what happens happens because it's gonna go tit for tat all
Here's my
night.
question.
So
But
what are
out
we
of
going to
all
talk
these
about from here
people,
on out? Because I hear us talking
We
about the
talk
same things
about
over and over.
topics that are happening now. This happened in
okay, and what's
1989.
happening? So here's my question. Out of all these people, Democrat, Republican, the prosecutors, everybody that got something to say in the comments, at the end of the day, who called for them to be executed?
But I don't understand what
So
difference
again, so
does it.
that's where the problem lies. The
What?
fact that
So you think that if you say it, then they're not going to feel the way they feel?
it doesn't matter that I'm not changing minds. That's you're missing the point. And
Because
that's
what's the
why
point then?
the point is
I'm
that
into moving.
it
I
was
mean,
I'm in,
Biden called for the 94
okay,
I'm
gun
fine.
into
bill.
So
Who
is there
moving.
cares? I
something
mean,
else?
like,
Do we have another topic to talk about?
I'm into moving the
Can I
ball.
bring another
I'm
topic up?
into moving the ball forward. We're talking about something from 1989 and having this big brouhaha on something that doesn't matter in 2024 because you want him to apologize. Fine, if he's not, you already know he's an asshole. Bringing it up and continuing to talk about it, I don't think it's productive.
Okay, so we can talk about something else. We can move
It
along.
doesn't move the ball forward, in
We
my
can move
opinion.
along.
That's what I think.
Mr. Demali,
It's a yes, yes, Mr. My dear.
I don't like interrupting a heated
I know you
conversation.
don't. What you got?
After I gave my opinion on Duke, I just scrolled off
Yes, ma'am.
to calm down. However, I came back up because I want to address something.
Yes, ma'am.
I might have misunderstood Miss Gen X, but after I had left the panel to cool down, I thought I heard her say that I made fun of her voice. Did she think I was doing that? I want to clear that up. I came on messing with you the next day, Demaldi, and just teasing you. You know, I didn't know whose voice you were imitating. I just knew you were, fun, making fun. Yeah. He was doing a voice. I didn't know whose voice he was imitating. I don't know if she felt like that was me doing that, but it was. I was directed toward Mr. Demaldi, just imitating his. Came out on a YouTube. That's what I heard on YouTube one morning, and I did the next day, just joking. But I would have never made fun of any disabled person, and I didn't know whose voice he was really slowing down like that. I really did. I don't know if I heard her right a few minutes ago. That am I correct on that, Ms. Gen X?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
I don't know anything about that. Are you talking
Oh.
about the tape that he just played in slow motion?
Yeah.
No, I was
I
telling
heard it a couple days ago.
I was telling him to quit. That was my voice that he was just playing on there.
I did not know that. I'm
Yeah,
clarifying
he was
now.
playing it in like really slow motion.
Yeah, but I didn't know whose voice he was imitating.
I didn't hear
That
you
was
say
Miss
nothing
Gen
about that.
X's voice. Miss Gen X told me, "Don't you ever do that to my voice," and I
Uh-huh.
slowed it down to play for her. It's not released or anything like that. I just thought it was funny. She told me not to do it, and I did it.
Well, I just want my name put on that. Okay, I don't claim.
No, he did that. He did that on purpose, because he likes to agitate me.
Because I put you in a pretzel, you won't admit it.
Well, you can't never put me in a pretzel because my legs ain't long enough.
But let me say this to you, Ms. Jeanette. Let me say this to you.
Yes, ma'am.
When I heard her calling me what she knows I'm not. I'm a strong black woman with a good mind, baby. I know where I came from. So that did not bother me. But I had to come back and say, look, you have a right to defend your name. And so I know that you don't even think I'm senile. I don't know what you have against me. what. But I know a lot of white and black women, young and old women. I've dealt with this all my life, where I never did anything to them, and some I bent over at least to try to be nice, but till had to get nasty. But I at least tried. So I don't operate like that, and I've never called anybody on this panel out of their name in any kind of way because I didn't agree what their opinion is. So I mean, I had to clarify that with you. I don't know what you have against me, but like I said, I've been dealing with this old women, white women, black women, Asian women. Well, not Asian women, but yellow women. I've come on and told you the problems, the panel that I've had with different races, calling me black bees and stuff like that, and I still dealt with it, handled it, got through it, and still didn't come out prejudiced, totally prejudiced. So but I know you don't believe I'm senile. I don't know, why.
No, ma'am. I ain't never thought you was racist or nothing like that.
I'm not saying, I'm not senile too. I'm strong in my skin. I know who I am, where I come from.
Where I was coming from is because I noticed that and I know I'm getting ready to get attacked by everybody on this panel, but when Trump supporters come up here, we kind of get beat down a lot. You know what I mean?
I have nothing to do with that.
Well, I'm just saying, smart remarks, ugly remarks, taking digs at, or whatever you want to call it. It's always Trump supporters. But if it's a VP Harris supporter, then they get all the love in the world. They're like, oh, you're my family, you're family. But we're outside. We're like the redheaded stepchildren.
Well, I don't pick that up. You're entitled to your opinion. I don't pick that up. Demaldi tries to be as fair as he can be.
Miss Kim just called you
Denali.
sister.
Denali?
Yeah, really. I mean, that's your opinion. I'm not gonna argue with you about that. But I don't appreciate you. But I had to have thick skin. I'm a big crybaby because I have a soft heart, especially toward people, any color. If they have a good cause, a good case, they can't just bullshit me though.
Yeah, I show respect people that show respect to me.
I have never disrespected you, Mr. Nix. How have I ever disrespected you?
You've never personally attacked me, ma'am.
Well, thank you. I think you owe me an apology, and I would feel better about it.
I apologize.
All right, look at that. Oh my goodness, look at that.
I really appreciate it.
That's amazing. I love it.
All right, so that calm.
I do apologize. I'm just used to getting beat up on here.
Well, I don't know. I know Demaldi really respects my age, and I know he does pressure me. Well, I don't say pressure, but I do know behind the scenes he's, talk to the panel and try to give me respect. But if I can't handle myself, I don't care if I'm 90 years old. If I got nerve enough to come up here and deal with these young people, all different colors, ethnic opinions, and everything else, then I don't need to be up here if I can't carry my own load. And if I ever get like I can get like that, and then I would drop myself out. Because I don't like getting messy. And and I don't ever want to get to that point where I can't respect other people's opinions. Even if I don't agree with you, I will not interrupt, to try to get my point across. And sometimes that's not easy to do. But I don't want you guys to feel neglected by Demaldi, but by him showing me that grace. But
no, you're fine.
That's really God's grace that's given me to voice my opinion and try to be as honest, speak my truth. And I don't expect everybody to agree with my truth. They don't have my same experiences or anything. But Miss Jennings, I really appreciate you doing it. I really say it's not easy to make a public apology. It shows you're a woman. A child would not want to apologize, and I appreciate it. Now I'm gonna turn my music on. My blues calms me down. Although you did calm me down now, Mr. Nix. But my blues, and I'm gonna relax.
All right.
Who are you listening to? Who are you listening to tonight, Ms. My dear?
I'm sorry, what?
Who's your favorite blues artist?
Oh, I got so many.
You
Listen,
like Robert Johnson? You like Robert Johnson?
what does he sing? I know Johnny Taylor is my favorite. I love
Okay.
that man.
Okay.
Johnny Taylor, Bobby Blue Bland,
Mm.
Marvin Cease. He's kind of vulgar, but like I
You
don't
like
play that
Johnny
one. I
Taylor?
don't play that with my kids in the house. Marvin Cease, O.B. Buchanan, Miss Jody. Oh, Miss Jody, tough.
Nice.
Yeah, she from the old school. She tough.
Okay.
Oh, I got so many of that. Yeah, really. And I like Motown. I like gospel. I get up every morning with my gospel now.
Go find you some Robert Johnson. He's a good blues singer.
What does he sing?
Boom! Gen X, follow Gen X and
Familiar.
hit that.
What does he
Let's
sing?
go.
I probably
Thank
heard
you,
the
sir.
song. I'd heard pretty much all the old blues songs.
Yeah, I haven't got the name of the song off the top of my head.
I'll research it. I'll research it
Yeah,
and see if I
look
can
up
get
Robert
on.
Johnson.
Oh, Robert Johnson. Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right. I love you guys. I'm gonna turn my music on now.
All right, you have a great.
Thanks, my dear.
You have
Good
a
night,
great
Miss My
day.
Dear.
Night, everybody.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, there you go. Fantastic. Love it. Love it. Thank you so much, Miss Gen X.
You have somebody on the panel that for you to hate.
What's going on, brother? How you doing,
I'm
brother?
gonna be completely honest with you, Sil. You're the first one to actually get that correct.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That picture kind of scared me when you put it up there. I was like, "What the hell is that?" But yeah,
Yeah, a lot of people say for you to H8. They don't even. It's actually quite funny that they don't get that.
Yeah, I'm
So
not smart like that.
I just a serious question for you guys. Are we voting for Biden this year, or are we voting for Kamala? If just to let you know, if you actually go to her website and you put Biden in front of her policies that she has on her page, these are all policies that Biden has brought as proposed. I mean, did she copy and paste? Is she going to be original? I'm confused.
Are you saying that they come from? How do you know they come from him?
Because if you go to the WhiteHouse.gov and you look it up, it says President Biden protects and strengthens Social Security and Medicare. And if you go to her page, it's the same verbiage.
Oh, are you serious?
I'm being
Well,
dead serious.
that's something that all Democrats want to do because they feel like Republicans want to take it away. So that one right there, that's just something that Democrats want to do.
Where do they get
And
that
then
from, though? He
the
says
budget.
every rally he's not taking anything away. Like, where do they
Well,
get that from?
it's not only just one. It's basically
Well,
all of them.
what are the other ones? Because like for instance, like her wanting to put the home health care into the into Medicare, that's not a Biden policy. Her wanting to raise the child tax credit, that's not a Biden policy. Her wanting to give the $25,000 tax credit, that's not a Biden policy.
Are you
Her
sure about
wanting
that?
to her wanting to build the homes that she wants to build, that's not a Biden policy.
Hold up. Can I share this, December? Or Denali, I mean?
Sure, what, sir? Go ahead.
It's this is the WhiteHouse.gov, and if you go down, it shows. So you said the $25,000 thing. So like right here, you know how she wants to build 3 million homes? Well, Biden wants to build 2 million.
Okay. And
So it's not a
let me
bad
tell you
thing. So
something
what
for you
difference?
hate. For you hate, let me let you in on a little something. Biden and Harris were together, and they per se themselves did not sit down and write things. They have advisors. They have a staff, a team of people that go and they write this stuff down. And that's what you're looking at. So you are going to see a lot of what Biden did. And behind Biden's name is Harris. So his name is moved off the list now her name remain on the list. So it makes no difference. It's the Democratic, what they're running on.
So it's 4 more years of the same thing?
That's what I'm getting
No,
towards.
it's not 4 more years of the same thing.
Kate, is that the point you're making?
Yeah.
4
So I
years?
mean, like if you go and see like strengthening and bringing down healthcare, so like protect and strengthen Social Security, Medicare. If you go and look at the same exact thing, it's the same exact verbiage.
Right.
So what you're saying is that
4 more years.
during Harris's campaign, she's tried to distance herself from Biden, right?
Yeah.
To be independent.
No.
And,
No.
Yeah, she has.
No, she
I don't
hasn't.
want 4 more years of this.
She hasn't.
No, she haven't.
She's trying to
So
distance
here,
herself.
right here, down payment
She
assistance
hasn't
for
done that
first
at all.
generation homeowners.
He keeps letting everybody know we're together. She's
They
going
are together.
our policies. Yeah.
They are
She has
together.
not done that.
She's not distancing herself from him. Why would she? That would be saying, I'm not with the president.
Yeah,
I'm not with what he wanted to do, when they both would sit down in the same room and author and co-author everything that this guy is just bringing up. That's the same as we go and bring.
Well, let me ask you this then: if she is staying with him by his name, then why is she saying, now I'm going to fix everything? Why is she fixing something
What you
that's
mean?
not broken?
What you mean, Jeanette?
Because
What you mean, Jeanette?
Biden economics is working, right? And if everything's great going on in the country because of Biden and Harris, then why is she campaigning? I'm going to make it. I'm fixing this. Yes, this is happening.
She's
This
fixing
happening,
the
but I'm going to
things
fix
that
this
she's fixing
because
the
I'm going to do
things that
this.
she's fixing the things that people want. When they take,
No,
when you
they're
go out
she's
there,
fixing
when
things
you
that she
listen,
broke. She
that's
broke.
why I can't hear you, because I'm talking and you jump in. I'm saying,
Well, I weren't
when
finished, but go ahead.
I was talking first, Gen X, and you just went all over me, and I was trying to hear what you were saying.
It's the same
All
deal.
I'm-
I was speaking and you ran me over, but that's
All
okay.
I'm saying is the program that they put forth when the people speak, the people that they come in contact with, and the polls tell them that they need this or they need to do that, they make a shift in some things. And that's the way it is. Now,
I would also say that you got to give VP Harris some grace.
No, but
she's only been in the race for almost, 80 days? I mean,
Yes.
she's trying to get up to speed because this was kind of thrust upon her. You got to give her a little grace because she didn't have a full campaign. She didn't have a year, 2 years, 3 years. She did run in 2019, but you got to give her a little grace because this is an unusual situation that I don't think she saw coming or anybody saw coming, and she's trying to get up to speed. Did she do it quicker? I'm sure, but I'm willing to give her some grace on that as far as copy and paste. Copy and paste.
So, and here's the thing, Mr. For You. You may be looking at is a copy and paste. I'm looking at it as a consistency of a party platform.
No, I sure don't want the last 4 years we just had.
Sir, I'm talking. And that is a good thing, as opposed to Laura Trump, who is now the head of the RNC, and she takes half of Agenda 47 from the Heritage Foundation. So there's no consistency on the GOP
she's not the
side.
president. She's not going to be the president.
Sir, she helped establish the platform. So
I don't
please
care, sir.
overtalk
She's
me.
not the president, and she's not going to be the president.
Also have
She's not even vice president, for
What
that
happened to
matter.
waiting
She
your
helped
turn?
establish the
Went
platform.
out the window when I got here.
See, I mean, you don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Okay, listen, since 2020, they've had 2 years of COVID. You got to give the Biden-Harris administration some grace because of the what are we at? 2.5 years? No. What are we at? 4 years. 1 year was COVID. Same thing for Trump. Neither one had a full 4 years to really dissect their performance because of COVID. COVID is a game changer. You haven't seen it in 100 years. So you got to give, in my opinion, you got to be fair and give grace on both sides.
Can I say
And
something
does
real quick?
everybody know that there
JoJo was
is
right, though.
the inflation? There is global inflation. It's not just here in the United States. And the United States have the lowest numbers. And CMB, you just got on the panel and you just jumped in like you always do. Other people were
Oh,
talking.
really? Thanks
So
for
I will
noticing.
mute. I will mute you. I will mute
Oh,
you.
really? Well, I'll ask
JoJo,
Mr. Denali to give me
correct, though.
power, and I'll mute you too. You want to
No,
play
because
that game?
you're not a mod. You're not a mod.
I will
So
be.
I will. I will.
If I talk to Mr. Denali, I guarantee it, he'll make me a mod.
I guarantee you won't. I
How much
Please
you want to
announce
bet?
if he
I
becomes a
How much you
guarantee
mod.
want to
you.
bet?
Please.
Okay,
If
listen,
he
everybody.
becomes a mod, please announce it. Please.
What?
If he ever becomes a mod, please announce it.
Oh, I'll announce it for you. I'll let you know. Don't you worry.
God. Y'all
Anyway,
dictating his
what I
mods?
was going to say before I was rudely interrupted was,
Other
Mr.
people were
Denali, if
already
you
talking. Other people were already talking.
excuse me, I
No,
wasn't
excuse
talking to you.
you.
I'm
Excuse
talking to
you.
Mr.
I'm talking to you
Denali.
though. I'm talking
Yeah,
to
but I
you.
don't talk to you. I don't
I'm
talk to you.
talking to you. I'm
But I
talking
don't
to
talk to
you.
you.
Him
All
to
right.
stop being rude.
CMB, gotta calm down.
And what's wrong? We got a weird panel tonight or something?
Well, listen, everybody calm down. All right, okay.
I was just simply going to say to you that if you
Did for you to hate, did he even finish his point?
No, he didn't. No,
Did
because he
he
yes,
was
he
rudely
did.
because he
interrupted.
Listen,
waited. He
I've
was
been on with
calm, he
Mr.
was
Denali
quiet,
ever since he
waited.
started. I know when
Nobody cares about your
finishes talking
longevity. If
and
you've
when he
been here that
doesn't.
amount of time, you should know to be nice and
Listen,
patient to
I don't know
people.
where you came
So
from, but
don't worry
you're not a
about where I
good
came from.
place.
Did for you to hate, did he finish his point?
Mr. Denali, were you done?
All right. Mr. Ford, okay.
Yeah.
I think Ford and Hate was finished. CMB, quickly, what is it you wanted to say?
He wasn't asked if he was finished.
I'm gonna stay muted for a couple minutes so I cool off because these people are incredible.
For you to hate. For you to hate. You want to finish? For you to hate?
I would just say something like basically the whole party line is just a carbon copy, and it's almost every single policy, and even in the whole, we were at the top of global inflation. That's actually not true. There was quite a few countries that were far superior than what we were. The only reason the global economy is because we have superiority of currency within those countries. So you have to go into that in depth too. So you can't really use that talking point as a thing.
So, if I may, my question to you, sir, then, is not party consistency important to you? We know that President Biden did not have enough time to see all of his policies through. So, I don't see an issue with Kamala taking some of his policies and continuing along with the party platform. Where is your argument against that?
So the reason why I would say that would be an issue is because things change year by year. I mean, things even change month by month. So why would stuff not change for the current times?
Oh, totally agree. But they've got to put something forward as a platform for people to see and read and then vote upon, right? Which both parties have done. So, I mean, they're not going to tweak it every week up till election day.
I'm not saying necessarily every week, but I mean, they could have been more original on it and brought up stuff to, a current standard than use an old standard that's, I mean, things have drastically changed. So you can't really hold the same old policies within a common era. I mean, if you're saying that she has a team of advisors, why haven't those team of advisors came up with something new?
Answer that one.
Yeah,
Go, Mr. Rowe.
you want to take a record?
Go, Mr. Rowe.
Yeah. Why would they come up with something new when she co-authored what you're reading?
Are you sure she co-authored? Because I seen President
Yes, if
Biden,
I'm
not Kamala
saying it,
Harris.
I'm sure. Are you sure she's not? You only saw Biden's name on it because he's the president. How do you
Exactly.
know
It should
she
say
didn't do it?
VP and President.
I mean, it took all the way till right before the debate. So if she just copied and pasted it, what took so long then?
No, he didn't. It's not copy and paste. What he's saying is they have Biden name on it. It's Biden's bill is what he's saying. That's what he's saying. I'm saying, suppose she's been there 4 years. Suppose she was the one that did all of the work and Biden just had his name on it because he's supposed to be senile, remember? Senile Biden in the basement. He can't do nothing. So why now did he do it? They had a team of advisors. That's the same team that VP Harris had that put it together. End of questions.
Mr. Rowe.
Yes,
Mr. Rowe.
GMB.
The only thing is that when we had talked about this, it wasn't Biden in the basement, it was Obama in the basement.
No, not during COVID. Not during COVID.
Running things.
No.
Obama.
No, it was Biden. Basement Biden.
He's never been in a basement. Stop it. Mr. Ford, you to hate.
Every time you say, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Are you looking to vote for VP Harris?
Oh, I'm not. No, there's. If we continue on with what's going on, there's no possible way I can vote for her. Not possible.
Okay, so you're not. Are you looking to see if you want to vote for her? What's your reasoning?
No, I was just wondering if because I was sitting here looking at her policies and stuff like that, and then I went and looked up at the WhiteHouse.gov and this popped up, and if we continue on, I mean, like even if you think of all this aid and stuff like that we're giving to other countries, if we can continue on with the same people, I mean, it's just going to be a failure.
Do you understand how the aid works? How long you been listening to politics again?
I've been listening to quite a while.
I don't know what that means. Put a number on it.
I mean, I've been listening since I was 18 and I'm 25.
So 7 years, which you're talking about 2017.
Yeah.
Do you know where the money comes from?
Yeah, I understand that it's quote unquote old military equipment.
No, I didn't know. See, you think you know where I'm going, and you don't. Do you know where the money and with the aid, the money that we send aid to other countries? Do you know what budget that comes out of?
It comes from the taxpayers, obviously.
Well, it all comes from the taxpayers, but there are different budgets. What budget sends the aid over to foreign countries?
I could care less because it comes from the taxpayers.
Well, you have to care because we have laws. Do you believe that we're a nation of laws?
Obviously, yes.
Great. So there's laws that govern what department sends what to whom and how that money can be spent. Do you realize that?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, great. So do you know that if we never sent another dollar to a foreign country and that money didn't go out, that it would go to the DOD, Department of Defense. It would stay there and they would spend it on DOD things. They would not spend DOD money on domestic things. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Because
it makes sense,
we are
yeah.
a nation of laws, huh?
What'd you say?
Because we are a nation of laws, you can't take money from the DOD and go ahead and give it to FEMA or give it to HUD or anything like that. Each department has their own money. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. But you could also, with that money, you could reallocate it to different areas, not just necessarily Department of Justice.
No, because once the defense, you know how much the defense budget is each year?
Yeah, it's astronomical.
I don't know what that means.
It's huge.
I don't know what that
Astronomical
means.
means
Give me
massive.
a number.
It's astronomical.
I don't know what astronomical means to you. Give me a number.
I can't give you a specific number because it varies each year.
It's in the same ballpark. It doesn't go up 25, 30%, maybe 5 to 10. But just give me a ballpark what you think the whole DOD budget is.
I couldn't even tell you.
It's $750 billion, $750 billion. That's how much the defense budget is. And that money, some of that money is allocated for foreign countries. Do you know why we send money to foreign countries?
Why is that?
We pay them to behave themselves because we have interests all around the world. Right, wrong, or indifferent, we are a global nation. I know
Oh yeah, I completely understand that.
Right, so we pay Pakistan, we pay Jordan, we pay Egypt, in some regards we pay Israel, although they do probably the most of all probably the foreign aid, but we send foreign aid to pay countries to behave themselves. Does that make sense?
I have a question for you. Is there in the Budapest Memorandum with the Ukraine thing, is there a statement in there that states that we are that we would send funding or equipment in there to defend them?
We have going to send them weapons and things like that to defend themselves from nuclear or threats. And do you know why Putin wants to take over Ukraine?
Yeah, everyone says that he wants to take over Ukraine so he can be closer to other countries, yada yada yada.
No, well, do you remember the USSR?
Yeah, yep, I remember that.
That's what I think he's trying to do. He did that with Crimea, he did that with Georgia, and now he's trying to do it with Ukraine. They're a sovereign nation. Do you want the U.S. to honor their contracts?
So I have a serious question for you.
Do you want the U.S. to honor their contracts?
There was not a memorandum in there actually for us to go defend them, and there was not actually a budget or anything like that in the memorandum.
Do you want the U.S. What do you think the Budapest Memorandum is?
There is nothing in there about defense. But besides the point.
Wait, what did you just say?
I have a serious question for you.
No, what did you say?
You heard what I said.
Sorry, don't play games with me. I'm asking you a question because I didn't hear you.
I said that there is nothing in there that specifically says that we would defend them.
We would defend them against a nuclear or a threat. It was signed by Russia, Ukraine, UK, and the United States. Were you aware of that?
I'll keep looking into it, but also there's another thing on top of that. Russia's actually going to.
Budapest Memorandum?
I read most of it, yes.
And do you know they was signed by the 4 countries?
Yes, and there's also another peace agreement on top of that too between Russia and Ukraine.
Well, I'm not interested in the ones that were signed by them. I'm interested in the ones that were signed by the U.S.
Okay.
So, you don't want to send money there.
Personally, no.
Why?
So the reason why I say that is because I think we are involved in this war as a proxy because Russia. So we're trying to show Russia what happens to people that go away from U.S. currency because as of right now, they're going towards BRICS. Does that make sense?
Well, okay. I mean, that might have something to do with it. It also might have something to do with them wanting Russia to continue to deplete their arsenals.
It could be both, yes.
I'm sorry?
I said it could be both, yes.
Absolutely. A lot of times the U.S. fights things on foreign land so it doesn't come here. Do you buy that?
Why? Yeah. So I would say on top of that is why would we spread our own fluids? If we don't have to, we can use other people to do so.
Like who?
Like Ukraine soldiers.
But
like I'm saying, why would we send our soldiers?
Don't have boots on the ground as far as they're not in fighting. They're not in the theater, a war theater. They're not fighting Russians. They're probably like in support, training, that type of thing like that.
Are you talking about our soldiers or are you talking about Ukrainian?
Our soldiers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why would we send our soldiers in and spread their?
But they're not fighting.
I know, I understand that. I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying is we're going to fund them so we don't have to lose our own.
You have a problem with that?
No, I'm just saying I don't have a problem with that. No.
Well, what's your point? I'm trying to figure out what your point is.
What I was saying is we're doing like I said, we're doing a proxy war
Right?
because there's several. We're trying to prove a point of what happens to countries that separate themselves from the U.S. dollar.
Okay.
Because there's how many countries have signed on
I
to
think, do you have a problem with that?
the BRIC? Well, yeah, sure as hell hope you do too. You know what that will
Why
do
should
to
I
our
have a problem with
economy?
that?
Do you know what that will do to our economy?
If what BRICS takes off?
Yeah.
So you're in favor of what we're doing then?
That's what I'm trying to get to a point is that we're funding a proxy war. The only reason that people are separating from the U.S. dollar is because of inflation and our value of our money is actually going down.
So you're in favor of punishing somebody who wants to go away from the dollar?
If we wouldn't have had these last 4 years, I drastically think that we would not have the loss in value on our dollar as we do now.
So you're going to put it all at the feet of Biden?
Hell yeah, I am.
I think that's misguided and very short-sighted. This is something that's been going on for a very long time. These are the type of things I'm talking about. People just come into politics and they think they know everything, and you don't have a historical viewpoint. I mean, this shit didn't just start happening. This shit didn't start just happening in the last 10 years.
Are you talking about between Russia and Ukraine?
I'm talking about the whole political system. I find people that come on the show and I talk to on the app, they just started listening to politics and they don't have a historical viewpoint of what the border's been going on forever.
Oh yeah, that's been going on for years.
You know, Ronald Reagan gave amnesty to 8 million undocumented people in 1986.
Yeah, and Obama deported 3 million people.
So you voted for Obama, right?
I wasn't old enough.
Oh, 7 years ago. That's right. That's true. Would you have voted for him?
I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Please do. That's a no.
I would say like viewing it from now, I would say possibly yes.
Okay. All right. Anyway, anything else, Mr. I love to give these history lessons, but it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. Anything else?
Well,
Mr. Denali, may I ask you a question?
Sure, please help me.
For you, if you don't mind, you came up. I got to be honest, you were disparaging my party's platform. So give me three policies. Give me three policies of the GOP that you prefer over the Democrats.
Are you talking about on the on Trump's side of the thing?
That is the GOP, sir.
Three policies. Come on.
You have three policies, sir? All right, thank you, Mr. Rowe.
I was just waiting for the
Hey,
smart
y'all
ass
just
to talk.
love bullying people, huh?
Exactly. It's soon as it's on.
Yeah, it is.
Stop it.
It was an honest question. How is that bullying?
That's not bullying, Cindy. Stop it.
Well, I would like to correct a couple things on Mr. Denali, if I could.
Me?
Hold up. I want him to answer that question first, man.
All right,
Hey,
hang on one
panel?
second, Ms. Gen X. Mr. For you, do you have an answer to Mr. JoJo Coco's question?
Well, one, I agree with Trump lowering the percentages on the taxes for corporations, and I drastically do agree with that because there's a lot more even though Trump, Walmart, Amazon, and stuff like that will be greedy on their taxes and stuff like that. There's also other corporations, as I own one too, but there's also other corporations that will drastically benefit from that. So I mean, there's good and bad for both policies. It's on both sides too. So there's one. I mean, there's other ones, but I gotta dig more into them. So I'm not gonna spew information that I don't really know a whole lot about.
So you prefer to help corporations and their tax cuts, but not tax cuts for the middle class.
Did how? Okay, so I have a question for you. So when
No,
Trump actually?
I asked
Oh,
you a
no,
question,
no, no.
sir.
Hold on. No, 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 no. I'm going to answer your question. I'm not going to give you the answer that you're looking for. Okay, just because
No,
you're
you
looking
just
for
spouted
no, no,
something
you're
about
looking.
more
No, 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 no.
corporate
You are
tax
looking for.
cuts.
You're
Oh,
looking for a
JoJo, I
specific
can answer
answer,
that.
and I'm not going to give it to
JoJo.
you.
Gen X, with all respect, I didn't ask you.
You're looking for an answer that you want. I'm not going to give that to you. Okay, so I'm going to give you what
Okay,
my
I'll
answer is.
rephrase. Are you for middle class tax cuts?
I am, yes.
And where is that in the GOP platform?
And the GOP, did you not know about the job acts? And I can't even remember what the specific policy was off the top of my head. But
I'm
do
not
you know
talking
that there
about
was?
acts. I'm talking about if they reform the tax bill, is he going to give tax cuts to the middle class this time?
I don't know. He says he wants to
And my
continue
answer
on it,
is
but he might.
no, he won't.
Are you sure about that?
I'm absolutely sure. That's why I'm not voting for him.
Okay.
Please let me respond.
Panel.
The
Can I
guy's
ask
psychic. He
everybody
knows
on the
what
panel?
Trump's going to do.
Can you guys on the panel please not like the live because it shadow bans us? You can only like the live when you're in the comments.
Is Edwin still in here? Remember I told you I wanted to ask Edwin about that because he said that wasn't true, and I wanted to see if it was true or not.
He was. I not.
You remember he said that, Mr.
We need
Denali?
to DM
Remember he
him on
said that
that.
wasn't
Yeah.
true?
Yeah, I heard it on Lenny Soul's live that you can't do it. So I mean,
I know.
we've
And then
been
remember
shadow
he said
banned
it
for a
wasn't true,
while.
so
That's
we
where
need
I
to
heard it
find
too,
out.
Kim. So I think
Yeah.
we need to DM Edwin on that.
Yeah, because we've been shadow banned for a while, and we got to break through this. So until we
You gotta figure
know,
out why, yeah.
until we know for sure, just don't
Tap,
like the
tap,
live
one
while
tap.
you're in the panel.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that's it for Miss For You. I mean, Mr. For You to Hate. Miss James, you something I said was wrong? What I do?
Well, the one thing on what JoJo said, first of all, Trump is the one that gave us tax cuts. The Democrats are going to be the ones that raises our taxes because remember all the money she's promising to give. Who's going to pay for it? We got to pay for it. So, and he also has it on his page. If you go look, tax cuts this, tax cuts that. He even added one on car notes.
Car notes?
The interest on car notes.
We're going back to the 70s? Wow.
Well, I'm telling you, you need to keep up. Keep up with him. He's got it going on.
You always surprise me, Gen X.
His current tax cuts are for the are not for the middle class.
No,
Not
they
right
expired
now.
in 2025. The top 1% tax cuts were permanent.
Yeah, and we're under his tax plan right now.
No, go look on his page. He'll tell you about it.
No, I'm saying that when he did the tax cut or the tax plan, tax cut for the middle class expired in 25. The tax cut for the 1% were permanent.
I know, but what did he say about our tax cuts?
For the middle class?
Yeah, he's giving us tax cuts.
This time
But
around?
you, with the Ukraine thing,
Yes, ma'am.
let's all be for real here.
What?
The only reason why the United States got their face all in it is because they have interest in Ukraine. They don't want Putin taking it over. They want resources over there. That's what they want it for.
Sure. Listen.
And then you said you can't blame Biden because it's been going on for 20, 30 years. Well, yes, you can because he's the president of the United States today.
You got to honor it was signed in 94.
But what I'm saying, though, is he's the president, so what he's doing right now goes on him.
But if it's something that was signed that was a binding agreement, how he has to honor it?
When does the United States honor anything? And
You don't
secondly,
think we're a noble nation?
half the time.
What half? Tell me the half that they're noble.
Come on now, I got to get. Don't make me lose my train of thought.
Okay.
And as far as the funds, talking about the funds in the United States that the president, that all the agencies have, the defense, the HUD, the whoever. Y'all got to understand one thing. When it goes through Congress and that money's approved, when the budget's approved, once it's handed over to the president, he can allocate funds wherever he wants.
No, they
And
have a budget
he
though.
retracts. Listen, he retracts funds from cabinets.
But
If the money ain't being
isn't
used,
it once the budget is
they
final?
retract it. Huh?
Isn't it that once the budget is final, then the laws govern how that money can be spent? Am I wrong about that?
Yes. No. Once the budget is approved,
Right.
the money is approved. It's allocated, okay?
Prior to.
But if there's funds that's not used, he can retract those funds.
You think the Department of Defense is not using all that money?
Well, I'm thinking of the Pentagon. One of them lost trillions of dollars somewhere. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just saying. But the DOD ain't giving back no money. They spend every penny because they got their toys and everything else that they do.
Absolutely, because if they didn't, they wouldn't get allocated as much.
But they want to increase every year, so they're not going to have anything left over, so they can get more money next year.
Well, defense, but then you got other agencies like Homeland Security.
That's not my deal. We were talking about the Budapest Memorandum and where that money came from, because it's a misconception that if we don't, I'm going to be like a broken record. If we never send another dollar to a foreign nation, it's not going to come back and be spent domestically. The DOD is going to spend it on something for their defense and toys and all the different their pet projects.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that. But there's also a way of funneling money too. So
Well, I'm sure that would be illegal, and then you're talking about money law.
yeah. So it's
Well, Ukraine is the money capital of the world.
Biden and Harris to money launder money? I mean, launder money? Money?
Well, that's another rabbit hole.
Oh, I'm not going down there. I'm not touching it. Anyway, listen. I think we've done enough show. It's after 1.
Dang, I just got started.
You had something else you wanted to say?
I said I just got started.
What
Y'all
do you
talking
mean?
about
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
CMB didn't say anything.
You want to hear from CMB? Go ahead. CMB.
Yes.
Mr. Rowe wants to hear from you. Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
What you want to say, CMB? The floor is yours.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you, Ro. I appreciate that.
All right.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to have something climactic to say. Anybody else have some party words?
Good.
Well, I just want to know, Gen X, what part of Florida do you live in? Not specifically, but
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville. Okay.
Where are you gonna send me flowers?
Oh.
Well, I could bring you flowers.
Whoa! Look at JoJo Coco.
Why?
I'm in Jacksonville.
Are you in?
Didn't you say we were gonna have dinner? I mean, we can have dinner, right?
Yeah. Hey, and we got a nice little spot over here over the water.
Okay, I travel all over, so I'll come see you.
Wow.
What part of Florida are you from?
I'm not from here, but I'm
No, honey, not you, Coco.
Oh.
Oh no, I live up in the DMV. I'm right outside DC.
Oh, I grew up in Washington, D.C.
Wow.
Oh, so you know what CMB? You know what K Street is?
Actually, my restaurant was on 19th Street between L and M, right off of K Street.
Well, you know who works on K Street, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's who I am.
Oh.
What do you mean?
I know you would know, Mr. Denali.
What? What am I supposed to know?
You're on K
that work
and what?
on K Street.
You're on K and what?
I'm embarrassed that I don't know.
Well, I can't say. That's all I can tell you. I've got an NDA.
Oh, K Street. In DC?
Yeah, you can say it, and I'll virtually nod.
I'm not saying anything. I don't want anybody to
But you're too young. You sound too young.
That picture is not. That picture is very old, sir.
All right.
Oh yeah.
I think that's it.
So perhaps maybe you ate at my restaurant.
Where's that?
Luigi's on 19th Street.
I absolutely did.
Look at you guys. Connection.
There you go.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Luigi's since 1964.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, that's great.
You guys are friends.
Nice to meet you.
Opposite politically, but friends in the restaurant world. Good. All right. You put some money in. You put some money in CMB's pocket. You got some birds and stuff. All right. Okay, I think that's it.
So I got one quick question for you, Denali.
Yes.
When the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, when that dropped down, what tax did we go under? Obama's old American Taxpayer Relief Act of 2012. Is that the tax bracket that we're going to go back under?
I don't know. I'm not like
Hopefully
that. I'm
not.
not that policy guy that knows all the ins and outs of policy. We were up here earlier with Stacy and Voltron, and they had a. I tell you, they were getting off on talking about taxes. I was gonna fall asleep. I was like, "Geez, Louise, you guys."
Yeah, see, that's
Stacy.
as soon as people start talking about numbers, people's eyes just glaze over and they don't even want to hear nothing about it.
I don't like that. It's not. Listen. I don't like to do watching paint dry shows, and that was it was awful. I was like, oh, I gotta get out of it.
For you to hate, let me give you a little advice. I know you're young and just getting into voting and politics and stuff. If you look in history and going forward, you'll notice that when it comes to taxes on the middle class, Republicans always lower the taxes and Democrats raise them. So there you go.
Oh, I already knew that. I got all the tax brackets. I got Bush's tax brackets up right now. I got Obama's and I got Trump's. So that's why I was wondering. That's why I was wondering who.
I don't know if that's true, Gen X, but that's a story for another day.
That's why I was wondering whose we're going to go under, because then you got Bush era tax too, which was passed in 2001. So that's why I was wondering if we were going to go under Obama's or Bush's. So I wasn't sure.
Who cares? Oh, it's so boring.
Well, I care because I like more money in my pocket.
I know, but you're going to pay taxes. You're going to pay taxes. Yeah, come on.
I don't want to pay 50% of my income.
There's no 50%. You're not in a 50%. Anyway, I mean, you might be 50% with federal, state, and local. If you had 35%, you could be at 42. Anyway,
Yeah, because Florida don't play.
Florida don't have state tax.
That's right. Florida don't have state tax. Like Tennessee and Texas don't have state tax.
Yeah, but they make up for it in real estate tax.
That's true. You're right about that. Look at Gen X.
Okay, sell your house, baby.
And then where's she gonna live? She gonna come stay with you, Coco Joe? I mean, Joe.
Absolutely.
Hey,
I have a beautiful view of Washington.
No, you have to come down here because I ain't moving up north. I can't do it. I can't
don't want to deal with that cold weather.
They too rude.
How tall are you, Gen X?
5'5".
5'5". Okay.
Jojo, do you work in politics?
5'5".
Denali, explain what K Street is.
Not tonight.
Okay.
My eyes are tired.
I'm sorry, I just can't answer that.
What is K Street?
We'll do a deep dive later on it. Okay.
It's not like a quick.
And I'm not trying to be obtuse or anything.
No,
I'm sorry.
I just JoJo Coco, don't worry. I'll take care of Miss Kim.
Yeah,
I'm surprised she's still on the phone. Where is
your
your man at?
Where's your man?
Put me in my place.
Where's your man at?
Where's your man?
Shut the fuck up.
He's asleep.
Damn.
I can't believe you're still on the phone. I would have made you bing it. Like, get the fuck off the phone and get over here.
You know what? I wish I could come to each one of your guys' houses.
She went out
because
for
I
the
would
night.
whoop your
So I'll go
ass.
get a couple drinks. I'll be
What
back
are we
later.
doing? I'm like, what are you doing? I know. I love
Really?
listening to the show, but I would.
You got to be careful. You can't do that in Florida.
I can't do what in Florida?
Excuse me? I couldn't do what in Florida?
I said you got to be careful. You can't do that in Florida. Some of us have like pet alligators and shit. Wind up fucking knocking on our door. You wind up getting eaten by a gator.
No, because when I come, I'm gonna come with something.
I told you,
but
Miss Kim, be careful.
If you go in somebody's house, they got 10 times what you.
Trust me, CMB. When I come with this monster over here, my
Remember
man,
that.
we know how to get in.
You know, keep that in mind. I'm just giving you friendly
I'm
advice.
not. Trust me, you the last one I'm worried about, and I'm
Who,
probably
the one
coming
that's
for
been
you
leaving
first.
you on the phone for the last 2
I'm
hours?
probably-
Let me talk to him. Put him on the phone. Let me talk
I'm
to
probably
him.
coming for you first.
Let me talk to
You
him.
don't want to talk to your ass?
Yeah, well, make sure you. What are you coming over for? You gonna cook me something or what?
No, Miss Kim, be
your
careful.
ass.
Be
To
careful,
smoke
because I
you.
might like that.
To smoke you.
I don't
smoke.
I don't smoke.
Kim.
I don't smoke.
Hey, Kim.
Hi,
you need to back
Let them. Let them. Let them. It's
What'd you
better
say,
when
Jeanette?
they dig
You shouldn't be
themselves into a
threatening
hole
people
like that.
That's not good.
I sent you what?
I said you sent me threatening people like that.
That she gonna come to the house with something?
No,
Yeah,
she
don't be
she's gonna
threatening
come
me, Kim.
smoking.
I'm gonna put you in a pretzel, put you in the corner.
No, you're not.
Yes, I
I
will.
might
She
like
said
it. I might like
she
it, Miss Kim.
hey, she said she was going to smoke me, but I said, "Listen, I'm not any kind of drug or anything. I don't know what I mean, I can give you some grass from the front yard or something."
He doesn't even understand
Girl, I know
ghetto talk.
exactly what you're
Why
talking
don't
about. I'm trying to make you sound less ignorant, okay? So
I'm
calm
not.
down.
I'm far from ignorant, but
what
I
is
Miss
Well,
can.
going
Kim, I
on
But I
get
no,
here?
can
it.
you're
sound.
actually
I can sound
very
ignorant.
ignorant
I
because
could
you got
sound
two.
ignorant.
Well,
Okay,
let me
all right, you
explain.
two, you
Let me
I
listen.
could
no. Let me
sound
just explain
ignorant.
to her
Okay,
I
because
y'all
she
could. I
talk
could
obviously
to
show
doesn't
you. I
know.
could show you ignorant too. I could show
Really?
you ignorant.
Okay,
Well,
all right, okay, listen.
you want to take my address down?
Oh boy, this is
If you lived in LA, I would take it down, and you wouldn't even understand what was
Girl,
coming
you
to
still
your
talking
door.
about coming to my house. Now you're talking about me coming all the way to LA.
You
I
wouldn't
just
even
came back from LA
understand.
a week ago.
You wouldn't even understand.
Listen,
okay.
you don't even have a clue who you're talking
You guys are
to
like
or
brother and
what
I
sister.
don't think
about.
you. I don't think
You
you
No, I
have
got
don't
two
clue
think you
buildings.
do
either.
because if you did, you wouldn't threaten my life on Mr. Denali's live.
CMB, are you Italian?
Yes, sir,
Yes, he
born
is.
there.
I am half Italian, Sicilian.
Ah,
Ah, okay. From
There's another connection, bro.
there we
Guess
go.
what? Do you? I don't. I'm not scared of you.
you're not scared of CMB?
No, for what?
I don't
Well,
know.
I'm
Cash
not.
Money
I
Brothers
don't
from
want you to be scared of me.
He don't know
Newsmax.
who he don't know who he's talking to.
She wants me to be scared of her. You understand how it works? Because she's already told me she was going to smoke me, okay?
All
And
right.
then she told me to be careful when she comes over to my house. You know, the best thing I could do is just offer my address and open the front door.
Okay. All right.
That's the
Okay.
best I could do.
All right. Listen, I'm gonna put both of y'all in a pretzel. Calm down. Leave it. Leave it.
Whatever.
You
I
got
just
any
don't.
mustard?
Why you get people?
I got one quick
You know what?
question.
I'm gonna have to start putting people in pretzels again because people don't think I can do it.
I
Hey,
just
But you
don't.
got any French mustard? You know, that Frenchies
I don't
mustard?
like him. He's very rude.
You don't like who?
so
I don't like CMB. He's rude, and I
Oh,
think
really?
he's
Well, the good news is
racist.
that you're young and you got a lifetime to get over it.
Okay,
I'm
listen.
55 years old. I'm 55
I
years
think
old.
we
So
done
Oh,
shut
enough
I'm
up.
show.
racist.
I think we done enough show. I think we done enough show. It's enough show. That's it. We're out of here. Oh my goodness.
Maybe I could show her a picture of my brother since she thinks I'm racist.
I know I look young, but I'm 55.
I don't listen. I don't know if we need to be listen. That word racist, I think it's not a good word. We don't, you know. I think.
Well, when he talks, he sounds racist. So a lot of things he says, it comes off racist
Everybody
to me.
uses that too much.
He said something racist. What did he say?
He didn't
Oh, really? Like what?
he didn't say it tonight, but a lot of times
Please,
Give
when
me,
he
give me an example of something. Let me be the judge. What did he say? Give me this.
well I can't
yeah. Give me
think what
something you've heard in the last couple of years.
I can't think off the hand right now, Denali, but he is one of the ones when
So
he talks.
how can you
I'm
remember it's
talking to
something
Mr.
racist?
Denali. I'm talking to Mr.
Yeah, and
because
I'm talking to you.
Hang
I
on a
don't
second,
remember
CB. Give
everything
me
that
1
you
second.
say. Do you think I remember everything you
Okay.
say?
All right. So listen, if you
Well, obviously
remember,
you said I was racist.
give me a second,
Because
CB.
that's my impression.
Give me a second. So when you do remember, let me know what it was. Cause
I'm sure it'll happen again, and I'll let you know.
Okay, do it. Call it out. See, Mr. Denali, tell me right away, and I'll flush it out. Okay.
I will. I will.
All right, great. I think that's it. I know I've said it about 10 times. It usually takes about 10 minutes to get off the show. I
It
think
does because we don't want to get off. That's why.
I know, but you know, at some point it's got to end.
You
Look at
see,
Shay.
Mr. Rowe left because he knows you need your rest. He's respectful.
Shay just came into the building. She's one I put into a pretzel. I don't know why people think I can't put people in a pretzel. I put people in pretzels all the time. Cherie's another one talking about I can't put her in a pretzel. Of course I can.
You never put me in a pretzel. You really want to put Shireen in a pretzel, a real pretzel.
That was a good one.
You know you do. Stop faking the funk.
At least try to deny it. You just quiet.
He can't, girl. He can't. I'm on target, and he knows it. Why you looking at me like that?
That's a pretty pretzel.
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
It's a pretty pretzel.
CMB. One last question. You're junior, right?
Yeah.
I know exactly who you are, bro.
Do you really?
I do.
Well,
I don't
message
think
me.
we've ever met, but I know you, man.
Really?
Good. All right.
Very good food. I mean, awesome. Let me tell you guys, this place in DC, oh my God. Out of this world.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna ask my cousin if he's been there.
Well, it's gone now, but yeah.
Oh, it's gone. Oh, but he still could have been there because he's a senator there. He's been there for a while now. So
Yeah,
Okay.
I fed all those guys, Mary and Barry, and all those
Absolutely. Oh my God, the mayor.
crazies.
well,
Wasn't he
he's
a
not.
whack job?
He's
Yeah.
not a senator of there. He's a senator of New Jersey, but I mean, he obviously is in DC all the
They
time.
come down to town, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I
No,
think that's it.
CMB. That's awesome, bro.
Hey, man,
Boom.
good
Follow
looking
Gen
out.
X. Let's go. Let's have one lap. Gift this one. Let's
Thanks
go.
for the compliment. I appreciate
Boom.
that.
Let's
Anytime,
go.
bro.
Let's look at Gen X. Gen X.
CMB, if you
So
send
much
me
with
some
Gen X.
food,
I tell you,
if
that's
you
wonderful.
if you send me some food, CMB, then I'll be nice to you. Okay.
Okay, what kind?
Whatever's in your restaurant.
I want some of that
No, I mean,
ravioli,
like,
bro.
it's an Italian restaurant, so you
I
got
remember the
meatballs
ravioli.
and cannolis,
CMB, I remember the
raviolis,
ravioli.
lasagna.
I want some lasagna and some meatballs.
No, it's all about that ravioli, let me tell you.
It's because we used to make everything by hand there. That's why
Absolutely.
it was all good.
Dude, I'm telling you, I remember.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. That's funny.
Is it
Small
lobster
world.
ravioli?
Very small.
What kind
As
of
well.
ravioli? Is it lobster ravioli?
We have lobster, we had spinach and cheese, and we had meat ravioli. All kinds of shit.
I want some lobster ravioli. I want some lasagna and I want some meatballs, and then we can be friends.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
I put this one in the pretzel for the Shay person. Put her in the pretzel.
Don't start. It's 1:27
I
a.m.
put
Do
you in the
not
pretzel.
start.
Yes, I did. I did it. Yes, I did.
When? What
What do you
pretzel?
mean? I got the video. I
You
got the audio.
You pinned me down. You didn't put me in a pretzel. There's a difference.
Listen, I put you in the pretzel. Okay, it's okay.
It's not.
Everybody knows it already. Okay.
Let me stop before you say I'm being combative, and I got the
combative.
disease of needing to be
It
right.
doesn't change in one day. You are a combative woman, so absolutely.
You don't even know that. I haven't even been on a panel in like 2 days.
You think you changed in 2 days?
Yeah.
Your DNA is combative.
Well, then I'm telling my mama, and then I'm gonna bring her up there here, and I'm gonna tell her.
I'll tell her to. She's probably combative too.
Why would do not do my mama like that?
I don't do anything. If she's combative, she's combative.
You don't know us. You don't know our life.
I'm almost guarantee you that the apple don't fall far from the tree.
Oh God, you brought me up here to do what?
Well, people say I don't put people in pretzels, but I put you in a pretzel. I put Miss Gen X in a pretzel.
No, you have
You
not.
pinned me down. You have not put me in the pretzel. Stop it.
I would put Kim in a pretzel if she got out of line.
Why do you keep saying that?
You never put me in the pretzel.
I said I would. I would.
You ain't never put me.
I think we're going to have to start fact checking this. We're going to have to
Tell
start
me when you
fact
put me
checking
in a
this.
pretzel.
What's that, Miss Gen X?
When did you put me in a pretzel?
When you very first time you came on the panel, it was a Saturday afternoon.
How did you put me in a pretzel?
I'm sorry?
How?
It was probably something on Trump. I'm almost positive.
Probably something. What is it?
I don't
Where's the
remember
video?
exactly.
You ain't never
Where's the
put me in my
video?
pretzel. I stopped you.
I want to see the video.
You tried.
No, I think I did. I was successful.
No, you were not. You tried, but you weren't successful.
But I think I did.
No, I think I turned the question back at you.
That doesn't happen to me.
Oh yeah.
No.
I know your strategy. I know why you question the way you question. You think I'm gonna let you corner me in a corner?
I did.
You didn't.
I disagree. Well, listen, I put Shay in a pretzel. Absolutely.
Until you can tell me how you did it, you never did.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I got the video on you, okay?
What video do you
Don't
got?
make me release it. There's plenty of tape of you, trust me. And
Not
I put you in a
pretzeling.
pretzel several times.
Okay, Auntie Annie.
I'm not a woman.
What?
Goddamn man.
No, Auntie Annie is a
I
pretzel
know from the
company.
mall.
I'm not saying it for you. I'm saying it for the other people in the comments.
Where's my mustard? Where's my mustard?
That's what I want. That French's mustard on the pretzel. I mean, if,
You got it, bro. Where's that mustard?
Shit, me too. I wouldn't mind getting one of those right now, nice and warm.
Are they open now?
Hell no.
Have y'all ever had a cream cheese stuffed pretzel?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
They're so good.
I don't like pretzels.
All right. Hey Shay, do you have anything you want to say before I put you in the pretzel?
no, I don't, because I still don't know what you're talking about.
I know. You protest too much, but I did put you in the pretzel.
Hi, Miss Shay. Thank you for coming up tonight.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Mr. JoJo. I don't know about Mr. Denali.
You're not going to say you're welcome to me?
You're in Virginia, right?
Yes.
I thought I remembered that. Another Virginian.
Yes.
What part of Virginia?
Virginia is for lovers.
And that is true.
I'm like probably 25 minutes away from Walker Bay.
Oh,
well, that's unfortunate.
I'm
sorry.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, well, shoot. You should have told us the other night. You could have gone by there and gotten the money.
They could have got the money.
I could have.
Look, she would have went and
Because he
came
was
back
having
faster
problems
than he
with
could
his
send it.
computer.
Look, she could have drove and came back faster than he could send it.
Oh, NG.
Hey, CMB.
Yes, honey.
He come up last night and was saying something to me, and I was like, "You want to put 500 on it?"
He was actually on here earlier.
Welcher.
He was on here earlier, and he was saying that the women, that if the men were having a discussion, it was a man's discussion, and women should stay out of it. I was like, that's fucking, that's being
I
a little
wish
bit.
I would have been on here for that one.
And then, but he has some racial problems, like post-traumatic stress problems with race.
All right. Shay, you got anything to say?
How did you put me? No, I don't.
Mr. Denali just dying for you to say something so he can pretzel you up.
I know. He wanted to trip me up so bad. He's the only person that asked me about definitions and this, that, and the third. I just be like, oh, God, he's so 50.
I'm so what?
50.
So 50? You mean my age?
Yes, 50.
What's wrong with 50? 50 is a good age.
No, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying it's annoying.
I can be annoying. I'm not, I recognize that about me.
I'm glad.
It's funny how he looking down on you because you're like right underneath him, and looking. If you look at it, it looks kind of funny because he looks like he's ready to get you.
It's like the Brady Bunch. Isn't it like the Brady Bunch?
I'm looking at the Brady Bunch.
Hey, Mr. D, I want to ask, since he's hanging out with us, for you, you're still there, right? Just wondering. Yeah, okay. So where are you from and what do you do? Tell us a little about yourself.
So I move. I'm in construction. I move buildings and stuff like that. I go to the properties. I lift them up and move them to other properties. I live in Iowa. I don't know if you guys know what grain bins are, grain silos, whatever you want to call them. The big silver things that they put corn in.
Oh, for sure.
That's what I move. So
that's the heartblood of America, bro.
Let me see here. This is what I do.
I don't see nothing.
Oh crap! That's what I do.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's some real shit.
And you haul that or install it or what?
Yeah. So this one's being hauled. This is a 30-footer. We've done a 42, but 42s are a pretty sensitive thing to do because those basically go, telephone pole to telephone pole. So we got to pick our route correctly. But yeah, it's I think the farthest we've ever moved one is like 27 miles or something like that, and it took us about 4 hours to do it. So
Have you ever had one come off the rail, flip over, or anything like that?
so I worked for the guy when I was 16 years old. I bought it from him, and he had the tires fall off the trailer that actually the Ben rides on. So
holy shit.
Other than that, we've had the business for me and my brother. We bought the business. We've had it for about 3 years now, and no, we have the only issue we've had is just hydraulic leaks. That's the major thing. Once you get with hydraulics and stuff like that, the leaks always come, but they never go away.
Right, show that video again, because I think Mr. D stepped
I was gonna
away.
say, Denali, did you
I
see
want
his
him to see
video?
it.
What's
You
that?
need to fix
Look
your
at the size
background
of these
screen.
buildings that he moves.
Look at this.
Yeah, he showed me this before.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Denali,
Yes.
you need to fix your background screen
Why?
because the way it looks, Y isn't V, and then P Harris winning.
Oh, really? Did I mess up the spelling?
The B and the
No,
P,
you
no,
just
they're on
need to put
separate
the
lines.
B and the P together.
No, but it's okay. She's not that important.
Anyway. All right, guys.
CMB, you're such a funny man.
I will see you guys later.
Life's too short to be fucking pissed off and worried and grouchy and shit
You're
like people
absolutely
are.
right, bro.
Thank
You
you
know
so
what I mean?
much. Everybody have a great night, and I will see you all tomorrow or later.
Thank
All
you,
right,
and
thank you, Mr. D.
hey,
Goodbye, everybody.
for you two in the corner, man. You vote for Trump, and you'll be fine for the rest of your life, guaranteed.
Yeah,